straight from Hill just to the onside, but a lovely looking shot. Takes him to 21, 72 for 2. So yes, he thought 250 would have been a pretty good score batting first yesterday, but obviously then said, look, we've scrambled our way to 200. We'll see how the pitch plays over the course of the next couple of days, but suggested it was a bit of a sporty pitch, tricky to score runs on, which obviously would back up what we saw on the opening day.
I think we sort of mentioned 250 as felt like a sort of par-ish score on the pitch, so maybe just a touch under par in those terms.
72 for 2. It's a solid response so far. Ooh, it's a ball that's wide by Balderson, and he tries to chop it away, Hill. It's a thickish under edge, and the ball bounces away to the leg side.
Doesn't look like we're going to have too many issues with the hospitality boxes today, all of which were full yesterday behind the bowler's arm, but all look relatively unoccupied today.
Yeah, it must have been a big gathering yesterday in the corporate boxes. Left by Hill and through to Hurst. There was also the marquee to the left of that Bennett end as we look, and that was pretty busy as well. There's San Miguel beer, by the looks of it, served in that marquee. But that was pretty busy yesterday, and then we had the hospitality boxes. They were all pretty full as well. Decent crowd on actually the first day. I think plenty were hoping that maybe Jimmy would have been playing. As Balderson comes in, and Hill defends again. The ball that comes back in towards him, and it comes off the inner half of the bat, just deflecting away towards short leg where Josh Bohannon is under the helmet. 72 for 2. Yeah.
Didn't get up too much either, and Hill again making that movement gesture, keeps making it. He's quite a sort of skiddy bowler.
Into Hill. Back forward again. And defending. Yeah, the ball's done a little bit there, hasn't it, for Balderson? They've got the ball to come back in towards Hill, which would be a natural thing for Balderson to do, but just a suggestion of a little bit of uneven bounce there. One keeping just a fraction low, and that just got a little higher than what Hill was expecting as well. Intriguing first over from George Balderson. 72 for 2. The leg by, and then that lovely straight drive through mid-on by Lewis Hill. The only runs coming off it. 72 for 2.
I'm ashamed to say I didn't notice whether the heavy roller went on this morning. One assumes it did, as in goes Bailey and bowls. A little bit short, and Ahmed on the back foot works it out towards mid-off. His technique is essentially quite orthodox, but occasionally his wrists are so strong that he'll do something that looks a little bit odd, and that did look a little bit odd. He just sort of wristily worked it in defence out towards his former teammate Harris. I think he just made his debut in Harris's first season. In goes Bailey, bowls a good outswinger, working up a bit of pace, but it's a little bit too wide, and even Ahmed has nothing to do with it. Taken by Hurst, sort of on the run across in front of first slip.
The pitch was covered up, wasn't it, right up until pretty much the last moment?
As I came in sort of 9:45, it started to spit. It was uncovered then, and then it started to spit, and so they brought the covers back on. But it happily seems to be okay at the moment, reasonably lightening up. In goes Bailey, bowls, and again on the back foot. Ahmed is working it back down the pitch, brushes Bailey's fingers and goes onto the stumps, but Hill too old a hand to be caught that way. He was leaning back, making sure his bat was in the crease. But he did have to pointedly put it in the crease. He was out of his crease, if that makes sense. Standing out of his crease. Bailey is in, bowls, nice line, nice length, nice shape, but Ahmed equal to it, strokes it away. Again, in defence, essentially, out to Harris at mid-off. Umpire Milnes looks a bit more wrapped up today, doesn't he? He's got his heavy coat, and he looks to have a sweater or two underneath it, as does umpire Hassan Adnan, umpire Hassan Adnan, who's standing at square leg. He's standing at the Bennett end, the first 2 innings of the game. Bailey in, bowls, nice length, but a little bit too wide, and it swings away, and Ahmed lets it swing away.
Yes, it's had the cheek to have some cloud cover today. Well, not barely seen a cloud for about a month, but there's quite a thick cloud cover above us today.
We spoke to Logan van Beek last night, and I was saying about the importance of all the Leicestershire seamers being effective and all chipping in, and it does mean also that you don't have to bowl the top seamers, as has been the case in the past. I'll come back to that point in a minute. Bailey bowls, and again, nice length and line on off stump, and Ahmed has to defend it out into the offside. It means that your overseas seamer doesn't have to end up bowling 21, 22, 23 overs of a day. They can get away with sort of 15, 16. And he said it does make a difference, especially, says, as it never rains in England. He said, whether it's a New Zealander, obviously. He said, I can't believe it. He said, just we have not had a day off. That last day, first 2 sessions of the last day at Old Trafford aside.
Yeah, that's been
That was it.
Yeah.
That was it in the first 7 games so far.
It's pretty crazy, that, isn't it? There's Balderson to Hill. Defends it. I think of taking a single there. Just drops it away into the offside, and Will Williams comes enthusiastically up from extra cover to deny the possibility of a quick single there. Loses his sunglasses in pursuit of the ball. But it's very kind of Keaton Jennings to go across and pick them up for him, and hands them back to Williams, who hooks them on the back of his hat. 72 for 2, couple of slips in place. Balderson to Hill, getting forward, defending, and just drops it into the offside, no run.
I think I heard the ice cream man then.
Optimistically
heading down Milligan Road somewhere, or one of the streets around.
I was sent a picture of from a friend of mine who was looking on the Guardian's live blog, and it was because Tanya
taking a picture of the cakes.
Yeah, she had. Yeah, this is from yesterday. There's Balderson's into to Hill, pushing forward, defending, no run. Head to Grace Road for your homemade sugar fix. I recommend the cherry cake, and there's a picture of that. So yeah, ice cream and cake could be on the agenda today. I quite fancy a slice of that cake.
Yes, I think we'll have to pay a visit and give them a list. There's usually about 7 or 8 varieties on offer.
Really?
So yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic.
I say they used to do a special cake as well from the county that was visiting.
Oh, that's nice. It's Balderson to Hill. A little bit of width there for him. He tries to carve that ball away, but bouncing out to point, and there's no run.
They used to put up a little sign saying obviously what the cake was, but also the little history of it as well. With Lancashire, it tended to be something like Eccles cakes or something.
Cake, yeah.
But there were some very interesting ones for Middlesex and Surrey, cakes you'd never really heard of, sort of. But apparently had their origins in those counties.
Lovely touch. There's Balderson to Hill. He takes that on. Plays and misses. Through to Hurst. Well, yeah, I can hear the ice cream van toiling around somewhere, not too far away. So could be the spot for some sugary treats, whether it's ice cream or cake, through the course of this Saturday.
Yeah, that wasn't a great shot from Hilly. He was a little bit flat-footed. He's trying to be a little bit more positive, he says, this season, using his feet and so on and so forth. Struggled a bit last season, affected by the captaincy, I think.
Balderson to Hill, and follows that delivery that just nips past the edge of the bat and through to the keeper. It's a good start, this, by Balderson. He's sending out a pretty tricky spell to Lewis Hill, who is still there. He's had a little nibble at a few, but still survives. He's 21 not out. 72 for 2, Leicestershire.
Yeah, rather plunged forward at that one. Didn't need to play it, and as he walks down to talk to Ahmed, he practices leaving. Used to leave quite a lot more, but as I say, this is sort of part of his new determinedly positive, trying to not let the bowlers get on top of him. Bailey is in to Ahmed again. Nice line and length, a little bit of shape, and Ahmed standing up was going to say standing tall, standing straight because he isn't a tall man, and looking to punch it away. Has to be careful and play it carefully, really, off the back foot out towards Marcus Harris. 72 for 2. So this partnership is worth 48 now. Came together when Rishi Patel was nicely caught by Jennings at second slip off the bowling of Bailey last night. In he goes and bowls, and again back foot defensive shot from Ahmed. Bailey restricting him, doing what the Leicestershire seamers did for the most part. If not beating the bat, if not always possible to beat the bat, make sure the batsman isn't able to score, has to treat the ball respectfully.
Yeah, it was a really impressive all-round bowling display, wasn't it, by Leicestershire yesterday? Everyone contributing, not just with wickets, but in terms of just drying up the runs, really.
Bailey bowls, and again, straight, little bit of shape away. And Ahmed, everything nicely close together, but good bowling from Bailey, plays it back down the pitch on the onside. Gets applause from Balderson, who's at a sort of shortish mid-on, almost level with the return crease. Otherwise, nobody in close on the leg side at all, just Philip down there, pretty much deep backward square rather than long leg. Bailey is in and bowls again. Probably feels that is just a touch too short, but it's absolutely straight, and again that nice shape, and Ahmed standing on the back foot plays it out into the offside.
We're just looking to see what Tom Bailey's first class wicket was, having reached his 400th yesterday.
I bet it was against Leicestershire. No, go on. Well,
let's have a look.
Probably not. Runs away from us, bowls to Ahmed, who's looking to force it away on the offside, again off the back foot. All he can do is find backward point.
2012. Zafar Ansari.
Oh, Surrey,
yeah, in Liverpool in September. So he made his debut right at the back end of that 2012 season.
Now, why am I thinking about Zafar Ansari? He got very close to playing for England, didn't he?
He did. In fact, I think he
in
did
fact,
play for
he
England.
might have had a game.
He did.
In goes Bailey and bowls, and again Ahmed is pushing out into the offside. He's going to have to hurry. Hill there had the throw hit. It would have been very close from Bahanan. Has his hands on his head, and he's turned away at the moment. Ahmed called Hill through for the single. Hill responded. Bahanan was on it very quickly. He was only throwing at one stump, and he missed that stump, but not by much. And had he hit, I think Hill would have been struggling. Ahmed gets away with it, really, to a certain extent, in terms of selling Hill. And well, down the line, Hill remains on 21. Ahmed 29 has kept the strike 73 for 2. So Ansari, yeah, but once he was out of the England picture, decided to stop very quickly, didn't he? He stopped playing and went off to become something useful in society. I think basically.
He did, yeah. I think that's
was it a doctor or a lawyer or something
like that? Yeah, it was a serious job, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Proper job.
Yeah, Balderson to Ahmed. Well, I mentioned this in this bounce, which is becoming increasingly less predictable. That one is sneaked through.
3/4 stump height, something like that. Good job that wasn't straight.
Yep. Yeah, good luck trying to keep that out. Rayad Ahmed. Well, Balderson started nicely here for Lancashire from the Bennett end. 73 for 2. In and bowls, driven to mid-off by Ahmed. And there is no run. Zafar Ansari played 3 test matches and 1 one-day international and 71 first-class games, and then retired in 2017.
It doesn't say what he... He was very bright boy, wasn't he? He had a first from Cambridge, something like that.
In comes Balderson to Ahmed. That's turned out towards the leg side, and there is no run. Yep, you're quite right. He didn't have from Cambridge.
It's amazing what your mind retains, isn't it?
It doesn't say on his profile what in the end he went on to do, but I think you're right. I think he's kind of like a human rights lawyer or something like that. Wasn't
he went to make a contribution.
He did, yeah. Well, that was Tom Bailey's first class wicket. Here comes Balderson to Ahmed. That's forward again in defence, and there is no run.
I can think of a few players who've done that sort of thing. Do you remember? You probably won't because you're too young. But Nigel Popplewell, who was a contemporary of Botham's at Somerset, got fairly close to playing for England. But his father was Lord Justice Popplewell, one of the top lawyers in England. And once Popplewell decided he wasn't going to play for England,
Balderson is into Ahmed, in behind it and defends, no run.
He went off and became a top lawyer himself. He had a sort of first from Oxford or something like that. Formidably intelligent. Why am I hearing tunes? Is it?
I thought it was the ice cream van again.
Yeah. Not unpleasant tunes.
Yeah. 73 for 2. Ahmed on 29. Here's Balderson. Just tickled away off the pads down to fine leg for a single. Luke Wells fields for Lancashire, and that one run brings up the 50 partnership as well between Lewis Hill and Riyad Ahmed. 50-run partnership when Leicestershire were 24 for 2, and maybe a sense that Lancashire could really claw the day back yesterday. These two last night were able to settle things down and get to the close of play, and with a few alarms, a few balls that have just misbehaved a little bit early on, pushed that partnership up to 50 now. It's a good effort. Not too many 50 partnerships. In fact, I think only one other 50 partnership in the game so far.
Bailey is in to Ahmed, hitting the legs all the way, hitting the pads, and Bailey's reaction suggests that had there not been maybe a little inside edge on that, that would have been a decent shout for leg before. There is, he did step across and try and work it away at Ahmed, who just looks to be getting a touch angsty about being tied down, 30 off 72, and needs just to be prepared, to be patient and try and see off Bailey, if you like, and get another seamer on and maybe get one or two more looser deliveries. In goes Bailey and bowls very straight, touch short of a good length, and again on the back foot Ahmed can block it out into the offside. It's gone a bit dark again. I wonder if they'll call for the floodlights. The thing is, sort of behind the dark cloud, it looks quite light, so it may be just a couple of darker ones blowing over. Morning to Hamish, or evening to Hamish. Lewis needs to relax or he is going to get bowled, is his comment. Bailey is in, bowls. Ahmed gets one that he implies keeps a bit low. It was a fuller delivery. He didn't get up certainly as much as the last one, but it was fuller. Managed to keep it out. Did stay a bit low actually. Why I mentioned the heavy roller having been on is that it sometimes takes sort of half an hour or so for the effects to just sort of wear off a little bit, and as they do wear, or as the effects wear off, it sometimes the bounce does become uneven. It can sort of work its way out of the pitch. In goes Bailey and bowls. That bounces perfectly normally. It's a nice delivery though. He's settled into a lovely rhythm, Tom Bailey, asking questions and giving nothing away.
Yeah, he's right on the money, isn't he? We'll take away that first delivery of the morning, which was him just loosening up his shoulders. But since then, yeah, he's been excellent. Kind of classic Bailey.
You can get in touch with us, and we're always really pleased to hear from you. richardray23@gmail.com, as a few people did yesterday. Blue Sky. Skeet me if you wish, as Bailey is in and bowls. Beats Ahmed on the outside edge. Lovely delivery.
He's got nice shape this morning, hasn't he, Bailey?
Yes, he has. He kind of looks, as some sort of seamers do, slightly more comfortable going up the slight slope than he did coming down. Sometimes it throws the bowler off a little bit coming down what slope. There isn't much of a slope, but definitely from this end you notice it running up, and just looks a tad more comfortable. In he goes, and a bowls, super delivery again, just finds the outside edge, thick outside edge, but Ahmed, in fairness, gets on top of the bounce and manages to guide it as much as edge it down through around about fourth slip, along the ground all the way to third man, and take one. He moves on to 31.75 for 2. Yes, just that blue sky address at Rich R23. You want to give anything for your good self, or shall I'll just pass them on if they come through?
Yeah, that's a good one. That's good. We'll do that. I'm not on really anything.
No,
to be perfectly honest.
It's Tame off X because it was such a horrible business. It became such a horrible business.
75 for 2. Here is Balderson to Riyad Ahmed. That's nudged away towards the leg side. There's no run. Our friend and colleague Mark Church, who covers Surrey, he's now asking people to write letters, which frankly I think is wonderful.
He?
Yeah.
With a quill?
Yeah, and he's getting letters in.
Good man.
So he's getting letters in, he reads them out and then he replies to them. So
Good man. Does he write back?
He writes back, yeah.
Good lad.
I was quite enjoying that. Balderson to Ahmed. It's a nice ball again, brings him forward, just slides past the edge of the bat. They've done well here, Lancashire, in this first half an hour. They could easily have picked up a wicket or two. But maybe a bit of good fortune going for the batters. It's tricky conditions here, and maybe you need a bit of good luck.
Well, talking about emails, we've had one from Robert Coe. Hi, Richard. Enjoyed listening to the commentary yesterday whilst at the Cambridge Beer Festival.
Oh, terrific.
Sounds a good place to be.
75 for 2. Balderson to Ahmed down the leg side, and there goes Matthew Hurst, the keeper, cartwheeling after it.
Today he'll be playing cricket for Camden CC, Camden, from Cambridgeshire, a former club of Peter Hanscom. Oh, I'll tell Pete about that. I'll ask him about that. He says a big hello to Dad Jeff, who's on the ground today after being taken ill a couple of weeks ago. I'm sure he's still good for a few overs of induckers if needed. That's from Rob.
Balderson to Ahmed, pushing forward and going through for a sharp single, and may have struggled with a direct hit. Looking at the reaction of the Lancashire players would suggest that maybe Riyad Ahmed's in bother with a direct hit. I think it was Balderson with the throw. It is Balderson with the throw towards the bowler's end. But, he
Bohannon,
missed.
no?
Sorry, Bohannon. Sorry, yeah, towards the bowler's end.
That's twice. He could have. He's getting closer.
Yes.
I wouldn't have a third attempt if I was Ahmed, but at least he was running to the danger end this time.
It's a pretty sharp single, wasn't it? A little push and go.
But it's a product of good bowling, isn't it? It's a product of keeping it tight.
Bohannon goes into short leg now. A big appeal for LBW. Ball balloons down towards gully. Leg by is the call from the umpire. Hill was shaping to work it to leg, yeah.
Did too much.
A tricky half an hour this for the two Leicestershire batsmen.
Yeah, good bowling.
I'm quite some way behind you on my live stream. I don't know why, but we're not. Mine is a little bit further back, but yeah, definitely going down the leg side. There's Balderson's into Ahmed, that's pushed away to the offside. Bouncing down to Hartley in the gully. There's no run. Well, there's been a bit happening in that over. There's been the run-out chance. Bohannon trying to run Ahmed out. The LBW shout that nipped back and was going down the leg side. I think Balderson and Bailey have started very nicely here. Leicestershire just trying to get through what feels like particularly difficult conditions. And the pitch that's just maybe showing signs of the odd ball being a little bit unpredictable. But they're still there, Hill and Ahmed. 53-run partnership, and Lancashire sense that this could be a moment in which if they can get one, maybe two or three could fall quickly because of the situation, because of the feeling of the day, really, the conditions and the pitch. That's what happened yesterday. Wickets kind of tumbled through the course of the day. As soon as Leicestershire broke that partnership of Jennings and Wells, opened it up, it chipped away through the course of the afternoon.
Bailey, continues from the pavilion end. Hill is dancing down and plays it very sweetly through mid-wicket. Whether Bailey didn't see him coming or whether he didn't quite adjust his length enough, he sort of speared it in towards the legs of Hill, and he played that really nicely. You barely heard the ball come off the bat, but it raced away to the mid-wicket boundary. Always a good sign if you don't sort of really hear the ball off the bat. Absolutely out of the middle. Hill using his feet, trying to be positive, and that time it came off. He moves on to 25, 81 for 2.
Yeah, it was a nice use of the feet, wasn't it? Just getting just a step or two down towards the bowler.
Bailey, sort of a little sort of stiff-legged walk at the start of his run, then he comes in and bowls, and that too is on the legs. Hill didn't advance down the track. Bailey has a word. The two have a little conversation. I would imagine they were old opponents. They must have played against each other many times over the years. He just worked that one out to deep backward square and took 1. It's hard not to get on with Lewis Hill. He's a very amiable young man indeed. Bailey is in to Ahmed again down the leg side. He's just lost his line in this over slightly. Ahmed tried to flick it on down to fine leg, didn't get anything on it. Come on, Bale, is the encouraging cry from one of his teammates. 2 slips, single saving field with the exception of deep point or deep cover, third man and deep backward square. Bailey is in again, 4 in a row down the leg side, and Ahmed looks most disconsolate about not having flicked that one away, because there isn't a fine leg and there isn't a long leg really. Anderson Phillip is, well, you could just about say long leg, somewhere between long leg and deep backward square.
He's not had a ball yet, has he, Anderson Phillip?
No, he hasn't, and he can't be far away, you wouldn't have thought.
I wonder whether the conditions at the minute might be suited to the 3 other seamers, Balderson, Bailey and Williams. Not saying that Phillip wouldn't be successful.
In goes Bailey, that's better, nice and straight, and Ahmed leans forward and blocks it down the pitch on the onside.
Just feels like those 3 seamers, Balderson, Bailey and Williams, these conditions probably, you would think, are right up their street really. Maybe when the ball gets a little bit older, potentially when conditions change a fraction too, Anderson Phillip with that, he's got more pace than the other 3, potentially could be an option.
Affable, that's the right word, Brunty. There's a description of Hilly. In goes Bailey, straight but a touch short, and Ahmed looking to force it away off the back foot, doesn't really time it and runs it straight out to Marcus Harris at mid-off. But another over sort of, well, not just survived, but they did pick up a 4, and there goes Will Williams starting to warm up, as you suggested. The Lancashire cameraman carrying what looks like a very heavy camera over his shoulder, heads off the Morris Burrows terrace, which is occupied by 1 gentleman, as well as the operator of the TV camera. Brave man, sir. Be well wrapped up.
You can't leave this kind of upper level of this pavilion quietly, can you, really? As Balderson comes into Hill, that's nudged away behind square on the leg side for a single, 83 for 2, with a it's kind of like a metal floor, isn't it?
It's a sort of metal grill,
yeah.
Yes, that's over it, because it's a flat roof, so I don't know what the logic is, but yes, it rattles and it makes a lot of noise. The usual cameraman, it's a different cameraman today, but the usual cameraman has the flattest feet, and when he's marching up and down, the whole roof shakes, the whole grill shakes. You can pick it up in the effects mic from 60 yards away.
Ahmed waiting for Balderson. Oh, he's driving it off the inner half of the bat. He's looking to try and punch it through cover, and the ball in the end squirts out through mid-wicket. There's loads of ground for Wells to make up, and they do come back comfortably for a 3rd. That time Wells gets around from behind square out towards deep mid-wicket. But another sign that Balderson just getting the ball to come back into Ahmed, finding the inner half of the bat. Quite like the short leg in place for Hill, don't they? Barnan under the helmet again at forward short leg. Couple of slips, short mid-wicket, mid-on. Harris at mid-off. Cover, backward square leg. Shuffling towards the bowler is Hill, and then just guides the ball carefully down towards third man, where Tom Hartley fields. Hill gets a single. He moves to 28. He's now 87 for 2.
Yeah, it's worked for a couple of times, on a couple of occasions now, really. Because although Bolton dragged his length back, it was just slightly wide, and Hill, again, able to work it away. He's just putting the bowlers off a little bit, which is a worthwhile tactic when you're being bowled well at, so to speak, trying something a bit different.
Yeah, it's something that Keaton Jennings does quite a lot. Ahmed, from the crease, defends, just taps it back to Balderson.
Yeah, did it really well yesterday morning, didn't he?
Yeah, ball nipping around this morning. Certainly it's a test for these two batters. Seeing all their skill.
And a heavy grey cloud.
Yeah.
Blanket.
Wicketless so far, though. 40 minutes in. Balderson to Ahmed. There's an appeal for an LBW there, but it wasn't convincing by Balderson. He kind of joined in with the keeper.
Umpire Adnan did a little bat signal.
Little inside edge.
Sounded a bit. Yeah, little inside edge onto pad.
87 for 2. Ahmed on 35. Balderson sets off again from the Bennett end in to Ahmed again. That keeps a little low on Ahmed. He does well. He keeps the ball out. He defends it, brings the bat down, and the ball almost stops dead right in front of his toes. But looks like I just kept a little. Although at least he played it that way.
They do sort of exaggerate it a bit, batsmen, don't they? But it did keep her slightly lower than he expected. And yes, as you say, he came back too. So they're doing a good job for their side at the moment. These two just putting overs into the legs. And indeed, Tom Bailey has been seen off, so to speak. But Will Williams bowled really nicely.
Yeah,
4 very good overs yesterday before being whipped out of the attack by Harris.
I know it doesn't just happen, does it, when conditions are like this, but they are suited really to Lancashire's seam attack and these conditions at the minute. Doesn't mean just rock up and, of course, take wickets at with ease, but nicely suited the conditions. This will be, and it has been, hasn't it? 40 minutes of play here has been tricky for Hill and for Ahmed. They've had to ride the luck a little bit, time to time.
Well, last night's rain, as I say, I'm sort of about 30 miles away at the moment, and it rained for, well, I was obviously asleep part of the time, but I think only about an hour or so, fairly steadily. But it's really greened up the outfield was desperate for it. It looked parched yesterday, but it has greened up quite a lot as a consequence, and it looks a little bit more like summer, an early summer's outfield there now. Williams is in, bowls to Hill outside off stump. Not exactly a loosener, but it was probably about sort of 3/4 of what Williams's pace might normally be outside off stump, and Hill let it bounce through to Hurst. Hill has his hands deep in his pockets. That's George. I mean, sorry, not Hill. Bell at first slip. Jennings at second, a much taller man already down in his crouch. As in goes Williams and bowls, and it's a lovely swinging delivery, nicely pitched to invite the drive. Hill accepted the invitation, and the ball bounced and swung away and beat the outside edge, and Hill looks a bit discombobulated out there, sort of kicking at the air and walking around, and it was a really loose shot from Hill, actually, looking at the replay. Just occasionally, all sorts of horns going on out there. In goes Williams, and on the legs, Hill likes it there, clips it away to deep backward square. He's going to take on the Phillip arm for the second. They make their ground. Phillip overthrows Hurst, and Hartley backs up at point. What is going on? Do you think something is the road? Somebody blocked the road. Perhaps the one of the businesses has blocked the Milligan Road out there. I was behind a van unloading there. All right, this morning. In goes Williams and Bowles, and nice line on off stump. Well, sorry folks about the what?
Sounds like a band practice. Oh, I think it is, isn't it?
Well, is it coming from the other? I'll let you listen to that because it's not exactly entertaining, but it is different. I don't know whether it's the Outlaws, but I don't think they have horns like that on your Harley Davidsons. But Williams is in and bowls to Hill, who defends solidly on off stump. All life is here at county ground this morning, or around the county ground. Oh. It's like something out of the clangers, isn't
It's
it?
a bit of fine tuning.
I don't know, gathering for a departure. Williams is in and bowls outside off stump, but it is too wide and it swings away into the gloves of Hurst, uninterrupted by Hill, who let it go through. He remains on 30. Ahmed has 35. Into a chorus of... Do you think they're car horns? Well, I can hear a siren.
What they are. No, I can't.
Police or ambulance or... I don't know what is going on. 89 for 2. Partnership up to 65.
When we were at Wanties Road a few weeks ago for the Northamptonshire game, the Abington Park across the road, there was a brass band playing on the Sunday.
Oh, how pleasant.
You could hear that quite clearly inside the ground.
Tuneful, I would imagine.
Well, it was the only thing that was cheering Lancashire supporters up on that day, I think, was the sound of some brass band.
I like being at Scarborough on a Sunday afternoon when they reenact the Battle of the River Plate in Peasholm Park behind the ground.
Here's Balderson to Ahmed playing forward in defence and there's no run. That sounds terrific.
Have you not seen it?
No, I've never seen it.
Oh, mate, it's fantastic. They have sort of, quite big ships on the lake.
Right.
Ships with I think I assume they're radio controlled, but they're big enough to have a bloke sort of underneath them with his head up. I know it sounds really odd, but I mean they are big. They're the size of the sort of commentary box, these ships, and they reenact the Battle of the River Plate and have done for God knows how long.
Balderson to Ahmed. Oh, that sneaks past the keeper down towards the boundary off a little thin bottom edge. 4 runs for Riyad Ahmed.
Yeah, bounced a long way in front of Hurst, didn't it? But again, that uneven bounce that Balderson's been getting from the pavilion end.
Yeah, right off the toe end of the bat, wasn't it? Bouncing in front of Hurst and in between the slips and down towards the boundary for 4. Takes him to 39 not out, 93 for 2.
But yeah, you can hear the sounds of battle from...
Balderson to Ahmed, nips back in, deflects down towards the slips off the thigh pad. So this a yearly thing, this then, is it?
Oh no, weekly.
A weekly thing,
over the summer, yeah. No, in
Right.
Peasholm Park, behind the sort of about 100 yards or 150 yards or so behind the ground, up sort of north.
Right. Okay.
Of North Marine Drive.
I've only been once to Scarborough for the cricket. Left by Ahmed, taken by Hurst. Lancashire played Yorkshire in a one-day game there a few years ago, but I think in the end...
But that was a good crowd, wasn't it?
It was a terrific crowd, it was. But unfortunately, we didn't see a single ball bowled.
Oh.
It rained the night before,
Oh, no.
and the ground staff struggled to get the pitch covered, and water got onto the pitch. And even though the day was nice, it was nice and sunny, but we didn't see any cricket because of the damage that was done from the rain from the night before. Balderson to Ahmed, left again.
That must have cost Yorkshire a fortune.
Yeah, it was a pretty sad, because it was full. I mean, Lancashire, Yorkshire at Scarborough had not happened for years.
Yeah, that'd have been 6,000. That would have better packed the ground for that. And oh, what a shame!
So that's been
What a shame.
the only trip to Scarborough for cricket. There was scheduled to be some 4-day games there between Lancashire and Yorkshire, but they got cancelled because of COVID, and then they didn't reschedule them for the following year. He defends this time as Riyad Ahmed. And there's no addition to the score. He's bowling nicely, Balderson, but I wonder if this little opening spell might be coming to an end. I've just seen Anderson Phillip warming up. He's been bowling for 50 minutes this morning. And a little unlucky, George Balderson, not to have found a breakthrough. But Hill and Ahmed still going nicely. 93 for 2. Hill on 30 and Ahmed on 39.
Yeah, I'm always surprised they don't schedule more Roses games for Scarborough. It's such a popular venue. But I guess obviously you can get many more into Headingley, and if I mean they do fill them for the one-dayers, don't they, Headingley? So for the Roses one-dayers, sort of 18,000 in there, 17, 18,000. Williams is in, bowls, fullish, edged, and edged for 4 by Lewis Hill. He was drawn into the drive again, and it was a little bit flat-footed from Hill. Thickish edge, it went wide of Jennings. Jennings did sort of throw himself to the right without actually diving, suggesting it was in the air, you know. It would have been a definite catch for probably third slip around about tummy high, to be honest. Hill lucky, moves on to 34. Williams is in, bowls to him again. He's advancing down the pitch again, but then defending back to the New Zealander. Remains 34, 97 for 2. Partnership up to 73 now. I remember being at Scarborough when, I don't know quite how it happened, but you always have problems with often have problems with the PA there, the system.
Right.
Williams up the slope, bowls to Hill, who cuts, tries to cut. It's very close to him, a bit too close to him to cut in the way he did, and he manages just about to get enough bat on it to squeeze it through the gully down towards third man and take a single. Moves on to 35, 98 for 2. But it started to, for some reason, relay the commentary from the Bowls Club next door. So
brilliant.
Yeah, it was, you know, but this was going out across the ground, and
that's fantastic.
Honestly, and it was, I don't know how it had happened, the wiring and whether it was a sort of, they hadn't understood the Wi-Fi. As Williams bowls, nice line and length, and Ahmed this time defends out into the offside. But there were all sorts about people sort of bowling their jacks and their
magnificent.
Much muttering among the Yorkshire crowd, who are not usually sort of slow to get annoyed and complain, and Julie did. There's always something not funny seems to happen, odd seems to happen there. Williams in, bowls a thick inside edge as he's half forward there, Ahmed, and ball squirts away down to Anderson Phillip, who is now at long leg in front of the electronic scoreboard. Ahmed into the 40s. 99 for 2.
Yeah, you can't beat a bit of outground cricket, can you? There's always something chaotic going on at some point during the course of a 4-day match at an outground.
It's good for fun, and of course that tiny little commentary boxes and wooden. We've only got one ISDN and all the oh crumbs. But it is fantastic. I mean, sitting on the other side of the ground, at the sort of Trafalgar Crescent side of it, when you can see the North York moors all purple and, you know, covered in heather in late summer and in the autumn, and then you can pop across the road to see the sea. Now like it, as they say in those parts. Williams is in, and Bowles Hill is lofting him high over long gone. I think that bounce just shot. No, it just made it. It just made it. Just in front of the sight screen, so I lost sight of it at the last second, just dropped over the rope. So a lovely straight drive. And again, the secret for Hill there was not trying to overhit it. Advanced down the pitch. Williams didn't adjust his length. Hill just walked into the lofted drive, and it flew high again. You couldn't hear it really off the bat. It was a super piece of timing from Hill, who overtakes Ahmed. He moves on to 41. Ahmed 40, 105 for 2, and this is turning into quite a useful partnership as far as the Foxes are concerned. 81 it's worth now.
There's barely any follow-through with that, was there?
No, just a super piece of timing.
It was. It will be George Balderson coming out, so a 6-over spell by Balderson, 6 overs, 1 maiden for 15. But yeah, he got quite a bit going on there, did Balderson. And count himself a wee bit unfortunate not to have claimed a wicket. Will be Anderson Phillip.
It's lighter now, isn't it?
Yes.
That dark cloud is just drifting away now.
I'll be hoping the Leicestershire batsmen that conditions are changing a little bit and maybe easing a fraction, albeit not sure if the pitch has changed too much.
Yeah, they need a breakthrough now. The visitors, Lancashire.
They do. Turn to some Anderson Phillip. It will be the quickest of Lancashire's bowlers. 105 for 2. Riyad Ahmed on strike, off the back foot, and drops it into the offside for a single. So yeah, he's waiting until the 30th over to bring Anderson Phillip into the attack, but as I say, I think last night and for the first hour or so this morning, the other three would have relished the prospect of bowling.
A lot of Lancashire, well, few Lancashire batters got starts, didn't they? But none were quite able to go on. These two, the first in the match to sort of go into the 40s.
Yeah, this is the biggest partnership of the game, isn't it?
Oh.
This Hill plays and misses. Looking to cut it, plays underneath the ball. Was it 74 that Wells and Jennings added for the first wicket yesterday? And then not a lot following that for Lancashire, and these two now 82 for the third wicket here, so biggest partnership in the game. It's the deficit now. It's 100, isn't it? Exactly 100.
Exactly 100, yeah.
Anderson Phillip in bowls to Hill. Keeps that out. Just pushing the ball away into the offside, no run. Hill on 41, just like his batting partner at the other end. Just on outgrounds. Actually, Lancashire's next 3 championship matches are all being played at outgrounds. Blackpool, Chesterfield and Cheltenham. It's Phillip. Comes tearing in bowls. Flashed away, it's in the air, but bouncing in the end in front of Bailey at mid-wicket. He does well, actually, Bailey. Low to his left to stop it. They scamper through for a single. Moves on to 42. It brings the deficit down into double figures now. 99 behind. And 107 for 2.
Chesterfield, a ground I have yet to visit.
Yes, it's a new one for me, that.
Good stuff.
At least in 4-day cricket. I did go many years ago for a 1-day match that Lancashire played there. Oh, actually, maybe in a T20 game. As Phillip is in short, hammered away by Ahmed towards the cover boundary for 4. Short and wide by Anderson Phillip, and Riyad Ahmed off one leg, carving the ball up and over cover point out to the boundary for 4.
Just wondering whether both feet were actually off the ground when he hit that. Well, it kind of was, because his left foot hopped as well. His right foot certainly miles off the ground, but he hopped as well. So if the photographers have got that one at the exact point of contact, I wouldn't be surprised if both feet were off the ground.
Yes, floating for a second in mid-air. 111 for 2. Phillip bowls again, and he goes again for 4 more. It's an emphatic looking shot from Riyad Ahmed. Again, hopping up at least 1 foot, if not both, for a fraction off the ground and carved away in front of square. But I think enjoying that, just a little bit of extra pace. Riyad Ahmed, it's an outrageous looking shot for 4. He moves to 49, 115 for 2.
Yeah, you can't bowl there to him with a lightning fast outfield and no cover on that side of the ground. He will smash it away all day.
We're only an hour in, but
tough for Harris now, isn't it?
Yeah, this feels like potentially quite a pivotal hour, that, because they're not through it and there's still loads of work to do and they're still behind in the game, but surviving that 45-minute, 50-minute spell with Bailey, Balderson could be quite an important part of the day for Leicestershire.
Yeah, it sort of feels that way. That said, these two have kind of got to go on, haven't they? They've got to build on this now. A lot of Leicestershire players have had sort of 50s, 60s, 70s, not that many. Ahmed, one of them, have gone on to make a century this season, and centuries change games, not 50s really. Will Williams is in to Hill, who's again advancing down the pitch. Is caught behind. No. Well, there's a bit of a celeb appeal from Williams. He goes chasing down towards Keaton Jennings, doesn't even look back at umpire Milnes, which will not impress umpire Milnes, I don't think. Indeed, he's got both hands on his hips and he's giving Williams a little bit of a, I suspect, either a look or a quiet telling off, and then indicates that it clipped the left sort of thigh perhaps of Hill, or the bat hit. I mean, Hill, I don't think is a walker as such, but he didn't look guilty. In goes Williams and bowls outside off stump. Hill leaves.
It was a lovely piece of bowling by Will Williams.
It was.
He's probably thinking, you know what, that's such a good ball, it deserves a wicket, but yeah, he's not nicked it. And I think Williams knew it, really, because he didn't turn around and plead with the umpire, did he?
But it's not going to keep the umpire on your side if you do. I'd yeah, be a bit careful. In he goes, the tall New Zealander goes running in and bowls touch short. Hill goes back and tucks it out towards mid-on and takes on the arm of the fielder and gets there. It's Blatherwick who's out there.
Yeah, I just saw George Balderson going off in between the last over. So John Blatherwick coming out to the 12th man for Lancashire, with Balderson just, at least for the time being, off the field.
Well, we've had a symphony of car horns, now getting a symphony of what, scaffolding poles being hit? I don't know. Strange times. Williams is in, bowls on the legs of Ahmed, who loves it there, clips it away to square leg. That'll be four. That will be Ahmed's 50. Really nice shot from Ahmed, who's begun not so much to cut loose, but he's always looking to be positive, and he's connected a few times in the last few overs. His third four in, I think, 7 deliveries. He moves on to 53, and it's come off 102 balls.
I mean, he's got such a wonderful way of doing it, hasn't he? Wonderful way of accumulating runs, of defending, of leaving, playing his shots. Needs to go on though, doesn't he now?
He does. Williams is in. He's turning that one off, so he's going to continue with another single. Turns it down to Phillip at long leg and takes one. See if we can give you the Ahmed figures. Was as I say, 102 deliveries. Let's check how many fours for you in a moment. Scott heads next door to update BBC Radio Manchester. Harris decides to change his field, giving Williams a little more cover on the leg side. Williams is in and bowls to Hill, who whips it away towards mid-wicket, but that man out there is Tom Bailey now, so that cover was well placed, so to speak, by Harris, because he saved 3 runs. Hill keeps a strike. There we go. 7 fours for Rehan. Partnership up to 98 for the 3rd wicket now. Philip does have a lot of cover now on both sides of the wicket as runs in and bowls to Hill, squared up and hit on the right leg above the pad and hopping around. He's going to have a horrible bruise there. Inner part of the thigh is limping off towards umpire Milnes and going down on one knee to give it a firm rub. It might take a moment or two to recover from that one, Lewis Hill. That was a stinger. He's back in position now. Philip, nettled no doubt by the previous deliveries in terms of conceding fours, runs down the slope and bowls to Hill, who defends on the back foot out towards mid-on, intercepted en route by mid-wicket Bohannon running into field. Obviously there's no run. Hill again walks away towards square leg, rubbing that sort of inner part of his upper right leg. Off his first over. Anderson Phillip better so far in his second. In he goes and bowls and beats Hill on the outside edge. Hill looking to force the slightly short of a length delivery away from outside off stump. Again, not much foot movement. He goes through with the shot anyway and it bounces over his outside edge into the gloves of Hurst. Nicely bowled from Phillip. As I say, it's been a better over so far than his first. 1-2 for 2. Good first hour though for Leicestershire. They've had to work hard for the first sort of 3/4 of an hour, but the run's now beginning to come at a better rate. Run rate is 3.8 as Phillip races in, bowls to Hill. Fullish, straightish. Hill just leans forward and blocks it back up the pitch on the offside. Scott's back.
Yeah, it's been a good hour. A little bit of good fortune along the way, but that's okay. You need that from time to time. Question now for Hill and for Ahmed is that can they use that bit of good fortune that they've had a little bit and really push on? I mean, this could be a very commanding morning session, this, for the league leaders, if they continue to go on like this.
Phillip races in, bowls, lovely delivery that bounces and leaves Hill. Pretty sure he played at that. He's got his back to us and he sort of brought the bat back inside the line. But for me, after he'd had a little play at it, let's have a look. Am I doing him an injustice? No. He had a play at it. Got away with it. Much better this from Phillip.
Yeah. Nice carry through that, wasn't it, to the keeper.
But it does take time here. It is a slightly idiosyncratic ground in terms of the bowler's run-ups. In he goes and bowls very full, and well, I've just been praising him to the skies, and he bowled a half volley and Hill put it away to the cover boundary, extra cover boundary for 4, and Phillip kicks at the air in fury, and that's the 100 partnership. And so 5 good balls and then 1, and he just lost his length and got punished. And that is Hill on 2. 48, 126 for 2.
Yeah, the reaction from Anderson Phillip told the story, didn't it? Juicy half volley, wasn't it? Hammered away for 4. Not going to miss out on that, isn't Lewis Hill? Brings up the century partnership. Phillip bowled 5 good deliveries there and then just got the last one wrong. Cut a rather frustrating figure, did Anderson Phillip, booting the ground in frustration. Might be a sense of frustration amongst some of the Lancashire players this morning. It's felt like a pretty frustrating hour, that. It's taken nothing away from the skill and the application shown by the 2 batsmen. Lancashire might feel just a bit frustrated that they've not managed to rattle a couple out in that first hour.
Yeah. They haven't had the rub of the green, but it's also good application shown by both Ahmed and Hill in that first 45 minutes.
There's Williams in and bowling, left alone by Ahmed. Taken by Hurst. So he's used all his seam options, hasn't he, Marcus Harris, now, with Bailey and Balderson, Williams and Phillip.
Who does he go back to sort of tie things down again a little bit? Who wants to get control back on the
Probably Balderson.
Scoreboard, or do you go to Hartley?
Maybe some
try
spin.
And just
yeah.
try and
Yep.
see if that.
Williams in. Ahmed flashes the ball away off his pads down to fine leg for 1 run. Moves on to 55, 127 for 2. Yeah, he's been quite keen to get Hartley into the action as Marcus Harris. He bowled him pretty early last week against Derbyshire in both innings, and I think even with pretty much the second new ball, I think he came into the attack after about 7 overs when Lancashire took a new ball. Balderson likely to be probably the most economical. Williams sets off, and that's nudged away by Hill. Down to Philip again at fine leg. He moves slowly towards his half century. 49 not out, 128 for 2.
Conditions much better now, much lighter.
Mm-hmm. So quite a strong breeze around the ground. The trees are blowing back and forth. There's a couple of flags wrapped around one of the floodlight pylons that's flapping away in the breeze. That's another single for Ahmed, tucked away to the leg side.
Yeah, he's going to have to stand up, Hurst, I think, because both batsmen are now using their feet nearly every delivery in a way, as Jennings was doing, and indeed calls for the helmet.
Yep, Jack Blatherwick hurrying out with the helmet. But yeah, conditions have just changed a little bit. It was really thick, gloomy, overcast conditions the first 45 minutes or so. Slightly, still cloud cover, but slightly lighter cloud. Quite as dark and gloomy as we had when we got underway at 11 o'clock. So with Hurst with the helmet standing up, 2 slips in place, Hill on 49. And that beats Hill, who's now being cramped for a bit of room inside the crease with the keeper right up behind him. Nice take by Hurst. 129 for 2, Leicestershire. Trailing by just 77 now, with plenty of batting to come for the Foxes, pushing themselves into a strong position. Final ball of the over. Williams to Hill, plays calmly off the front foot and defends. Back to Williams. That completes the over. 129 for 2.
Yeah, and the run rate is good. 3.8 now, despite the struggle, the hard work they've had to put in this morning, Ahmed and Hill. And again, that's the point Logan van Beek made yesterday. When we're not picking up wickets, we control the scoreboard. And he said, although they were 70 odd without loss coming up to lunch, he said it was only sort of 2.5 at the very most per over. So you knew if you picked up a couple of wickets, the score hadn't really gone anywhere too quickly. And so it proved.
Yeah, these two have bounced along at a good rate, haven't they? They've pushed the score forward.
We haven't had a menu yet, have we? I shall see if I can get one sent to me. They like us to choose in advance. Which we don't mind doing, do we?
Absolutely not, no. All good. No, it was lovely yesterday. It was very nice.
Philip then from the Bennett end charges in, bowls on off stump, and Ahmed leans forward, just pushes it, pokes it out towards cover. Williams enthusiastically seizes on the ball, turns, hurls the ball at the non-striker's end, but Hill had gone nowhere, and the throw misses anyway. Mid-on does the backing up.
It was Market Harborough for me last night.
Yes.
I'm staying this week. Very nice.
There's posh.
Is it?
No, it's not.
Nice, lovely spot.
Oh, it is.
Yeah,
it
very
is.
nice.
Yeah, very
Couple
nice.
of cracking pubs.
Good stuff. Philip is in and bowls on the legs of Ahmed, nibbles it away. Down 2 wide, long leg. Luke Wells, what if we'll see him
Possible.
purveyor?
Yeah.
Little bit of spin before too long.
All options are on the table, aren't they? For Marcus Harris here, he's ace cards, and then this is not because they bowl badly, far from it, but they just it hasn't produced the breakthrough. Balderson, Bailey, Williams, Philip so far. What's he thinking next? Lancashire skipper.
Philip bowls outside off stump. Hill goes for the cut, top edges it over the top of the slips to the boundary for 4, and that is Hill's 50. Slightly fortuitous way to go to it perhaps, but it's been a really good effort by the former skipper. He scored his runs quite quickly as well. He's gone to his 50 off 76 deliveries, and he has scored 6 fours and 1 6.
Yes, and enjoying just that little extra pace there, wasn't it? It wasn't a great ball by Anderson Phillip, but I think both batters have enjoyed just a little bit of extra pace on it.
Yeah. It was a legitimate shot, albeit that it came off the sort of top edge, so to speak. Philip is in again, bowls straighter line on the back foot. Hill forces out into the offside. Williams picks up, throws the ball up the stumps athletically, misses them, but I think it just about made his ground. There wasn't any real excitement as the ball flashed past the stumps. Good backing up by Balderson means no overthrows result, but Williams keeping the batters under pressure, making sure that they run those singles very quickly and run their bats in.
It's good running though, isn't it? It's really positive cricket. I mean, he's just hit a 4 with the last delivery, that thick top edge, but and then next ball, right, one of the single. Just keep things ticking over.
Philip into Ahmed, flashed away down 2, third man for 4, in the air through gully, and Philip entitled to give Ahmed a bit of a look there, because that was flashed away in the air, and had there been a gully would most definitely have been in the game. There was no chance for Bailey, who's at third man. Again, although it has rained, the outfield continues to be lightning fast, and it was across the boundary almost before Bailey had sort of taken a couple of steps towards the ball.
Problems here for Lancashire.
Yep, 111 the partnership now, and the run rate is almost at 4 and over. Philip going around the park and goes and bowls and a little bit short and straight, and Ahmed, I have no idea really what he was quite trying to do there. He sort of leant back and tried to guide it down to third man, went over the top of his bat, top part of his bat, and through to Hill, but trying to innovate, trying to score. Ahmed didn't get anything on it and was fortunate not just to tickle a catch through to Hurst behind the stumps. End of the over. 139 for 2, but Philip has conceded 24 from his 3 overs, 8 and over.
Yeah, can't go on that, can it?
No, it can't. And you know, if he's going to spell the top seamers, he's got to give them a proper spell, keep control of the scoreboard.
There's Will Williams, keeper standing back up again, tucked away into the onside by Hill for a single. 140 for 2. I don't know who he goes back to on that for that top end, because the instinct will be Balderson. I suspect would give you a lot of control, but he has bowled a lot in this first 7 games. I mean, I think he's played in all 7 matches this season, I'm pretty sure, and he does carry a lot of the workload for Lancashire. Williams in balls again, driven off the back foot by Ahmed, tumbling stop by Hartley, and there's no run.
May have to try the spinners.
Could be Hartley, couldn't it? Who's showing no signs yet of warming up. But there's Captain Marcus Harris do at the other end, desperate, just trying to get some control here. Really, this defender by Ahmed. Run rate's at 4 and over. 40 for 2. He could do with Williams just slipping into a very nice little spell here, kind of a classic Williams spell, keeper standing up, bowling nice and tight, just keeping one end tight and then see what he can do from the other. But he's at the minute he's in a pretty tricky spot. Lancashire skipper, 140 for 2. Ahmed on 61. There is Williams. Into Riyad Ahmed. It's worked into the onside. There's no run. That's decent from Williams. Bowling pretty straight. Keeper standing up. Short mid-wicket in place. Can he keep that going? Will Williams, 140 for 2. Sets off again. Striding in past the umpire, over the wicket and bowls. To run down to third man, just for a single. Wells comes up from the boundary.
Afternoon to Mike Jelfs, who's not at the ground today, watching the excellent Leicestershire stream and listening to our commentary. If we do go on to win this, Lancashire cannot say it was due to the weather. These are good bowling conditions. They certainly were first thing. They're not bad now. I mean, it's not hot, so it's not sapping in that respect, but...
Final ball of the over, Williams to Hill. It's defended, just nibbled back in towards him, that delivery from Williams. Quite out of the meat of the bat, the forward defensive, of the kind of thickish inner half. But he keeps the ball out, end of the over. He's got some... potentially something from this end with Williams, who looks like he's settling into a nice enough spell. He's going to have to change from that top end. I don't think Anderson Phillip is going to continue. No, it's going to be Tom Bailey. Yeah, Phillip, 3 overs for 24. Is replaced, and Bailey comes back in. I was just looking at the overs that the bowlers have sent down this season, and George Balderson has bowled up 180 overs this season. That's more than anybody else. So I mean, it's considerably more than any other seam bowler. His economy rate is under 3 and over.
Yeah.
16 wickets. He's the leading wicket taker as well.
Down the slope he comes and bowls outside off stump, little bit short, bounces above Ahmed's attempt. Slightly one attempt to flick it away. Nice delivery from Bailey, but it's a big burden, isn't it, that?
Yeah.
On his shoulders, and I suspect he wouldn't have been massively keen to come back for a second spell.
No, I agree.
Quite this quickly.
Yeah.
We're only 36 overs into the innings. Down the slope he comes, bowls, Fuller, and this time Ahmed pushes it just slightly wide of the scrambling Harris. Harris does scramble across and gets to the ball, puts in the slide at extra cover by the time he gets there. Deepish extra cover, and makes sure that it is just 1 to Ahmed, moves on to 63.
He's likely to get a decent break for a couple of weeks, Balderson. I don't suspect he'll play much T20 cricket for Lancashire.
In he goes, Bailey, short, pulled around the corner, down towards deep backwards square. There is a deep square. Hartley, around about 80 yards from the bat, and his throw doesn't get anywhere near Hurst, who gives who gives Hartley a bit of a look as he comes running a good 10 yards in front of the stumps. He's throwing into the breeze. Where are the flag? Again, no real... Oh, there's a flag. Yeah. Yeah, he's throwing straight. Actually, yeah, it's actually well extended, that flag, isn't it?
A bit of a battering.
Bailey is in, bowls very full, dug out by Ahmed and poked out towards mid-wicket. Yeah, so he was throwing into the, not a gale, but of a strong wind. But even so, it was a long way short, that one, from Hartley, and he raised a hand in apology to Matty Hurst. He'll moved on to 56 with that pull. Partnership to 119. They began the day 59 for 2, Leicestershire. Bailey is in short, very short, and even Ahmed doesn't try and hook it. Got in position, and he rehearses a little sort of ramp, but pulled out of any shot in the end. Richard Jones has been in touch on Blue Sky to say he's watching in Rothesay. Well, he did tell me how to pronounce this. Roster, R-O-C-E-S-T-E-R, Roster.
Yep, not heard of it.
In goes Bailey, and bowls flashed down to third man for 4 by Ahmed. Threw the bat at it, top edged it over about third slip, very, very high over third slip, but just threw his hands at the ball. And he's seeing it well enough now to have got plenty on it and flash it down to third man for 4. So Ahmed on to 67. The run's coming quickly now. The run rate up to 4. Leicestershire 147 for 2. Well, Richard's in roster, hopefully. As usual, he says, that's in Staffordshire, as usual, although his Lancashire wife Jane is doing her best to ignore proceedings. She's pretending it's not happening.
Yes, it's a little
She
bit...
may not be alone.
No, it's a little bit hiding behind the sofa type thing, isn't it?
But good afternoon to you both, anyway. These staffs.
Williams to continue. Left by Hill. Taken by Hurst, who's standing up.
I think this is probably a good move. He's just taking he's not trying to try and bowl quickly, just trying to bowl accurately and hit the top of off and get a little bit of movement and see if he can frustrate the batsman out.
I think that the last over and the one prior to that, Williams probably just settling into what you are accustomed to seeing from him, really, especially with situations like this. Keeper standing up, bowling pretty straight, and just trying to slow things down, drag things back a bit here. He's nudged away off the pads, just bowled a little too straight there, Williams, and flicked away down to fine leg for a single, just took it off his pad at Lewis Hill. 148 for 2. Some gentle stretches here from Tom Hartley, twirling his arms around and loosening his hips. Not seen him yet. Well, actually, he bowled the first over of the day, didn't he? And then was replaced. Williams loops back round from his mark from the pavilion end and trots back into Ahmed off the back foot, forced away, but too Hartley at cover. And there's no run. Quite like just a period of calm, I think, Marcus Harris. Just, yes, a breakthrough, of course, but just a sense that things have calmed down. But there's no urgency now, really, for Leicestershire, because they've scored so freely in the morning session. Almost 100 runs added so far. Almost. As Williams bowls. It's turned down to fine leg for 1 run, moves on to 68 not out. 149 for 2. Brings Lewis Hill back on strike. So 2 slips as well. George Bell and Keaton Jennings. Third man, which is Luke Wells, and fine leg, which is Anderson Phillip. He'll be brooding down there, the fast bowler, having been walloped around the ground in his couple of overs so far today. Turned into the onside by Hill, finds mid-wicket, which is Josh Bohannon. It's a deep mid-wicket. Tom Bailey, Hartley's at cover. Captain, mid-off. George Balderson is at mid-on for Lancashire. 149 for 2. Williams in to complete the over. Again, turn to the leg side where Bohannon fields. There's no run, so just 2 coming off that. He's got a little bit of calm from this pavilion end. He's hoping for something similar from the Bennett end. Is the Lancashire captain with just a little over half an hour left of the morning session. 149 for 2. Leicestershire trail by 57 runs.
And it's beginning to look ominous.
Yes,
for Lancashire.
it is.
But as we saw yesterday, one wicket can quickly bring another couple. And if they can pick up a couple before lunch, they'll feel that they're still very much in the game. Bailey, the main man, is in. Bowls to Ahmed on off stump. Ahmed strokes it out towards Harris at mid-off.
Yeah, this desperate might be a bit of an exaggeration, but the need to try and get one before lunch, absolutely vital really for Lancashire.
Yeah, if these two get through to lunch, the scores are not going to be that far apart. With a lot of batting to come. Ooh, the menu's arrived. Let's have a look. It perks up no end. Outside off stump, steered by Ahmed down to find third man. Quickly on it is Balderson, so it is just a single to Ahmed. He moves on to 69. 150 up for Leicestershire. Partnership 126, so it came together with a score on 24 and 59 at the close yesterday, so 91 they've added so far today. And I'll let you choose first. As Bailey is down the slope and bowls outside off stump. A little bit of width and Hill can guide it down nicely. Little bend of the knees and a glance rather than a cut down to Balderson again, a third man. Ticking over nicely, the scorecard.
Take the top one, thank you.
Right, you are. Which is... oh, okay. And I will go pasta, I think. It's very green, the menu. In goes, in goes Bailey and pushed off the off stump to Will Williams at extra cover by Rahan Ahmed. 151 for 2.
I was chatting about George Balderson before, wasn't I? About the number of games he's played and the amount of bowling he's done this season. He's been yeah, just been pointed out to me.
Bailey bowls, bouncer down the leg side, and Ahmed slightly inconvenienced by that when he sort of bobbed at the knees and started to sway away, then realised it was sort of heading down that side and had to slightly adjust his evasion.
Yeah, 170, well, this message says 173 overs, which is fair enough, it's in that vicinity, and under 3 runs an over with 16 wickets at 32. Pretty decent given that 60% were at Old Trafford pitches as well, yeah, which is a good point.
Very decent. In he comes, bowls to Ahmed, nice and straight on off stump. Ahmed on the back foot, blocks it out into the offside. But he does look a touch resigned at the moment. As I say, he didn't want to be bowling a second spell, and it could be a decent second spell in terms of its length this morning, I suspect. With plenty of overs left to be bowled today, and he's having to go back to Balderson as well.
He is. Right on theme. Having been chatting about him for 20 minutes or so, it is Balderson who really plays a significant part in this team, and has been pointed out on the message, it does carry, and the phrase that think about players' workloads, George Balderson bears the biggest load of our seamers. He does, yeah. He's such a reliable bowler now. Not had the runs this season so far, but 73 I think last week against Derbyshire is standout not, but the role he plays in the team with the ball becoming ever more important. Can he find a breakthrough? Flashed away by Hill, up and over mid-off, bouncing down towards the boundary. Harris is chasing after it, and he will claw it back before it reaches the rope. And they've run 3 in the process. Score moves on to 154 for 2, and Hill to 61. So half an hour left this morning. And lunch will feel Well, it's been a bit tricky, kind of 40 minutes for Lancashire to try and regroup, unless they can try and force something here in this final half an hour before the break. Riyad Ahmed's on strike. Balderson's in. He's turned up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Super stuff by these two. Partnership 130 now. Deficit down to 52. There's going to be little in it between the two sides at lunch. Leicestershire looking to go on and push themselves into a very strong position through the course of the afternoon. Balderson over the wicket to Ahmed, just drops it into the offside. They've done that well, these two. There's been some good shots, some flamboyant shots from Riyad Ahmed in particular, but actually just the positivity, the running between the wickets has been excellent. Just dropped into the offside. They both knew that they were on the same wavelength there. They knew there was a single.
Yeah, there were a couple of very tight ones early on that Bahanan had certainly the first one, had he hit, I think Hill might have been gone, but other than that, they've kept the fielders on the toes.
Balderson to Hill. He's defended. He's taken a step towards Balderson, then works it with a slightly angled bat to mid-on. No addition to the score. 55 for 2. It's a blustery day, isn't it, today?
It is. You can hear the regular listeners will know the sound of the tiles lifting on the roof of the commentary box.
As long as it's not the roof lifting. Balderson to Hill, lovely shot, 4 runs.
Yeah.
It's through mid-on, straight mid-on. It's a whisker away from kissing the stumps at the non-striker end. It's so straight, but it's a gorgeous looking shot. Played one earlier today, Lewis Hill. He's dispatched another pretty emphatically down the ground to take him to 65 not out. 159 for 2.
Yeah, and that is the 100 for the session. There's still 26 minutes.
Yeah. Balderson to Hill. Defender back to the Lancashire bowler. And there is no run. It's the end of the over. 3 to start it, then a single, and then that beautiful straight drive for 4. Just watching that back on the replay. Oof, lovely shot. Second of the day from Hill, which he's punched straight down the ground. And partnership now 135, 159 for 4. And as Richard said, that's 100 runs for the morning session with 25 minutes to go. Good stuff by Hill and by Ahmed.
Bailey continues down the slope, bowls to Ahmed. Slower ball, I think, and Ahmed picked it up fairly quickly and just dropped his bat, waited and dropped his bat on it, pushed it out into the offside. Williams fields. Yes, tiles lifting refers to the polystyrene, I think, or something like that. Ceiling tiles in the... I do put them back in place, but it doesn't kind of make... They just blow straight out again. They don't sort of stay in place. In goes Bailey and bowls and just dabs it down nicely. Ahmed out towards backward point. Takes the first one quickly just in case, but it is just one as Williams gets there. Pulls the ball back and gets his throw away. 160 for 2. Ahmed on to 71. But it's an awful lot better in here than the potting shed. Would you have been around for that?
Yes,
I was here when I started. All
Yeah.
of you older than you look, young man.
I'm afraid I am.
Well, that's
Very,
yeah.
very kind of you to say.
That's all right.
I'm 55.
I'm impressed. Your skincare regime must be outstanding, but
I'm not 55.
no. In goes Bailey. Bowls. Good bouncer to Hill, but well played by Hill. Just bobs at the knees, but bends at the knees, squats if you like, and then leans backward. A manoeuvre that would have many of us toppling backwards as well, but he manages to stay on his feet and evade the ball as well. Harris has moved Williams to a sort of third slip. So he's got Jennings sort of at 1.5 slips, and Williams at third stroke fourth. Another bouncer, but that is a really short one from Bailey, and will be signalled one for the over, I'm sure. Indeed it is.
Yes, I remember those old potting sheds. I commentated with, would he have been your predecessor, John Shaw?
Yes, yeah.
I was up here in them old sheds with him.
Yeah, we say potting sheds because it was constructed largely of ageing timber.
They had their charm to a
they
degree.
They did. Yeah. As Bailey is in and bowls, Hill defends on the back foot off stump, no run. You had to sweep up all the dead blue bottles when you came in a new season, and the carpet was such as it was rather past its best. It wasn't completely waterproof in there, as a consequence of which the rubber from underneath the carpet, well anyway, let's not go into unpleasant detail. We're about to have our lunch.
Yeah, exactly.
Bailey is in and bowls nice and straight and squares up Hill slightly. Hill manages to get his bat on it, push it back up the pitch past Tom Bailey, who takes his cap from umpire Adnan, having bowled 15 overs out of the 41 in the innings so far, 1 for 50 his figures, but with 71 overs left to be bowled today, he could be looking at a long and hard day in the dirt, as they describe it sometimes. Is that Hartley doing some interesting stretches down there?
Yeah, a few yoga moves, I think.
Yeah, there's the old downward dog.
Yes, time for a bit of left arm spin. Again, he could have quite a big role to play this afternoon, Tom Hartley. Shaping up to be a pretty tough couple of sessions, this for Lancashire, heading in through the course of this second day. Here is Balderson to Ahmed. He's driven it, but off the inner half of the bat. Flicks away down towards square leg for a single.
It was a little bit airy, a little bit loose from Rahan.
There's just a little sign of maybe some sun. just brightened up a little bit, maybe. Just trying to burn through. Still reasonably thick cloud cover, but feels a touch warmer than what it did first thing this morning. 161 for 2. Hill's on strike, and George Balderson sets off again. Turned out towards the leg side by Hill, fielded by Bohannon at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, Hartley's going to have a go here, isn't he, before the lunch break? Presumably replacing Tom Bailey. I say presumably, he could of course replace Balderson. It's just that Bailey's a little bit further into that spell than what Balderson is. Which end would he prefer as well? Over the wicket, bowling, swatted down the ground by Hill. One bounce, and another, and then it's over the rope, and it's 4 more runs. Ending the morning session firmly on the front foot, Leicestershire. 69 to Hill now, 165 for 2.
Yeah, that was a bit dismissive, wasn't it? He walked down and slugged him. Very straight, sort of almost back over his head.
41 behind. Keeper instantly comes and stands right up behind the stumps. Balderson to Hill. Defender brings the bat down, keeps the ball out as he just nips back in towards him.
I have mentioned that he hasn't got 100 this season, Hill. 96 was his best at Cardiff, so he'll be very keen to go on here.
He's got 20 minutes of batting to do before the lunch break. He's 69 not out, 165 for 2. Balderson to Hill off the front foot, defending to cover where Bell fields. Clear yell of no. There's been a couple of sharp singles, but in the main they've run really well. Hill and Ahmed have been quite positive, and they've been pushing at 3.5, almost 4 and over through the innings. Really have to absorb a little bit of pressure this morning, certainly. He goes again, Hill.
Again?
Up and over, cover this time. Bouncing out towards the boundary. Harris will catch up with it. And they run 3. Again, another 3. Been a few of those this morning.
It's a bit unhill-like, those 2 last shots. Not used to seeing him do that sort of thing. He didn't quite get all of that, did he? Balderson entitled to feel a little, if not disgruntled, not entirely gruntled. Yeah, Hill scores this season 96, as I mentioned, in the first innings at Glamorgan, 24 and 41. Derbyshire 64 at Old Trafford. I forgot that actually. 55 and 13 at Bristol. 6 and 1 against Northamptonshire. 12 and 23 not out at Lord's. So good scores.
Yep.
But he'll really want to go on and get to 3 figures. It's amazing the difference that makes to people's perception, doesn't it? That just getting across from 2 to 3 figures. 144 the partnership now, and it's going to be a good rate. They've got the rate for the innings as a whole over 4s now, and well over 100 in the session. What's the delay?
I think it's Tom Hartley's going to come on, so George Bell's putting on some
helmets.
pads, isn't he?
Helmets and pads.
Bell with the task of strapping on the protective gear. Yeah, I remember that knock with Ahmed at Old Trafford.
So they put in a big partnership there as well, didn't they?
It was I remember it being quite a decent.
Look.
I thought it
Must have done. Right.
Yeah, he got 64, didn't he, Hill? Yeah. I thought he batted with Ahmed for a bit, but maybe my memory's playing tricks on me.
Is it me? Hartley is in, and just Hill looking to push it onto the leg side. Just comes off the pad to Bell. Well, he picks up anyway. Hartley in, bowls, drops a little bit short. Hill can go back and cut it out to the sweeper on the point boundary and take 1. Yeah, he put on most of his runs with Hanscom, I think.
Right, okay.
They both got 50s. And he was caught off a skied pull off Balderson by Jones. He put on 140, but that was with Hanscom, who is yet to come.
Yeah, there's still a bit to come, isn't there?
There is. They're back all the way down. Hartley into Ahmed, who goes back and smacks it away through extra cover for 4. Hit it sort of to the right of Bahannon's right hand at extra cover. It looked as though it was inevitably going to go to the left of him. Maybe his weight was on the other foot, but flung himself to his right. Almost got his hand to it, couldn't quite, and it had enough on it to get to the boundary. Ahmed on to 76. Goes back ahead of Hill.
It's a terrific shot, isn't it? He managed to create room for himself.
Straight, yeah. Hartley blows on his bowling hand and grasps the ball, goes in and bowls. Again, a little bit short. Ahmed goes back and cuts it out to the sweeper on the point boundary, whose Bailey takes his single, and that is the 150 partnership now between these two for the 3rd wicket. And well, 150 partnerships do change games, that's for sure. Neither of them have gone past 3 figures yet, but it's the sort of partnership that really does give Leicestershire a platform to establish a dominant position in the game, really. Hartley in, Hill turns it just past the reaching Bell on the bounce. He didn't try and hit it hard, so Williams able to cover behind Bell. It's not often Hill sort of outscores Ahmed in terms of his scoring rate, but he is at the moment. Hartley is in, brings Lewis Hill forward defensively on the front foot, pushes it back up the wicket on the onside. Hartley fields off his own bowling, so 3 overs, one last night, one first thing this morning, and one over spells so far for Tom Hartley.
He has bowled a lot this season. I think he might be second on the list in terms of the number of overs sent down by Lancashire bowlers this season. Tom Hartley behind George Balderson, and again someone who I think has bowled really well, particularly bearing in mind he's bowled a lot at Old Trafford and a lot in the first innings. His economy rate is about 3 and over, which I think is a pretty impressive effort.
Yes, it is.
It'll be Balderson shuffling back in, having another go. That's off the back foot by Riyad Ahmed, worked out towards Hartley at point, and there's no run. And a terrific morning this has been for Leicestershire. It could develop into quite a brutal afternoon this for Lancashire. And the Foxes have enjoyed a really good morning. They've got through a very tricky 45 minutes this morning. That felt really important that they didn't lose a wicket in that spell. Balderson to Ahmed. That's just deflected maybe off his glove or some part of his bat, caught by Hurst. But a little shake of the head by the umpire, but seemed to bounce a little bit more from Balderson. 74 for 2.
So Balderson 185 overs, Bailey 158, Hartley 176.
Okay. Balderson 2, Ahmed forward in defence, and there's no run.
Anderson Phillip has bowled 100. I think this is coming into... No,
that'll be included in this game.
That includes this game. Luke Wells has bowled 73, so we might see something of him.
What's Hartley's economy? I think it was about 3.
2.91.
That's a terrific effort, then. Hartley, Balderson to Ahmed. That's turned up towards middle, and there's no run.
Bailey's is 3.51. Balderson's exactly 3. So he's been very tight. Will Williams, 72 overs, and his economy rate is 3.38. Might get a bit of Bohannon.
Yes, he seems to be increasingly a bowling option for Lancashire. Appeared to put that to bed for a few seasons. Defended by Ahmed back to Balderson, no run.
First Test match I ever attended as a spectator as a young boy was obviously at Headingley, taken by my brothers, and it was England against Australia, and Australia had a very good day. This must have been in the early 70s sometimes. I do remember an Australian, "Get your pads off, Notty, have a bowl." He wanted the wicket. England had a day in the dirt, and he was suggesting that it was time for the wicketkeeper to have a bowl.
Balderson to Ahmed in behind in defence, and there's no run. Maiden over that for George Balderson, 174 for 2 with 10 minutes left of the morning, and Leicestershire trail by 32.
I'm not suggesting it might be time for Matty Hurst to have a bowl, but I do remember that. I was at the age where very impressionable, and I was quite impressed by that. A very happy Australian in the crowd. Alan Knott. I wonder if he did ever have a bowl in first class cricket. He was a heck of a keeper. Jeff Arnold was bowling for England. Went on to be England bowling coach, didn't he, Jeff? Horse. Hartley will continue, so it won't be another 1 over spell for the left armour. Comes in and bowls to Lewis Hill, who is forward, just dabbing the ball out into the covers. Bella's moved from short leg to leg slip, interestingly. Hartley bowls, back goes Hill and cuts him out to the sweeper, who has been Bailey in the past and is Bailey in the present as well. Just moves up to his right to field. Is that a Leicester City flag on the floodlight pylon, the massive floodlight pylon? Their final game of the season, of a miserable season for the footballing foxes as back goes Ahmed and pushes the ball again out to Bailey, not with quite the velocity with which Hill cut the previous delivery. But as Hamish says, batting with a real degree of responsibility, Rehan Ahmed.
He did at Old Trafford too.
He did.
He obviously likes batting against Lancashire this season.
Yes. Hartley is in, gives it some air, nice one, nice delivery, nice loop to that one. Doesn't really turn though, and Hill is forward and can just push it back up the pitch to him. Bowles again, nice air, looking for turn, prepared to try. Brings Hill forward, nice length as well. Isn't too much there for him at the moment. 152 the partnership. And it's much warmer now here as well as the sun threatens to come out. Another nice delivery from Hartley, and Hill wasn't sure whether to go forward or back to that one. Ended up sort of waiting for it and just managing to get a bat on it. But again, there's no real turn or bounce for Tom Hartley, so it's all about flight as far as he's concerned, and pretty much his only weapon at the moment. It is still the second morning of the game.
Yeah. Quite a strong breeze, hasn't he, as well, which he could try and work with, blowing across the ground.
Yeah, just help him bring it in a bit to the right-handers.
.76 for 2. Balderson and Ahmed defends. Around comes Hurst from behind the stumps to field. Keeper stood up, down to one slip, which is Keaton Jennings, and a ring field really cover, point to cover mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket. Two fielders on the leg side boundary, deep mid-wicket, fine leg, and third man, which is Luke Wells. Forward again, calmly, in defence, Riyad Ahmed. Off the front foot, just pushing it away to the offside. There's no run bells under the pads there at cover. He's in close catching when Hartley's bowling. Balderson gives the ball a polish and sets off again. Flashed away off the hip towards Bailey. The square leg boundary moves to 79, not out. 177 for 2.
I'll give you some scores from elsewhere before the lunch interval. Derbyshire continue to pile on runs against Kent. 476 for 3.
Goodness.
They are at the moment.
Is Jewel still there? He got a big score, didn't he, Caleb Jewel, yesterday?
150 odd, but Madsen had started. Yeah, he's still there. He's gone past 200. He's 203, not out.
Balderson to Hill this time. It's punched away square of the wicket for 4, and I think he may have overstepped too. Balderson, he has. It's a no ball. It's a lovely timed shot, punched away off the back foot, square of the wicket for 4 more. Takes him to 78, 183 for 2.
Wayne Madsen failed. He got out for 100. Exactly 100 of 134 balls.
Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby last week was saying that they've had quite a few flat pitches at the county ground this season. So they've used quite a lot of hybrid surfaces. Balderson to Hill, just drags that a little short. Balderson, that's pulled, controlled pull shot, not a ferocious one, but just nicely rocking back and dragging the ball through the leg side for a single.
Northamptonshire likewise going very nicely against the Gloucesters. They're 420 for 8 at Northampton, obviously. And the other match in Division 2, Glamorgan all out for 383, Middlesex 14 for 1 in Cardiff.
Balderson to Ahmed, going back, easing the ball away through square leg for another single. 185 for 2, so 21 runs behind.
It's looking straightforward at the moment, isn't it? All of a sudden it looks a bit
153 runs behind at the start of play. 79 not out. Final ball for Balderson, presumably of the morning. Crunched away by Hill. Good stop by Hartley at point. Carved away, looking to find that ball through point, but good work by Hartley to stop it low to his right. Cut that pretty sharply, did Lewis Hill. He's on 79. Riyad Ahmed's on 80. We're edging towards the lunch break. 185 for 2, Leicestershire trail by 21.
First division scores: Nottinghamshire 228, Yorkshire 113 for 7 in Headingley. That match is moving on. Essex 217, Surrey 200 for 7 at the Oval. Durham 277 and 14 for 2, Somerset 172, lead by 119 then Durham. Hartley, we should have, no, this will be the last over before lunch, won't it? Now Hartley steps in and bowls to Ahmed, who goes back, cuts him off the top of the stumps, but above the stumps, and he's cut him to third man for 4. Nice shot from Ahmed, the proximity of the lunch interval notwithstanding, prepared to remain on the offensive. Just went back, rocked back. Wasn't too much wrong with the delivery. There was just enough width, wasn't there? And cut it on length as much as anything, as you should, I suppose. And Ahmed on to 84. Partnership 165, 189 for 2. Hartley is in again, a touch short. Ahmed goes back, but it's straighter this time, and he manoeuvres it out towards backward point, but there is a backward point. Balderson there, leaning on his with his hands on his knees. He looks a bit weary, George Balderson. He's got through a few overs this morning.
Through overs this season.
Yeah.
Keep you pleased for a little break next week.
Hartley is in. Lovely delivery, floated down towards Ahmed, who stretches forward. The ball takes the inside part of the bat and trickles out to Williams at mid-wicket. Sunshine. Looking ahead above, there's no real blue sky, but it's a very high white cloud now, blanket thereof. Again, loop, lovely loop as well from Hartley. He draws Ahmed into the sort of in-out drive. He gets plenty of it. Bahanan has to make a good stop to his right, but nice little battle here. 2 balls to go until lunch. Hartley steps in and bowls. Again, plenty of air. Again, just looking to give himself a bit of room is Ahmed. Driving, puff of dust. He doesn't really time it, and it goes out to Harris at mid-off. 1 ball to go in the session. Hartley steps in and bowls. Ahmed defends, and that is the end of the session. And what a session it has been for Leicestershire. No wickets lost in it. They have gone from 59 for 2 to 189 for 2, so they've added 130. Lewis Hill is 79 not out. Rehan Ahmed is 84 not out. They've put on 165 for the 3rd wicket so far. They are within almost touching distance of the Lancashire first innings score, with an awful lot of power to add. The Foxes very much on top here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Scott and I will be back with you after the lunch interval to see if Lancashire can fight back. But for now, enjoy your lunch, and we'll speak to you again shortly.
shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard. Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard. shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard. Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
No, it's not. Quick R5. Quick R.
David Mills and Hassan Ahmed. Lancashire side captain Marcus Harris. The not out Leicestershire batsman. Number 16, Rehan Ahmed, not out 84. Number 23, Lewis Hill, not out 79.
As you heard from Pete, the PA. Play is almost back underway here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. The afternoon session on this second day of the Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match between Leicestershire and Lancashire. Ball by ball commentary being brought to you by Scott Reed and myself, Richard Ray, of BBC Radio's Manchester and Leicester respectively. What a morning it was for Leicestershire, who went through the entire morning session without losing a wicket, adding 130 to their overnight score of 59 for 2. Lewis Hill and Rehan Ahmed going on from their morning scores of 16 and 26 to 79 and 84 not out. Anderson Phillip, who didn't enjoy a particularly happy morning, bowled just 3 overs for 24 runs, is going to open the bowling for the visitors from the pavilion end, and he's going to be bowling up the slope from, as I say, the pavilion end. And Lancashire, well, Leicestershire had a very early breakthrough in the afternoon session yesterday. Scott, can Lancashire do the same?
Yes, it was with the very first ball, wasn't it, after the lunch break, Luke Wells, and then wickets continued to tumble pretty regularly through the course of the afternoon following the Wells dismissal straight after lunch. Lancashire need to find a spark from somewhere. As Anderson bowls to Hill, through to the keeper Hurst, and there is no run. Yes, they need a burst of life, a little bit of magic, and a spell that's going to get them back into the game, I think, here, because this Leicestershire are pretty much level and have only lost 2 wickets and are eyeing up a commanding first innings advantage. Let's see what the afternoon has in store for Lancashire. The 2 batters were excellent this morning. They got through a tricky, certainly 45 minutes or so this morning. It's left by Hill, and then have played beautifully and have scored pretty freely. Run rate's been floating around about the 4 runs and over mark for most of the morning, and having resumed at 59 for 2, 189 for 2 is a pretty outstanding session of cricket by the league leaders. In a strong position. What is Lancashire's reply after some spicy chicken at lunch, which was very nice for those that had spicy chicken at lunch. Here comes Phillip in and bowls left again by Hill. Quite sharp movement away, pitches and swings away from the batter, taken by Hurst, who in the end is right across first slip by the time he gets to the ball. Sharp movement after it passes the stumps from Anderson Phillip. 189 for 2. Hill on 79. There are 2 slips, but there's a gap between Jennings at first, and that's Will Williams. As Phillip is in to Hill. It's played up towards Harris, who's at mid-off, and there's no run. There's a third man, there's a fine leg, deep square leg. Bohannon lurking around in the covers. Wells doing something similar in mid-wicket. And young George Balderson is at mid-on. 189 for 2. Phillip hoping for a better afternoon. It was a pretty brutal morning. He bowled 3 overs for 24 from the Bennett end. Just struggled and was quickly taken out of the attack. Looking to try and respond here. Pitches this full, just outside off stump, and left again by Hill through to Hurst.
Simon Bate has been touched on email. An email for us both. Scott. Good afternoon, both, he says. Enjoying the commentary immensely, and as a proud Lancastrian now living in Derbyshire, he appreciates how Scott manages to maintain a balanced and optimistic tone, even in the most challenging of seasons.
Yeah, try. Here comes Philip in and balls to Hill. It's a straight delivery onto his pads. He's worked it away to mid-wicket, and they shuffle through for the first lunch after the first run after the lunch break. 190 for 2 at the end of the over. Hill's on 80.
The first lunch. Anyway, Simon is currently recovering from a hernia repair, and he says being able to watch the cricket and listen to you guys is at least easing the pain. Anyway, he wants to pick up on the discussion around places to stay in Kent from yesterday. We spoke about that. Apologies for the delay, but he was frantically trying to find out how to contact us yesterday afternoon without success. Anyway, he says, having spent around 7 years in the area in the mid-noughties, he can highly recommend indeed, Deal, D-E-A-L, as a fabulous place for Scott to stay in for a few days. A lovely coastal town, enjoying something of a renaissance in recent years, and only around 30 minutes from Canterbury. Keep up the great work. And that's from Simon.
I'm going to have a little look
there
online now.
Well, Deal, I remember reading a book about, written by a doctor who used to live in Deal and worked on the Deal lifeboat during the war, the Second World War, which used to go out, and he used to go out to all the ships that used to anchor in the Downs out there. Tom Bailey's going from the top end, the Bennett end. He bowls straight to Hill, who blocks it back down the pitch on the on side, fielded by Luke Wells, and there's no run. So Deal, lovely town on the coast of Kent, and Simon thoroughly recommends it. It's a place to stay.
Well, top recommendation, and I'm having a look on the map now. It looks quite nice, yeah. There's a nice little pier with a restaurant at the end of it. Excellent.
It's got your name all over it,
I
mate.
feel it has, yeah.
In goes Bailey and bowls a little bit short, and Hill up on his toes, gets on top of the bounce, drops it down at his feet. Bohannon wins the race to the ball ahead of Wells, and there's no run.
Because you're staying in Margate, aren't you?
I am, yes, partly because I've got relatives there.
Oh, okay, right, yeah.
But hopefully that won't be any more than about half an hour.
Good recommendation.
In fact, I'm certain it isn't, because I tell you, I've stayed at one place in Kent, at a pub a few miles out in a village, as in goes Bailey and bowls on, driven by Hill, but only as far as mid-on. And, when I told this story to Brian Holford, a fellow journalist, he cancelled his reservation there and went elsewhere. And that is because it was a very old pub, and I was working for The Guardian at the time, and said I was working for The Guardian at the time, because you never know, they might put you in a nicer room if you work for a national, if you're a press man, Bailey is in and bowls and short, and Hill ducks underneath it. And they did put me in a lovely room, but it was one of those sort of with beams and a sort of slopey floor and lots of character, very, very old. But anyway, in the middle of the night, I woke up, and I must be dreaming this. There seemed to be an old lady standing by the bed, just looking down on me with a smile, and I wasn't in the slightest bit worried.
Right.
In goes Bailey and bowls, Hill forward, drops it out into the offside. He's going to take on the Bohannon arm. Bohannon gets to the ball, underarms the ball at the stumps, but for the third time today, misses them. Gets very close but misses them, but no great oohs and ahs from the Lancashire fielders, suggesting that Hill had made his ground anyway. He moves on to 81, 191 for 2. But anyway, the next morning I went back to sleep. Next morning I went downstairs. Landlord said, "Yep, you sleep. How'd you sleep?" "Oh, very well." And then he just sort of continued looking at me for a while with a smile. And I thought,
slightly unnerving.
All right. And I said, "Well, I did have one strange dream." Bailey bowls short. Ahmed gets up on his toes and cuts him away down to wide third man. Bit of work for Williams to do. Gets to the ball, but he has to run up the rope in front of the meet by the time he gets his throw away. Ahmed picks up 2, moves on to 86, 193 for 2. And I said, I had a strange dream, though. I said, because I was convinced by then, of course, it was a dream. And said about this old lady. "Oh," he said, "you saw her then?" I said, seriously? And he said, yeah, quite a few people do. He said, we think it's an old landlady from a sort of few hundred years ago who likes to make sure all the guests are all right. I sort of looked at him and he said, all dressed in, yeah, and it clearly other people had said this to him, and it was perfectly normal event. He said, nobody seems worried. She says he seems he's a really nice person, or was a really nice person. And anyway, I told it to Brian Alford, and he went white because he was booked in there. In goes Anderson Phillip. Go on.
It's pushed a bit on by Hill. Another sharp single, putting pressure on Bailey. He doesn't pick it up cleanly. But they made their mind up quickly. They wanted 194 for 2.
But that is the only occasion that people have convinced me I've seen something sort of supernatural, because I'm not, I'm a cynic about, I'm a journalist, I'm very cynical about anything like that. But it was just the fact that he knew what had happened before I told him.
So did Brian stay in this hotel?
No, he cancelled it.
He
cancelled it.
Oh dear. 194 for 2. Phillip for Lancashire comes over the wicket, in and bowls left by Ahmed through to Hurst.
What do they say? There are more things under heaven and earth, Horatio. So there, no, that was a
spooky goings on.
Well, it kind of was, in that it was inexplicable, but I was never remotely sort of made nervous by the whole thing, or scared. It was a strange thing.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't. I think
would you?
It would unnerve me if I woke up and someone's staring at me over the bed. Yeah, definitely. For Phillip in and balls to Ahmed, nudged away off the hip behind square on the leg side for a single, 195 for 2. I'll be thinking, how much did I drink last night?
Well, yeah, it was a presence rather than a sort of. It's so strange. Nothing has ever happened like that before, or indeed since, to me. So it was very specific to that location. But that was about 4 or 5 miles out of Canterbury.
Right. Okay.
In a little village, very old pub.
Just let me know the name of it later on, and I'll make sure I won't stay there. Avoid that one. Deal sounds a much better option right on the coast.
It does.
195 for 2.
Shot.
Hammered away for 4 by Lewis Hill. Over pitch from Anderson Phillip. And driven firmly for 4. And Leicestershire pushing towards the 200 mark now. And almost level. 199 for 2. With Hill on 86.
A lot of hands behind backs out there, aren't there, and heads down, and look a little bit flat. Needs something to happen. Lancashire here.
This is the third. This is now the best third wicket partnership for Leicestershire against Lancashire.
Ooh.
Previous best was 163 by Bradshaw and Armstrong back in July 1929. As Phillip in to Hill off the back foot and tries to pull it. I think just clips his thigh pad. It does. It's a leg by, but the score does move on to 200. Trail by 6. 200 for 2.
1929.
Yes.
Does it say their first names by any chance?
It doesn't. Just
Oh,
go. Sorry.
I have to look it up now.
Bradshaw and Armstrong.
And that was in Leicester? Or
Yep, in Leicester, yep.
here at Grace Road, or would that have been Aylstone Road?
Aylstone Road, yep. It's now worth 176, this partnership. Phillip in, balls forward goes Riyad Ahmed and defends, and I think Anderson Phillip deflected the ball onto the stumps. I think it just slowly trickled back down the pitch and kisses the stumps at the non-striker's end and dislodges the bails. End of the over. 200 for 2. Trail by 6.
And that scoreboard looks very attractive from Leicestershire's point of view, and nicely symmetrical. 200 for 2 or 50. Even we can work out that's 4 runs and over.
Which is what it's been largely, hasn't it, through the course of the innings? I mean, there's spells and periods in which obviously that's not been the case. Certainly the first 45 minutes or so this morning, for example, early on in the innings yesterday. But Hill and Ahmed have bounced this along quite nicely. And yeah, you're right. It does look good from a Leicestershire point of view. It looks rather frightful from Lancashire's point of view.
And what they've done, well as turning the score, continually turning the scoreboard over, they've put fielders under pressure, haven't they? They've done so riskily at times, and Bohannon very nearly ran out, or Ahmed's call very nearly saw Bohannon run out Hill in the first sort of 20 minutes of play. Bailey continues, bowls to Hill, who drops the ball out into the offside, and they both think about another quick single, which sees Bailey and Harris and Bohannon all quickly close on the ball just to make sure that they can't. But that pressure has worked in a way. Looking at the field at the moment, there's a deep backward square, wide long leg, third man. Still no cover on the offside boundary, where Ahmed crashed the ball a couple of times earlier. Hill drives for 4. Wow, that was dismissive. It wasn't quite at the pitch of the ball there from Bailey, but there was width. Hill wasn't afraid to hit the ball in the air for a good few feet, and it flashed past Bohannon well wide of him out to the extra cover boundary for 4. And Hill first into the 90s, second time this season onto 90 from 126 deliveries. We're going to be live on BBC Radio Leicester at 2 o'clock when the sports programme starts, and what a time for them to come to us. Leicestershire now just 2 behind. Bailey in, Hill flicks him away through mid-wicket for 4 more. Well, over-pitched at that time, and even Tom Bailey is now going around the park, picked up by the Lancashire photographer, who throws it back, not entirely convincingly, bounces just short of Luke Wells, but 2 cracking shots from Lewis Hill. And that puts Bailey under pressure. Bailey now has 1 for 61 from 16.3, and it's... And Harris has gone to him because he hasn't really got any... Well, he has got options, but he's got to think about the spinners really now, Wells and Hartley in particular. I don't think Hartley bowled badly before lunch.
No, I thought he seemed to settle pretty quickly into a nice little...
Had a bit of control and flight, but he's gone back to his seamers. Bailey comes in. He's put in a shortish extra cover as he bowls to Hill, who just drops it out on the offside off stump out to backward point. Hill on to 94 then now, off 128 deliveries. There'll be a lot of pleasure if Hill goes to 100 among the Leicestershire faithful. Been through the mill as captain, Lewis Hill, to such an extent, and he was open about it, that he lost large chunks of hair. He was...
I remember reading this, yeah.
You know, and it affected him more than people sort of see it, but he was wearing a cap all the time and he was unhappy. In goes Bailey and bowls to him. He tucks him off his legs. He's going to take the first one quickly, but it will be just one. As I say, he ran himself out on 96. Well, he didn't actually at Cardiff, because he pushed it towards the fielder, took the throw on, had to dive in, and was given out by an umpire retreating backwards from the stumps. Photographs subsequently showed he'd made his ground. So, although my first question, well, what did you run for at 96? Well, I wanted to put the fielders under pressure. And he said, besides, I was in, and he was, in fairness, but he gave the umpire a decision to make. Bailey into Ahmed, who flashes it away through the offside for 4 more. So Bailey has gone for 3 4s in the over and turns and resignedly takes his sweater from umpire Adnan. But that was a very ominous over from Lancashire's point of view. And Leicestershire now ahead. They are 7 ahead with 8 first innings wickets in hand.
Yes, what a morning session. What a start to the afternoon for Leicestershire as well. Really positive from Hill and from Ahmed. Both are in the 90s now, and not that anything needs to change significantly, but if and when they both get to 3 figures, expecting Riyad Ahmed in particular, wouldn't you, to try and just really push on even quicker and firmer and faster than what they have done already. I mean, it's been a pretty brutal few hours of cricket for Lancashire to endure, and I suspect it's going to get tougher through the course of the afternoon. Here is Anderson Phillip in and bowling to Hill. It's played out in towards the the offside, and there is no run. 213 for 2, lead for Leicestershire. You're counting up. It's covering 2 radio stations, is that? There's quite a lot of updates this afternoon.
That is more updates in 2 hours than many of our colleagues do in a season. In a season.
Radio Manchester and Radio Lancashire listeners through the course of the afternoon being regularly updated. It says Hill turns this one to the mid-wicket for 1 run. I'll be brutally honest, they might not want to be updated if the afternoon and the day continues like it has done. They might say, well, actually, let's just not bother going to Grace Row for any updates, and we'll just turn off for the time being. 2:14 for 2. Lead is 8. Bring in Riyad Ahmed back on strike. 91 not out. And Anderson Phillip from the pavilion end. Slip gully in place. In comes Phillip, balls left by Ahmed through to Hurst. And there's no run. Test for Anderson Phillip. He's been given the chance to get the afternoon underway. He went for 24 in his 3 overs this morning, but the captain giving him that responsibility to see if he can come back and try and make something happen here. At the minute, it's just likely to be batter error, I think. That's probably going to cause a wicket or create a wicket or a chance. Phillip to Ahmed, driven beautifully away through the offside. Wells will go scampering after it. I don't think it will reach the boundary, even for a pretty quick outfield, but they'll run 3 nonetheless. Riyad Ahmed moves on to 94 and scored 212 for 2, and Hill is 4 runs away from his century here. 96 not out.
Thank you, Scott. Field doesn't really change. It might do if he goes on to 99, but there's certainly opportunities for a boundary as Phillip is in to Lewis Hill, who's looking to tuck him off his legs, comes off the pads and out towards square leg. It will be just a single, and it is a single. And what a time for BBC Radio Leicester to come to us, because Leicestershire absolutely dominant in this game now. They went through the entirety of the morning without losing a wicket, and they have started pretty well this afternoon. They are on 218 for 2, which means that they now lead by 12 with those 8 first innings wickets in hand as Anderson Phillip comes into Rehan. Ahmed bowls a long way down the leg side. Ahmed doesn't get anything on it, but a good take diving to his left by the Lancashire keeper Matty Hurst. So 218 for 2. Lewis Hill has his best score of the season. In fact, he's moved on to 97. And Rehan Ahmed, who made a century against Lancashire at Old Trafford, is in prime position to repeat the feat. He is 94 not out. Together, they have put on a partnership of 194, which Scott Reed, my colleague from BBC Radio Manchester, has just learnt is a record for Leicestershire against Lancashire, a 3rd wicket record, beating a previous record that has stood since 1929. Well, they broke records in beating Middlesex at Lord's last week, the first time they won at Lord's since, well, I think it was 45 years. That's the first time they'd beaten Middlesex at Lord's, and the first time they'd won 3 in a row since 1998. Well, even Bailey's having to be taken. Tom Bailey, who's the lead seamer for Lancashire this season, having to come off, and he's being replaced by Will Williams, because in his last over Bailey went for 3 fours, 2 from Hill and 1 from Ahmed. So Hill on 97, and I suspect even though he's a very experienced player and has scored a lot of runs for the Foxes, his heart will be beating that little bit faster. He knows the value of a century, and he'll be that little bit more nervous, and Lancashire making him wait as Harris takes his time. Harris, a former Leicestershire player, of course, and a good friend of Lewis Hill, but no friends out there at the moment.
No, well, Lancashire doing all the tricks in the book here, aren't they? Just to try and delay it a little bit and try and make Hill wait, but he's 3 away from what would be a fabulous century.
He's hit 13 fours and 1 6 so far as Williams is in, bowls to him. He's forward, pushing it out into the offside. You heard the call of no as Josh Bohannon closed quickly on the ball from pretty much point. They've left a big gap. Harris has done that again. Much of the game between sort of wide-ish mid-off and point, encouraging the Leicestershire players to drive, but they've driven fairly successfully.
They've driven beautifully.
You know,
yeah.
they haven't
Yep.
looked like sort of slicing a drive in the air or anything like that as Williams, New Zealander, comes in, bowls to Hill. Short ball, and Hill tries a little sort of paddle pull, and doesn't get anything on it. It bounces over his head and goes through to Hurst behind the stumps. Scott heads off to do the first of 15, count 'em, 15 updates this afternoon for BBC Radio Manchester, so it'll be just my voice you hear for a few minutes. But what a session, what a day this has been for Leicestershire, on top of a pretty good day yesterday. Williams down the slope from the Bennett end, comes in and bowls to Hill, tries to turn him off his legs. He'd got a long way down the pitch. There was an appeal for leg before as it thumps into the pad, but no. Umpire Adnan says no, he'd got outside the line of off stump, I suspect. Let's have a look at the replay, just to make sure that is why. He's using his feet, Hill, but again, he'll have been a bit nervous. Any sort of appeal in those circumstances might have been a little bit of bat, because that didn't look to hit him outside the line and was a perfectly reasonable call in those circumstances. But Hill survives. Williams is in, bowls to him. He's forward, pushing it out into the offside. Can't get it past Bohannon again. You heard the call of no as Josh Bohannon closed on the ball. Good over this from Williams so far, keeping Hill very honest. And Ahmed walks down and has a chat to Lewis Hill, saying, don't worry if you don't get it this over. Plenty of time to come. 2 balls left in it. Don't hurry, don't strive for it if the ball isn't there. Williams is in and bowls another bouncer, and taken high above his head by Hurst. 1 for the over. Say the umpires, David Milnes, who's at square leg, and Hassan Adnan, who's standing behind the stumps at the Bennett end at the moment. Dry now. It's a little bit darker than it was. Started fairly dark this morning. A little bit lighter before lunch, but it's warm actually. Out there it's warmed up a little bit. Williams is in. Hill is advancing down the stumps. On good delivery online from Williams, and all he can do is defend it out into the offside. So a good over from Will Williams that just put a little bit of a check on these 2 Leicestershire batters after that Bailey over that went for 13, I think it was. Williams has just pulled it back a little bit. 11 overs, 1 for 41 for Will Williams. Anderson Phillip hasn't unfortunately been quite as consistently economical. 6 overs, none for 36 for Phillip. Needs to settle into a rhythm. He's kind of not about rhythm, he's about pace, and he goes and bowls to Ahmed, who turns him off his legs, down 2 fine leg, jumps into the areas he does so. Long leg gets there, running around to his right, so Ahmed has to take 1. He moves on to 95, brings Hill back down on strike on 97. Will he get there this over? Phillip is in, bowls, bouncer to him, and Hill just leans back, lets it zoom through high to Matty Hurst. No centuries last season for Lewis Hill either. None this season so far. So it's been a while for Lewis Hill. If it comes, Philip is in and bowls to him, and he's turning that one, hitting it down into the ground, but it bounces up nicely for point to make the stop. And he remains on 97 from 140. One down, 14 to go. Scott Reed. He's going to put a line through the first one.
Regular updates.
You're going to get your steps in.
I am,
as they say. Not that it's far to go to the commentary box next door. Philip is in to Hill. Bowls short. Hill was thinking about pulling it, but just bobbed at the knees in the end, let it go over his right shoulder. He has got to stay patient. So no hundreds last season for Lewis. When was his last one?
They've bowled well at him actually, haven't they, since he got to kind of 90 in the 90s, 94, 95. They've not really offered much wriggle room for him as yet. Again, they've opened up cover.
Yeah, they're making him wait. Philip turns, runs in and bowls down the leg side. There's appeal for a catch behind, and there's all sorts of celebrations, but Hill stands there with his hands on his hips, wondering what it's all about. And again, Milne says no, the umpires have not been convinced, and he's again, he won't be over impressed with the celebrations. He's having a word with Marcus Harris. David Milne's here. Got to be a bit careful, Lancashire. I think somebody could be on the naughty step at the end of the day. And he, as I say, Milne summoned Harris to him because, again, it wasn't so much an appeal as an affirmation, wasn't it? And might have clipped the thigh pad, something like that. Philip is in to finish his over. Bowls outside off stump. Hill leaves. End of the over. He remains on 97.
Yes, well, he's showing great patience here. He's not been rushed or hurried and trying to keep a clear mind. Lancashire actually, to their credit, have bowled pretty well to Hill in the last 2 or 3 overs. The replay, I don't think you can tell one way or the other whether he's hit it or not. You'd need the extra technology. You'd need kind of the ultra edge technology to see whether he's got any bat or glove on that. Nothing particularly clear on the replay. It was a pretty resounding not out from umpire David Milnes. Didn't think that anything was untoward. Maybe, as you say, maybe just brushed thigh pad potentially. At the other end, Ryan Ahmed is 95 not out, 219 for 2. Here comes Williams in, bowls, thickish edge, down towards third man, takes Ahmed 1 run away from 3 figures. They've had a little bit of a battle, these two, as to who can push on quicker, who can get to 50 first, who can get to 100 first. They've kind of overtaken each other at stages, and now it's Riyad Ahmed with the chance to get to 3 figures, just a fraction ahead of Lewis Hill. He's 99 not out, 223 for 2.
I wish they'd be a bit more considerate. Some of us are trying to look up records and all sorts of things, but anyway, Ahmed on 99 waits, and again Harris and Lancashire decide to try to make Ahmed wait a bit. Will they bring in a single saving field? Not really. Down the slope comes Williams, bowls to Rahan. Ahmed short, he pulls it to no ball. So he could have given it everything really, but he made sure he got on top of the bounce and pulled it straight to Wells. But the applause is for the 200 partnership for the 3rd wicket.
Outstanding. I mean, it's a potentially kind of game-defining partnership. It probably will be, I think, this to have batted as well as they did through the course of last night. They were 24 for 2. And rocking a bit last night, Leicestershire, and these two managed to get to the close of play and then have gone on superbly today. This could shape the whole game, this partnership.
It is at the moment. It does feel as though it's changed it. Williams is in to Patel. Very high bouncer again. That could be a wide, and is signalled wide by umpire Milnes and therefore by umpire Adnan. Well, no ball, followed by a wide. You might as well hit the deck. You might. I'm not. At this stage, you feel that sort of, well, let's just try and hit the top of off. I don't know. Just he gets it away, he gets it away, but I don't think he'll be frustrated into giving his wicket away. Famous last words. Williams is in to Ahmed, who looks to poke it away through the offside, thick inside edge, and the ball trickles uncertainly back up the pitch towards Williams.
It's probably the first chance really since that first half an hour, 40 minutes this morning, where Lancashire think they could try and get a wicket here.
Do something a bit different.
With both batters trying to get to three figures, there's that sense, even though two batters are in and play beautifully, because it's so close to 300 to three figures, you've almost got half a sniff as a bowling side.
Williams bowls, Ahmed defends, a straight delivery back up the pitch on the offside, and Harris fields at mid-off. So 2023 that Hill made. We know when Ahmed made his last century very well.
Yeah, Lancashire remember it pretty well from back in April.
That was Old Trafford just, well, a month ago.
Yep.
Jeepers. But Hills goes back best part of 2 years. I found one of the centuries he made in 2023. In goes Williams, bowls to Ahmed, and that is the 100. Turned down to third man off the back foot, and that is a really fine 100 from Rehan Ahmed. In its way, almost as good as the one he scored at Old Trafford. It's come off 164 balls, and it includes 14 fours.
Probably nice he got to it in his own way. I mean, he's played a cut shot, but he's ended up being down on his back knee in a slightly unusual position and playing it in a slightly unusual, unorthodox manner. But I think he's been terrific. I've watched him bat twice this season, and he's got 100 on both occasions. He's been outstanding. And
he's a lot of fun to watch. It's a sort of slight flamboyance about it all. Williams is in, and he tucks him off his legs. This should be you again now, shouldn't it? Should it not? Out towards deep backward square. Unless there's another. Oh, there's another up. Of course, there's another update. As Ahmed tucks it out towards deep backward square and takes a single, moves on to 104. His 100 came to an abrupt end at Old Trafford. It was just exactly 100 before he popped up a catch off Hartley to Bohannon at Silly Point. So he'll want to go on here. Rehan, his best score is 122, so he could well beat that. Williams is in, bowls to Hill, who turns him off his legs. It's going to be just the one. He takes the first one quickly, but it does mean that Hill keeps the strike, moves on to 98 out of 232 for two, and a partnership of 208.
64 balls, including 14 fours.
Get it right, Pete. Come on. So Hill on 98, facing the bowling of Anderson Phillip. From the pavilion end, Phillip is in, bowls very full, good York, as an appeal for leg before, looked to be going down the leg side, and it is turned down. It is turned down. The appeal is a good one, and it is a very good delivery and a good shout. Let's see, but it looked, my initial thought was it was, I could see all three of Hill's stumps as his legs, yeah, it was going down. Well bowled out by Anderson Phillip. But Hill, who was struck on the foot, was trying to get his foot sort of out of the way, and the foot was going backwards. And you could pretty much see all three stumps as it did so. Phillip is in and bowls fast on off stump, but Hill leans forward, blocks it out to point. And there is no run. Sounds like they're calling him Nando. Surely not. Phillip is in, bowls to Hill, bouncer down the leg side, good take by Hurst, diving across to his left. Ando, not Nando. It is Anderson Phillip, isn't it? You'd have thought I could have worked that one out. Apologies to Anderson and his many supporters. Phillip runs away from us, bowls to Hill, another bouncer, and again Hill ducks underneath it, goes down on one knee, lets it go over his head, making him sweat for these runs, Lewis Hill. Got the run rate up to 4.2 for the innings as a whole though now, and there's still 56 overs and 2 balls left to be bowled today, and they're charging ahead, Leicestershire. And the aim, I guess, now will be to go through the rest of the day, certainly, and look to get sort of 200 plus ahead if they possibly can. Phillip is in and bowls, Hill drives and misses outside off stump, so he is getting a little bit angsty. Wasn't there quite to drive. And it swung past his outside edge, and he'd have been furious to give it away now. As I say, 96 at Glamorgan, first innings of the season. A couple of 50s since, but no more than that. No centuries last season. So it's a big moment for Lewis Hill. As Phillip is in, bowls to him, short, he goes for the hook, he's top-edged it down to fine leg, 4-4, one bounce. Well, not quite how he wanted to get there, but he's got there, and he raises his bat, and he gets a hug from Rehan Ahmed, a really good knock from Lewis Hill, a really important knock in a very popular young man's career. Leicestershire through and through Lewis Hill, Lutterworth born and bred, and still lives there, and he has been at no other club, and he's a hugely popular player, and he gets another hug from Ahmed, popular with his teammates. Captained Leicestershire to their first trophy for 14 years 2 seasons ago, and now he has gone to a much needed 100 from his point of view. It's come off 150 balls, and it includes 1 6, he says, checking. In fact, actually, that wasn't far from being a second, to be quite honest.
I thought he had it first, yeah. I thought he top-edged it for 6. There's Williams into Ahmed, playing and missing.
1 6 and 14 fours.
Well battered. Resumed this morning, he was 16 not out this morning. Rehan Ahmed was 26 not out overnight. I think not that these two have gone anything other than being positive so far, but I suspect it might even just crank up another level again, maybe now.
Well, they just gradually increased their run rate, haven't they? 4.2 now.
Yep. There's Williams in and bowls, and down the leg side to Ahmed. And Hurst goes leaping away to his left, trying to stop the ball. He got gloves on it, but difficult for him to catch it cleanly, but he managed to stop it and prevented any addition to the Leicestershire score. 236 for 2. Centurions, Hill and Ahmed. Partnership now worth 212 runs. Record 3rd wicket partnership for Leicestershire against Lancashire, and potentially more to add. Williams bowls. Oh, that could be wide. It's banged it in short. It's ballooned over the batter and over the keeper. What's the umpire going to signal? Yeah, a wide, and it's gone for 4 of them.
Yeah. Beginning to lose a bit of discipline, bowling discipline. Is that, I mean, are the bowling to plan? Is it
answers on the postcard? I'm not sure. I mean, there'll be Williams probably of all Lancashire's bowlers is the one that you well, likewise with bowlers, where you pop your cap on to say he'll be pretty consistent. But he's gone for a short ball, but he's going to balloon way high. Better. It's defended by Ahmed. Back to Williams.
Now then, I have a bone to pick with you, young man.
Oh, right.
That 3rd wicket partnership, I have the previous record for Leicestershire against Lancashire was actually, we were both there watching, because it was, if you count it, and you do apparently, that game at Worcester.
Oh, right,
between
okay.
Ben Slater and Colin Ackerman.
Okay, I think I should have highlighted the fact it's county championship, yeah, not first class, and so that was definitely my fault. As Williams is in and balls, and Ahmed tries to flick it away. Yeah, that was
165. So
yeah, this is the county championship record, not first class.
Well, that's worth another paragraph in the PA report.
Because you're right, there were. I forget whether these Bob Willis Trophy games are. I don't think they are counted as championship matches, are they?
No, but they count as first class.
But they do count as first class, yeah.
So those are the them's the records apparently.
What was that record at?
165.
Well, that could be in reach. Pushed away by Ahmed towards point. Oh, the Worcester, the Worcester game.
Yes.
Oh, right. Okay.
So there was only 2 more than the Bradshaw Armstrong
right.
thing, but it was 2 more. So hence the I suppose slight question mark. But I'll have to try and find out. I've got to try and find out their first names somewhere. I'll find them.
241 for 2. Lead of 35. Williams to Ahmed. Just tickles it away through the offside for a single. And he has pinched the strike. It is the end of the over. It's 242 for 2. Lead of 36 now.
Walter Bradshaw, what a great name. He only made 3 first-class appearances. Can it be the same one? Apparently. And he made his first-class debut in 1929. So, well, he left his mark, bless him. And his only appearances were 2 against Gloucestershire and 1 against Lancashire. And with the bat, he scored 38 runs at an average of 7. So one assumes Mr. Armstrong did most of the run scoring there. Anderson Phillip is into Rehan. Ahmed bowls full. Ahmed looks to drive flamboyantly as ever with that back leg or back foot being raised off the ground, but he doesn't time it, and it's stopped by Wells in the covers.
Yeah, he likes that shot, doesn't he, with his back foot off the ground?
He does,
and he plays it pretty. He plays it pretty well. It's a couple of 4s, cutting the ball. One of them, I think, he had both feet off the ground. Yeah, touch of the flamboyance about Ahmed.
Waits with bat raised as Phillip is in, bowls to him. Nice line, nice length, nice shape to the delivery as well. But I guess when you've been in for 172 balls, you're seeing it pretty well. And Ahmed keeps it out, plays it out to mid-on.
It's a huge test of Lancashire's character, this, isn't it? The players' character now to try and stay as disciplined as they can and not let things unravel too quickly, I suppose. I mean, they're staring down the barrel of a pretty sizable first innings deficit. Well, it could become that. And just, I guess, trying to keep things together. And a team that's not brimming with confidence. That's, there's a team that hasn't won all season, and against a team that's absolutely full of confidence. And this will be a real challenge of Lancashire's kind of character.
Changeable, possibly?
Yeah, Tom Bailey took a little look at it and handed it to David Milnes, and they agree that the ball requires changing. Keaton Jennings is jogging out with the little steel case of replacement balls.
Yeah, it looks. We always say that's what the nuclear codes are kept in. The red button. Norman Foster Armstrong, who played first-class cricket for the last time, aged 52.
Superb.
Maybe. Played for the first team regularly up to the start of the Second World War. because he came late to first-class cricket. 1926, apparently, when he was 33. There you go.
Played for 20 years.
Yes.
Good effort. So Norman and Walter, the previous championship.
Great names. And then Norman and
Highest
Walter.
partnership. Well done, Norman and Walter. Well done, Lewis and Rehan.
Yes.
Took past it.
That's they'll be looking down and smiling, I'm sure. Bless them. As one of their records is expunged from the record books. That's Sam Wood, Leicestershire's 12th man, has come out with a drink for Lewis Hill while the umpires select a new old ball, so to speak.
Well, let's see if this conjures anything up. Just some relief would be from Lancashire's point of view here. A wicket would just give them a little bit of breathing space, something to try and cling on to going into the next couple of hours. But we said it before lunch, at the minute the most likely outcome here is that one of these two players shot and they get caught out in the deep. And rather than being got out, in truth, they look so well set, these two batters. Great position for Leicestershire to be in.
Well, they've got a fair amount of work to do to break the third wicket record overall partnership,
Okay.
I'm afraid, as Anderson Phillip is in to Ahmed, who on drives for 4. Glorious shot. Umpire Milnes steps balletically out of the way, just moves to his left as the ball fizzes past his right knee, and Ahmed moves on to 109. The third wicket record partnership is a huge one. 436 unbeaten between Darren Maddy and Brad Hodge. But there's a sort of asterisk next to it, in that it is a first-class record. We probably know what's going to come next, as in goes Phillip and bowls, and Ahmed defends. A good delivery on off stump. It was made against the Loughborough University Centre of Cricketing Excellence. They obviously weren't very excellent that day, were they? But anyway, that was back in 2003 here at Grace Road. So it was they bullied the kids basically that day. But anyway, that'll take some expunging. About
Yes.
halfway there to that one.
Yes.
I'm not sure they should stand, really. Phillip turns, runs in, bowls a bouncer, hooked in the air, could be caught, and is dropped. Dropped at long leg, Ahmed. It was a difficult chance, and long leg running in, eventually got underneath it. It's Balderson out. Is it?
Yep.
Balderson out
Yep.
there? It is. And got underneath, got two hands to it, but that's the way it's gone for Lancashire today. And just above the ground, thought he'd got it, and it bobbled out. Ahmed picks up a fortunate single, but that is the first
It is.
chance.
It is, yeah. Yeah. It's the first one of the day, isn't it? First one probably
It
of
is.
the partnership.
We don't count the run out chances if they were, because we never know with those. Another bouncer, an angry bouncer, and down the leg side slightly, but Hill, I was praising his balance, went down on his haunches and rolled over backwards, and he'll have a nice dusty mark on the back of his Leicestershire shirt now. But Anderson Phillip, understandably, a little bit nettled, banged it in hard.
Yes, he did, didn't he? I'm not sure how grumpy Anderson Phillip gets. He seems a pretty chilled out character, but might be a bit of grumpiness about him.
Taking over.
There'll be a change of bowling.
George Balderson.
From the Bennett end, George Balderson. He's going to come back even for another spell. 247 for 2. Ahmed 110. Balderson 14 overs, 3 maidens for 53. Down the pitch comes Ahmed, trying to find a gap in the onside, but can't find a way past Luke Wells at mid-wicket. And there's no run. Jennings at slip, third man, fine leg, deep square, deep point, mid wicket, backward point, cover, and mid on. Balderson for Lancashire in to Ahmed. That's pushed through cover, and he'll gently jog through for a single. Moves on to 111, and the score to 248 for 2.
Friends of Grace Road are now open for business.
Excellent.
The cakes, wonderful array there of.
Richard.
They are. Yeah, but you've got all the. How can I go down and get one when you've got all these up?
Oh, forget it. I'm going to tell Manchester I can't do any updates. The cake's far more important.
Okay.
Radio Manchester, you're not getting any more updates. I need some cake. Here comes Balderson to Hill, short ball through to the keeper, and there's no run.
So I've got 12 minutes before your next one. Shall we try it?
Go for it. Go for it. 248 for 2.
Any particular preference? Chocolate?
I'll let you select. Oh, what a lovely surprise coming my way. It's going to cheer me right up, is that? It's Tanya in the Guardian live blog as Balderson comes in to Hill. It's played out away into the onside. There's no run. A mate of mine sent me a message. This is where it all started, you see, today. On Tanya's and the Guardian's live blog, as there is on the BBC Sport website and app, I must say. But Tanya putting Hungry Eyes, a wonderful spread by the Friends of Grace Road. Head to Grace Road for your homemade sugar fix, and it was a picture of the cherry cake from yesterday. That looked terrific. Balderson to Hill. It's played up towards mid-on, and there is no run. In fact, yesterday there was quite a sizable queue which had formed. Everyone patiently in line for their slice of something sugary and delicious. Can't see any queue forming at the minute, so maybe Richard's timed it nicely. Balderson to Hill. And that's driven to mid-off where Marcus Harris fields, and there is no addition to the score. Tidy stuff from Balderson, just a single coming off the over. 248 for 2. Lead is 42 for Leicestershire. I've got 53 overs remaining today, so loads of cricket. Where will the lead be come the close of play? And will Lancashire's spirits be come the close of play? We might need a spirit or two later on tonight. Going to be Anderson Phillip to continue. The only chance of the day, which was a difficult one for Balderson at fine leg, off a top edge, scrambling towards it, couldn't quite cling onto it. It's Phillip into Riyad Ahmed, short ball down the leg side. He just sways out the way through to Hurst, and there is no run in his 10th over. Anderson Phillip last week against Derbyshire went wicketless. 14 overs for 48 in the first innings and 10 overs for 27 in the second. Phillip in bowls, full ball angled in towards Ahmed, clipped up to mid-on, and there is no addition to the score, which is 248 for 2. Just joining our coverage, and Leicestershire are enjoying a fabulous day, resuming on 59 for 2 this morning, trailing by 153. Well, that deficit's now a lead of 42, and they haven't lost a wicket through the course of this second day so far. Both batters have reached 3 figures and going on. 4 for Ahmed, gorgeous shot off the back foot, punched away through the offside for 4 more. And that brings up the 250 for Leicestershire as well. 252 for 2. The lead moves to 46. The partnership to 228 8. And that's been the story, really. The first 40 minutes, Lancashire bowled well. They were unlucky, and it was difficult, and they had to have a bit of good fortune, the two batters, as well as a great deal of skill to negotiate that first 45 minutes or so. But when Lancashire went wicketless in that first hour, when conditions looked so favourable, as Ahmed turns this out through the leg side this time for 2? No, just for 1. 253 for 2. It felt like potentially a really important first hour, that, because Lancashire needed wickets in that first hour this morning. They bowled, I think, pretty well, and as I say, a bit of good fortune and some high skill batting got these two through that tricky first 40 minutes or so, and then that's been it. They've just progressed beautifully since. Offered one chance, which was from that previous Anderson over, the top edge down to fine leg. Hill off the back foot, shoveling this away into the onside, and jogging through for a single. 103 not out, 254 for 2, and just pushing on nicely. The lead is creeping up towards 50. Lots of time and plenty of resources in hand to build a lead, and the Division 2 leaders will feel could be good enough to go on and ultimately win the game. Lancashire know they're going to have to bat very well second time round just to try and make the game safe if they can. Short ball from Philip gets Riyad Ahmed bending down. Good job, he's flexible. He's crouching down, leaning back, his knees almost touching the surface to get out of the way of that shorter ball by Philip. Through to Hurst to complete the over. 6 runs coming off at 2-5-4 for 2. Live here from Grace Road, Uptonsteel County Ground, day 2 of this county championship fixture. Elsewhere in Division 2, Gloucestershire are starting their reply to Northamptonshire's 469 all out. Gloucestershire 8 without loss. Oh my word, that looks sensational. Middlesex are 20 for 1, replying to Glamorgan's 383. As Balderson sets off into Hill, that's worked out to mid-wicket and there's no run. And Derbyshire 587 for 5 declared against Kent.
And what did he end up with? Caleb
Jewell making 232. Out.
Yeah.
Wayne Madsen 100 and out, and Lewis Rees quick-fire 50. Balderson to Hill, tries to work it away to the leg side, and there is no run. 2-5-4 for 2. Richard Ray has returned from the Friends of Grace Road.
Oh, there was so much
Coffee
choice.
shop.
It's really hard. So I went with lemon drizzle, which is usually a fairly safe one.
It's solid.
We can go halves.
Solid choice.
Solid choice.
What?
Uninspired, perhaps? But
No, I
solid.
think that's a delicious choice. I love a lemon drizzle. In comes Balderson to Hill. That's defended into the offside. There's no run. The one to the left of it, Richard, that looks a monster.
I went exotic. Right? And I'm tempted to say you're going to have to try it and see what you reckon it might be, but I suspect you won't get it.
Right, okay. Bit of exotic cake.
Yeah.
Terrific.
It's not something I'd heard of being made cake from before.
There's Balderson to Hill, driven away to the left of mid-off. That's going to be 4 runs. That will race out towards the boundary. And a nice shot from Hill, slapped away through wide mid-off. 107 to him. And it's 258 for 2. The challenge, however, though, now is how on earth can I get to tea without having a little nibble at this cake? I mean, tea's a long way off. I'm going to find that quite difficult to resist. Partnership of 234. Balderson over the wicket. Nips back into Hill. Just drops away to the offside, and there is no run. That looks sensational.
It does.
The second one, the
Just
mystery
whether
cake.
the question, will it taste sensational?
The mystery cake is a sizable beast, isn't it? Look at that. You could wedge your door open with that.
The chef will be delighted with that praise.
It looks terrific. It's just a nice chunky piece of cake. Fantastic. Balderson to Hill. Takes a little step towards Balderson and defends with the full face of the bat up towards mid-off, and there's no run. End of the over, 2-5, 8 for 2. How many selections were there to choose from, do you
There were about 8. There was
brilliant.
blackberry. I was sorely tempted by the blackberry and apple, but it had cinnamon in it, and I'm not that fond of cinnamon. So that was a dilemma. A dilemma. You're not missing anything, folks, because there's a little drinks break going on out there, and Hill and Ahmed have earned it. 234 they've put on so far. There was various sort of varieties of chocolate and what have you, but as I say, I went with something a little bit different. See what you think. Scott goes next door, eyeing the cake, a little unsure, I think, perhaps. It's a big sort of orangey slab. Ooh, the smell's all right, he reckons. Zoe from BBC Radio Leicester's a couple of doors up. She might be able to help him identify it as well. Lloyd, the Leicestershire physio's been out there with Alex Green, who's a squad member, acting as 12th man at the moment. So Hill's been out there for 162 deliveries. Ahmed, 183. Ahmed, obviously the much younger of the two, and arguably not before time. Marcus Harris is going to spin. Hartley's bowled just the 5 overs out of the 61 in the innings so far. None at all from Wells or Bohannon. And you have to say at 258 for 2, that is a question mark over that decision. Seamers have not been... Well, they don't have much luck first 3/4 of an hour, but Harris has rather bowled them into the ground, certainly. Bailey and Balderson look a little bit tired. Hartley is in. Forward goes Ahmed. Sounded like bat, and the suggestion is it might have been foot first, but umpire Milnes wants nothing to do with it. Has yet to give an answer in the affirmative to the various appeals that have been made, either yesterday or today. Umpire Milnes. Hartley steps in and bowls back, making room goes Ahmed. Ball follows him a little bit. Might have been the arm ball from Tom Hartley, and all Ahmed could do was sort of manoeuvre it out towards extra cover. Bohannon, the fielder. Long legs come into sort of on the 45 as Hartley's in. Down the wicket goes Ahmed, slogs it high into the air for 6. Massive blow over into the pavilion just down below us. Ahmed gives Hartley the charge, and well, this is a danger for Lancashire if they are able to actually hit Hartley out of the attack. Then he will have to go back to the seamers, but that was brutal from Rehan Ahmed. He moves on to 122. He is approaching his record score in first-class cricket, which is 122. He has equalled his record score in first-class cricket. Hartley is in, bowls to him, he hits in the air through wide-ish extra cover, could be 4 more, but no, good work by Phillip, running along the ropes from wide long off to deep extra cover, loses his sunglasses in making the stop, but Ahmed picks up 2 more. The charge appears to be on for Leicestershire. Well, early days, they're still just building it. They're not... They are 60 ahead already, but charging along now as Hartley steps in and bowls. Ahmed goes back, the ball follows him, but he waits for it and works it out to deepish mid-wicket. Could be 2 more, will be 2 more actually, so 10 off 2 balls. Hill has to put the afterburners on a bit because the throw from the 12th man comes in quite quickly to the bowler's end. But Lancashire are suffering here. 268 for 2. The partnership now 244 already, long since a record for Leicestershire against Lancashire as Hartley bowls, looking to work it off the pad, bounces off the pad out to square leg, and the leg by is taken. We certainly know it's a record for the 3rd wicket. What is the record partnership for Leicestershire against Lancashire? There's only been one that has gone past 200 previously. So this is the 2nd highest partnership for Leicestershire ever made against Lancashire, but the record is 287 by Messrs Watson and Wharton, and that was back on this ground in 1961 for the 2nd wicket. So they're coming up to that. In goes Balderson, bowls onto the off stump, dropped by Ahmed out into the offside. Hill's interested in a quick single, but Ahmed isn't, and I think Ahmed is correct on this occasion because the lively Bahanan was quickly onto the ball from sort of point, just in front of point, towards cover. So 245. Need another 42 runs to break another record. In goes Balderson, bowls. Ahmed turns him calmly off his legs down to wide long leg. Philip jogs into field. Ahmed jogs another single, extending his first class best now with every run. He's on to 127. 270 for 2. Scott's back alongside. I was just saying, Scott, that as Balderson is in and bowls to Hill, waits for it, dabs it down away from outside off stump to third man, takes one. That only once before have Leicestershire brought up a 200 partnership against Lancashire, believe it or not. So they are closing in on Leicestershire's record partnership overall against Lancashire. It's 287 for the 2nd wicket. Back in 1961, Willie Watson was involved and A. Wharton. In goes Balderson, bowls a bouncer down the leg side. There's a rather plaintive call of catch as it's taken cleanly by Hurst. Ahmed hooked but missed.
Well,
not much you can say.
can't really add much to that.
No, sorry.
Apart from dreaming about the cake at tea. That's all right.
I didn't give you anywhere to go, really. I'm sorry about that.
It's all going very well so far for Leicestershire.
Balderson is in and doesn't bowl. He clip his, and then he looks at his left hand as though he just maybe caught it. Well, it wouldn't be his left. How would he catch his left hand on the stumps? Not quite sure how he.
No, I'm sure.
Whether that was the reason for him doing so, but he got to the crease and ran through the crease and looked down at his left hand. So something went a bit awry. He walks all the way back to his mark and comes in again and bowls to Ahmed on the off stump. Just outside, Ahmed dabs the slightly short of a length delivery down through the gully for a gentle single. And an angry looking Bahanan, who didn't pick it up first time, hurls it at Matty Hurst like he meant it.
That's on that's a question as to whether Jimmy's not playing in this game or why Jimmy's not playing in this game. It might be for listeners and viewers that are just joining the coverage.
Bowls, Balderson, and driven by Hill, but he checked the shot. He wasn't at the pitch of it, made sure he got on top of the bounce, steered it out to Harris at mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, they made a decision at the start of play, or before the start of play yesterday, Lancashire, that I mean, he's here, he travelled, and I think he was pretty.
Yeah, he was there at lunch, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's still here, and I think he was going to play, but obviously they made a late call. He's calf injury that he's had that ruled him out for the first 5 games. He played last week against Derbyshire, and they've made the decision that back-to-back championship matches at this stage would be just a little bit too much for him. As they try and kind of next year he's fully fit for the summer. Of course, he could play some T20 cricket. He wants to play some T20 cricket, and obviously there's 2 more rounds of championship games coming up in about a month's time. So I think the decision was taken that he wasn't, he's not absolutely right, fully fit from that calf injury, and the idea of playing back-to-back games might just potentially risk it flaring up again. So that's the reason why Jimmy was in the squad, still here, but he's not playing.
Brunty's been in touch, hearing that Norman Armstrong was a previous record holder, shared one of the previous record holders for the third wicket partnership.
There's Tom Hartley's left-arm spin into Riyad Ahmed. That's launched away up and over Wells, who's at backward point. It'll bring him 4 runs. It hits the pretty firm outfield and skips over the rope for 4. Brings up the 250 partnership as well. 252 they've added together, Hill and Ahmed. And Ahmed moves on to 132 not out. 276 for 2.
First slightly unconvincing shot for a while. That could easily have gone straight to point. He wasn't in control, that is for sure, of that one.
Yeah, it's thrashed away, wasn't it? Down the pitch he goes again. The ball's disappeared.
If that's buys, that's a big stumping chance. It isn't.
He's gone for runs. He's gone down towards the third man boundary, came down the pitch, and I think in the end may have just got...
Did he get a glove on it?
He was reaching for it, wasn't he? Stretching out, which made me think maybe it was almost like the toe end of the bat, potentially. Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, it was. Nobody near getting a glove or a hand on it. Keaton Jennings stepped actually to his left.
And Jennings, who's at slip, is now shuffling backwards. Short third man. 284-2. Hartley to Ahmed. Goes to cut again, playing a miss. Taken by Hurst.
Almost a sort of fly slip position, isn't he?
It is, yeah. He's just trotted back, Jennings, maybe 25 yards or so from slip. Swings away in the air and caught this time. And the partnership comes to an end. The outstanding partnership comes to an end. The innings comes to an end for Riyad Ahmed. And Lancashire pick up their first wicket of the day. 280 for 3 to break a partnership, a superb partnership worth 256 runs, and Riyad Ahmed caught by Jennings off Hartley for 136.
Well, it's his record score, his best score in first-class cricket. He just lost his head a little bit towards the end there, didn't he, really? He was trying to hit every ball in that area, and Hartley was tossing it up, and he was slicing them and slicing them. And Jennings went straight back to that position, and he sliced it straight to him. But, well, he has nothing really to berate himself about. He's cross with himself, Rehan Ahmed. He probably eyeing up 150 plus and should have been, but epic effort from him. His second century against Lancashire this season, his best score in first-class cricket, and he has taken part in a record partnership for the third wicket for Leicestershire against Lancashire. So he hasn't got too much to be unhappy about as he's replaced by Peter Hanscom. 280 for 3.
Yep. I echo every word you said there. He shouldn't be too hard on himself, because he's played a shot there that's all about the team, isn't it, really? Trying to keep pushing forward and scoring and building the lead. But it's a brilliant partnership. And I mean, I've watched him back, I said this before, I've watched him back twice this season now, haven't I?
You have?
Got 100 at Old Trafford back in April, which was 100 and out, wasn't he? Caught by Brandon off Hartley. Hartley does get in for a second time this season, but he scored the thick end of 250 runs against Lancashire this season. It's Riyad Ahmed, and he's been very, very good fun to watch. He's been brutal batting. It's not made for pleasant viewing if you're a Lancashire fan, but in terms of just watching it from a kind of neutral point of view, if you can, then that's a terrific innings by Ahmed. Peter Hanscom, his replacement.
Bonus point for Lancashire.
I'll make a note.
Searching for positives.
Yeah, well, and I appreciate your appreciate your optimism. 280 for 3.
So, Peter Hanscom, is it going to be a case of after the Lord Mayor's show?
It's Hartley to Hanscom. He just plays calmly off the front foot, lunging forward and defending back to Hartley.
He won't certainly do anything silly, you wouldn't think, Peter Hanscom. He'll play himself in.
Hartley Bailey into Hanscom. Goes back and cuts the ball. Stopped by Wells at backward point. And there is no run. In fact, that's the end of the over as well. It started with 2 fours, didn't it? And then then the wicket a couple of deliveries later. 280 for 3, lead by 74.
Yeah, I was sort of making the point when you were next door that the spinners, and there are spinners, because Wells is a spinner, Bohannon can bowl, spin, and Hartley is an England spinner. Hadn't bowled enough, really. I didn't think sort of 5 overs that Hartley had bowled out of 61 at the time when he came back on, and given that the seamers were labouring a little bit, it seemed to me that one or t'other should have been on beforehand, really. Balderson continues, bowls to Hill, who tickles him down to fine leg for 4. A lovely shot. Over the ropes it goes and takes the bounce and flies onto the concrete down in front of us. And Hill moves on to 112. I know a few people wanted to see Wells on before because he thought he would. Ahmed really struggles to resist sometimes, as you saw there, and might have hit 1 or 2 up into the air beforehand. But anyway, Hartley has the first wicket of the day. Balderson, though, has conceded now 65 from 17.1 overs. Hard overs these, with an old ball. Down the slope he comes, bowls again to Hill, who drives. Good stop, half stop by Bohannon. Big puff of dust as he reached to his left, falling to his left on a very used pitch out there at point. He made the half stop. Might have been in vain anyway, because the 12th man was sort of behind him on the boundary, but good effort from the ever enthusiastic and determined Josh Bohannon, who stayed down on one knee. Was still down on one knee, looking around him, holding, he's stretching a hammy perhaps. He's all right, he's stood up now. 3 o'clock as the sun again comes out for a little while. Over 8's gone back to level. It was +1 at the start of the day, but Harris, understandably, and with the ball flying around the place, run rate up to 4.4, is not in a particular hurry. He's set a leg slip, interestingly, for his fellow Australian, Hanscom, as Balderson is in and bowls to Hanscom, gets a delivery on off stump that suddenly thinks there might be a run in it as he dabbed it down towards gully. It bounced around, it bounced quite high, and Bohannon closed, realising that Bohannon had a bit of ground to make up to the ball. Hanscom looked up inquiringly at Hill, but you heard what Hill's answer was. That cake smells good.
It smells terrific.
It may not last till tea. In goes Balderson and bowls. Good delivery, line and length, and Hanscom can only defend it.
Yeah, just to make that point, I don't want to labour this point about Jimmy, but there's got a couple of messages. I've not suggested that Jimmy's being rested for the T20 Blast. That's not the case. They feel, however, that back-to-back championship games was too much of a risk for him. If Jimmy would have been fit and firing and all good, obviously Jimmy plays this week.
In goes Balderson, and Hanscom is beaten. Ball hits the pad, but the appeal is sort of choked off. He's a long way from being in front of the stumps, but Hanscom, a little uncertainly, wanders down, prods at the pitch. A little bit of movement back in, I think, from Balderson there. Yeah, it was. It bounced high and good effort. Getting a little bit of life, flogging a little bit of life out of the ball. Comes in and bowls again to Hanscom, who drives, and Harris can't get there. Well, he can get there, but he doesn't stop the ball cleanly. Again, as not for the first time, it sort of bounces off his knee as he ran and dived to his left at sort of extra cover, and the ball went another 10 yards or so. So Hanscom is off the mark as a consequence with a single. 286 for 3. The lead, Limus already 80.
He's gone wicketless, Balderson, this today, hasn't he? Well, in this game so far, 18 overs, 3 maidens for 67. But he's a touch unfortunate, especially this morning.
He was, yes, he was.
Could have had a wicket or 2 this morning, pretty comfortably. I thought he bowled well, Balderson.
Yeah, I was saying that Brunty had been in touch. One of his 3 lovely Welsh Springer Spaniels, the youngest is called Norman, and he says henceforth he's now been he's named Norman after Norman Armstrong. Brunty having heard the discussion about the previous record 3rd wicket partnership.
Tremendous.
For Leicestershire against Lancashire, so Norman is now Norman Armstrong.
Norman and Walter, wasn't it?
It was Walter Bradshaw and Norman Armstrong. Yeoman names. Yeoman names. Love that.
Tom Hartley, with his left arm spin. And Peter Hanscom on strike, playing off the front foot and defending. Yeah, Leicestershire skipper smothering the ball away into the offside. Yeah, lead of 80. That's happened quickly, hasn't it? 286 for 3.
Ooh.
Hartley to Hanscom. Clipped out towards the leg side where Anderson Phillip fields, and there's no run.
Cracking email from Steve Sims. Hello, Steve. Afternoon, Richard and Scott, he says. Then it says something very nice, which doesn't bear repeating.
Hartley to Hanscom. On the bounce, play back towards Tom Hartley, and then quickly has to turn and get back into his crease. Peter Hanscom as Hartley shapes to throw at the stumps.
I will show it to you, though, because we both have egos.
2-8.
Need massaging.
6 for 3. There's Hartley in, Hanscom off the front foot and pushing away into the offside, and there's no run.
But he continues. He says he's back in Bedfordshire after spending last Friday at Lord's, the, quote, home of cricket, which it seems one is contractually obliged to say on mentioning Lord's, and having spent yesterday at Grace Road, the real home of cricket.
There's Hartley to Hanscom, forward and defends, no run.
Anyway, he says the 2 days allowed him to note the qualities of both grounds. Lord's cricket county ground, he says. Pretentious name for a ground. Well, it was just the name of the bloke who built it, wasn't it?
Hartley to Hanscom, and that's the end of the over. No run. 2-8-6 for 3.
Where he says the Uptonsteel, he says it conjures up other great sporting iconic structures like the East Midlands demolition stand at Derby. Yes, indeed, one of the great stands. It's basically a tin shack, isn't it? An elongated tin shack, the East Midlands demolition stand. The mound stand, he says, brackets featureless. Whereas the Stench and Benno stand, away to our right, alongside the meet, vibrant and inspirational for the team and feared by the opposition. In goes Balderson, who's bowling admirably, really, and finding a little bit of life, and bounces the ball past the outside edge of Lewis Hill's bat. Great stuff from Balderson. I'll go through the rest of Steve's comparisons between Lord's and the Uptonsteel when Scott returns from yet another update, bless him. Balderson turns, comes in and bowls. Hill is advancing down to meet the ball, but Balderson sees he's coming, drags his length back, and Hill can only defend it out into the onside. Rehearses the shot. He remains on 113. Some quite important football today. I think is it the Championship playoff. In goes Balderson, bowls outside off stump. Great diving stop away to his left by Josh Bohannon. Hill just waited for it and cut it, but Bohannon, reaching out to his left, slid across and stopped it on the second bounce, because otherwise that would have been 4. Great work. Backing up his bowlers, Josh Bohannon. Balderson is in, bowls a very misdirected bounce a long way down the leg side, but gets away with it to the extent that umpires decide it's just one for the over. Hill ignored it, really. In goes Balderson, bowls, Hill whips it away through mid-wicket for 4, lovely shot. Just got it past Wells at mid-wicket, but once he'd done so, there was no chance at all for long on to get up to the wide mid-wicket boundary. Jogs in pursuit, lovely shot from Hill. He moves on to 117, 290 for 3. Balderson coming to the end of his 19th over of the day. The stentorian tones of Keaton Jennings ringing across the Uptonsteel. Encouraging Baldy, as they refer to George. In he goes and bowls, and Hill defends. Nice high left elbow as he walks into the defensive press. Full straight delivery. Out to mid-on goes the ball. Balderson resignedly takes his cap from umpire Adnan. Puts it on. Marches off to his fielding position, 290 for 3, the lead 84 with 7 first innings wickets in hand, and run rate up to 4.3. It'll tail off again a little bit now as Hanscom, who's faced 12 balls for a single, sort of plays himself in, but he'll want to keep that run rate tolerably high. Forecast is good for the rest of today and it's good for tomorrow. Suggestion now of rain on Monday afternoon, so they have time on their side at the moment, Leicestershire.
Hartley in, off the back foot, Hanscom cuts the ball away through the offside, where Bailey comes round to field. Hanscom gets a single, doubles his score, moves to 291 for 3.
Shall I go through the rest of Steve's comparisons?
Yes, I was quite enjoying that.
He's on the media centre now.
Right.
Lord's, cramped, out of date. Leicestershire's, world class, with noisy, steep and dangerous steps when wet. Much loved by Fletch among many. Flying tiles when windy. Modern air conditioning, brackets opened the window. A broadband of the highest speed and quality.
Hartley to Hill. Hill going back, and there's no run. Excellent.
Lords, £10 entry fee for over 65s. Leicestershire, £18 entry fee for all, no concessions, following the club's policy of equality for all.
Hartley to Hill. It's played away off the pads out towards square leg for a single.
Lords, food outlets, expensive. Leicestershire, the Michelin-starred catering of the meat, with sausage cobs, bacon cobs. Selling food from around the world, a renowned sausage and bacon cob, all along offered alongside a selection of pucker pies. Afternoon tea.
Hartley to Hanscom, slip in place. Hanscom going back, cutting the ball down to backward point, no run.
Supplied by the Ritz at Lords. Supplied by the Friends of Grace Road at the Uptonsteel. Tea and lemon drizzle cake for a £5, proper grub. Afternoon tea by the Ritz, 35 quid.
Hartley to Hanscom. Down the pitch he comes, works the ball through the onside, gets underneath Phillips' body. And as a result, they steal a single, 293 for 3.
Pavilions, Lords, a carbuncle. Leicestershire, traditional yet state-of-the-art. Players of all other counties look so much forward to changing in such close proximity in the cold showers after the day's play. Actually.
Hartley to Hill, nudged away for no run.
In all seriousness, Steve, if I may interject at this point, the Leicestershire dressing rooms are now the best on the circuit by miles. I'm not kidding you. They converted the boardroom into the away dressing room, and the old away dressing room was sort of widened, and they are expansive and absolutely beautiful in their fantastic views with super sort of couches and benches and loads of room. And as the players have told me at Leicestershire, on a rainy day you can set up the bags and play foot tennis. They're so big, so there you go. So I'm not having that. He says, can Scott think of anything at Old Trafford that can even remotely match any of the Uptonsteel County Ground facilities?
No, not when you spell it out like that. That's I can't. There's nothing that can match it. Unrivaled.
And he ends on a serious note. As George Balderson comes down from the Bennett end and bowls to Hanscom, who defends on the back foot out towards Bohannon, who picks up the ball, hurls them at the stumps, keeping at the non-strikers end, keeping Hill honest. On a serious note, he says it's really nice to hear Scott being complimentary about the Leicestershire team playing like a side top of the table. Fox's supporters so used to having a rather negative view of the team with some justification, and it perhaps takes an outsider to make us realise what a good team we have in front of us at the moment. Still early days yet, of course, he says, but. Balderson is in, bowls. Hanscom strokes it defensively out towards mid-on, and there's no run. So there you go. Thank you, Steve. You put a lot of thought and amusing it, and it was worth it. Appreciate that.
I enjoyed that.
A little bit darker again. It's just filled in a bit across to the southwest as Balderson is in, and Hanscom drives it away. Harris will chase it down. He didn't get all of it. Sounded a bit tinny. In fact, he's only going to get one, although Harris slips as he picks up. Heard Hill, seeing that Harris was already on the ball, decided not to risk a second. Hanscom on to 4, 294 for 3.
Sorry.
Another?
I'll be back.
Wow.
3:15.
Good effort. You could just stay next door, mate, if you wanted. And if we had anyone up here helping us, Rishi, if you're listening, we could leave poor Scott alone. Bouncer from Balderson. Hill ducks, lets it go through. David Hutchinson has been in touch on Blue Sky as well. He says, going through the virtues of Grace Road, he's pretty sure, and he can't understand why, clearly, he didn't hear the beauty, the sheer beauty of the meet being highlighted, being called out as Balderson is in and bowls. Hill whips him away through mid-wicket, playing that shot pretty nicely now, but there is a deep square now. Hartley is out there and he gets there sufficiently quickly to prevent a second. Hill on to 119, 295 for 3. Yes, there could come a time when the meet does become architecturally significant. As an example of sort of, I don't know how old it is, the old sort of railway, looks like an old railway building, but with a brutalist. In goes Balderson. Hanscom drops the delivery out to Bohannon at point, and there is no run. Yes, if it survives a heavy wind, maybe one day it'll be in a sort of architectural museum of some kind, or pictures of it. Certainly, I suspect it is unique. End of the over. Hill and Hanscom have a chat. Not much to be said at the moment. Hartley will continue. 9 overs, 1 for 40 at the moment. For Tom Hartley, the only wicket taker so far today, steps in and bowls to Hill, who's forward, bat quite a long way in front of Pad because he holds the pose there, and we can see it is pushing it out into the onside, and there is no run. Wind, so getting up under that dark cloud. The trees in full leaf behind the electronic scoreboard, stirring uneasily. Cut and caught behind. Hill goes. A little bit of bounce for Hartley. He went back to cut it. Hill, disappointed with himself, has to go on 119, and Hartley strikes for the second time in the session. That extra little bit of bounce from the tall left-hander. Hill went back to cut it. Is his favourite shot. I've seen him get out to it a few times, and he's gotten out to it again. But it was a great effort from Hill, and he has put his side in prime position in this game, but Leicestershire going to have to rebuild now from here. 295 for 4.
Yes, he's played his part in a memorable partnership There's Lewis Hill. That 256 that he and Ahmed added for the third wicket. Both batters have gone. Both dismissed by Tom Hartley. He'll get a great reception, and rightly so. Terrific knock by Lewis Hill. And a bit of reward for Hartley. Just say that he's a tall spinner that he is, just get that little extra bit of bounce, and he's got to cut it. And maybe just that little extra bounce from the height of Hartley, allowing in the end Hill to play just a fraction underneath the ball, thin edge through to the keeper.
179 balls, 17 fours and 1 6.
Yeah, impressive stuff. Two experienced guys here together now, aren't they? Hanscom and Holland.
Yes.
Plenty of cricket between those two. Cox, Van Beek, Green, Scriven and Hull to come. Lead of 89.
Yes. A lot of batting to come. And because the run rate is 4.2, they've got a decent chance of getting, you would think, 4 bonus points. Maybe 5, but that's a big batting bonus points, obviously. But they a certain amount of time, what, 40 overs and 4 balls. They're approaching their second batting bonus point. But Hartley, well bowled. Nice little bit of bounce and turn. Well, certainly bounce anyway.
Yeah. He's bowled well this season, Tom Hartley.
Yeah.
He's had a good year.
Steps in, bowls. Holland is studiously forward, pushing the ball out to Anderson Phillip at mid-wicket.
Now, I mentioned this point before, I think, that he's bowled a lot in the first innings of matches, and they get too much assistance off pitches, but ball with good control.
Steps in, bowls, lovely loop to the delivery, brings Holland forward. Doesn't really turn, so he can smother the ball reasonably comfortably, but nice loop, nice line, nice flight from Tom Hartley. He looks down at the ball, steps quite delicately to the crease and bowls, drags that one down a little bit, so he's cross with himself because Holland can go back and just work it calmly out towards mid-wicket. There is no mid-wicket, just the 12th man who was in sort of a square leg, who picks up and fields. No, it's not 12th man, I beg George Bell's pardon. I'm so used to him being at slip, of course. It's Keaton Jennings there at the moment. Hartley is in bowls, and Hanscom just pokes it out into the offside. And there is no run, but a successful over for Tom Hartley, a second successful over for the England spinner. I wonder how he feels about Bashir. Sort of was bowled terrible. I mean, he was awful at Glamorgan against us, and he has not bowled well this season, but he's still there. Shoaib.
Yes, he appears to be the chosen one, doesn't he? I mean, he's not featured for England since that Test series against India. He was in the World Cup squad last year, but didn't play. He's been recalled to the white ball team, Tom Hartley, for this upcoming series. But yeah, basically, I mean, went to India, was probably one of the standout performers, wasn't he? You know, winning matches for England, bowling side India out.
Exactly, yeah. I read out a skeet when you were next door from David Hutchinson, who's cross because he's pretty sure in all the comparisons that Steve listed that the sheer beauty of the meat wasn't highlighted.
We underplayed its beauty.
It's architectural merit.
Yes. Well, let's admire it as Anderson Phillip comes in and bowls left by Holland, and there is no.
Well, Brunty's responded by saying the meat will indeed come into its own if there's another war and air raid shelters come back into fashion.
Fair point.
I wouldn't like to be sheltering in the meat. I don't think it would give you much shelter.
It's like a kind of tin roof, isn't it?
It looks a bit like corrugated tin or iron, doesn't it? And the walls are made of basically reinforced paper, I think. But
I've never been in that building. I should
oh,
really.
You know, it's a fantastic
I
view
should go
from those windows. You feel very close to the action.
It's Phillip bowls, pushed away by Holland into the offside, no run.
And the Friends of Grace Road used to sell a huge selection of cricket books in there. Now, I haven't been in this season. Whether those cricket books are still in there. I'm not sure, but oh yes, you ought to pop in before the end of the game just to you can say you've been in then.
So is it the top floor is the one where you can go and
Yes.
sit and watch
Yeah,
cricket?
the sort of bottom floor with various offices and,
Right,
and the
okay.
Friends of Grace Road and the physio room and all that sort of thing.
296 for 4. Here comes Philip. He's been reintroduced from the Bennett end. Ball's a ball just back of a length, and Holland just sways back. Allows that to travel through. They've got a short leg in place. That's George Bell under the helmet at forward short leg. A couple of slips as well. Backward point cover, mid on, square leg, fine leg. 296 for 4, lead of 90. But Hill and Ahmed have gone with something different, with Hanscom and Holland batting. So Holland defends 2 mid on, Duke Wells fields, and there is no addition to the score. 296 for 4. He's got a couple of new batters to bowl at here, Lancashire. Fabulous double century partnership, Ahmed and Hill. Both have gone. Here comes Anderson Phillip in ball. It's short and pulled. 4 runs for Ian Holland. Pulled it well in front of square on the leg side. Onto it pretty quickly. As Phillip ran in and just tried to bang it in, I think. And he did. Nice pull shot for 4. That brings up the 300, that, for Leicestershire. 300 for 4. 94 runs in front now. Holland moves on to 5. Phillip's got 1 ball left of this latest spell. He's had a go from both ends today. Anderson Phillip. Short ball to Holland. And there's nothing to do with it. The scoreboard says that's the end of the over, but well, the umpires also agree as well. There was both umpires were looking over the shoulder to the scoreboard, and they could see it was 0.5. No, they agree. That is completion of the 70th over of Leicestershire's first innings. 300 for 4, leading by 94 runs. Holland on 5, Hanscom on 4. 41 overs remaining in the day's play. Because we're 9 overs now away from a second new ball becoming available for Lancashire. Going to be a spin from Hartley from this pavilion end. Balls to Hanscom, getting forward and defending.
Sorry.
That's all right. There's no run.
And then creeps a little bit close. He's almost in a silly cover position as down the wicket goes Hanscom. Has to defend. Hartley sort of sees him coming. He likes to polish the ball sort of on the bottom of his shirt, the front part of his shirt, the back of it, so he sort of reaches underneath his shirt and gives it a very firm polish before stepping in and bowling, tossing it up beautifully, but just perhaps over pitching, and Hanscom gets forward, clips the ball, but only as far as mid on. Well, Williams in sunglasses, despite the fact it's quite cloudy out there. Very cloudy out there, no sign of any sun as Hartley is in. Drops a touch short, but again, that's because Hanscom had advanced down the wicket to him, so he made what would have been a short ball into a length delivery and pushed it out, back down the pitch. Hanscom playing himself in, as he tends to do. Hartley in, Hanscom goes back and looks to cut, steers it off the stumps. Hartley's hands on his head, but only as far as is that Wells at?
It is, yeah.
Sort of deep-ish backward point, about 25 yards from the bat, 20 maybe. Hartley bowls, back goes Hanscom, cuts again. It's a bit short of Wells. Wells tried to get down to it, but it bounced horribly just in front of him. It sort of burst through his hands and it's almost gone to the ropes, but Wells picks himself up, chases back and manages to drag it back about a foot inside the ropes, and Hanscom has to settle for 3 instead of 4, and the floodlights are coming on. Umpires have seen all that. It seems a tad premature, but because there is a little, we're higher than the umpires. They've got they're looking up at the sort of trees behind the scoreboard and then the dark cloud. We can see a little bit, quite a lot further than that, and behind that dark cloud it's getting a touch lighter again. So environmental damage being inflicted unnecessarily by the cruel and ruthless umpires.
Take a bit of time to warm up these lights, don't they? They're slowly flickering on. As you say, we're not at ground level, so it doesn't feel like it's changed much, but there's obviously enough concern that the cloud looks a little gloomy. And some help is required from the floodlights. There's Anderson Phillip. And Hanscom defending. Guides the ball down towards third man for a single. Moves on to 8, 304 for 4 to bring Holland back on strike. Holland on 5. Yeah, got the leg slip still. 2 slips, leg slip. Williams rather has actually moved a couple of paces to his left. He's more leg gully now. Point, mid off, mid on. Deep square, fine leg. Ball by Phillip. Beats Holland. Nice carry through to Hurst as well. There's no addition to the score. A little bit of shape away from Ian Holland from that delivery from Anderson Phillip. Toiled away. Not bowled much today, but when he was taking out the attack earlier on, he bowled 3 overs for 24. This was replaced down the leg side by Phillip. Tumbling take by Hurst. It's been the bulk of the work has been done by the other seamers in this game for Lancashire. 17 overs for Tom Bailey, 13 overs for Will Williams, and again shouldering the brunt of the load, George Balderson's 20 overs. Phillip in. Oh, it could be a wide. It's a fantastic take by Hurst. Is he going to call that a wide? He is. He's banged in by Anderson Phillip, looped up high above Ian Holland, and then springing into life from behind the stumps. There's Matthew Hurst leaping up, one-handed take, arm stretched high directly above him to get a glove onto that. It's been called a wide. He's been called a wide a few times from deliveries like that have been too far over head height into Holland. Short, but Holland sways out the way of it. Through to Hurst. Again, there's no run. 305 for 4. And pretty much now, the floodlights are in full force. Pretty much all the bulbs are flicked into life.
I have to read out the headline from this email that's arrived, because the headline is, and I'm sorry Lancashire fans if you're an Old Trafford fans, it says, "Let's all laugh at Man United." That's a bit harsh.
Phillip to Holland, drives away through the covers for 4 runs. Short and short, and then short and wide, and he's able to pierced that away for 4. 309 for 4. Holland moves on to 9.
I'm sure United supporters would forgive us for other football club supporters, because it's Schadenfreude really. So many years of great success, then you've got to suck it up when it isn't going for you, don't you? Really.
Very true. A handsome looking shot moves the lead above 100 now. That's defended by Holland, just tapped away into the offside. 103 in front at the end of the over, 309 for 4.
Yes, in the sort of applause that Ian Holland has been getting rightly for his record wicket-taking efforts this season. He is the top wicket-taker in the second division now with 28. His batting's actually slightly sort of gone under the radar, but he's been almost as well, not as effective with the bat as with the ball, but very, very useful contributions from him as an all-rounder. In fact, he actually, towards the end of last season, he was opening both batting and bowling. That's how good his batting is considered to be. Let's get the number of runs he's scored this season up for you in a minute. In the meantime, Hartley is in to Hanscom, who goes back, works the ball out to mid-wicket, where Phillip fields. And there's no run. Our Australian contacts reckon, who see an awful lot of Hanscom obviously in his play for Victoria down under, as Hartley is in. Hanscom walks down the pitch, defends to him and runs back down into his crease. Hartley again sort of makes as though to throw the ball at the stumps, but it is purely going through the motions. He was never going to release it there. Hartley in again to Hanscom, who defends out to mid-wicket. He's going to have to, hurry, but it's a good call. And Phillip has a bit of ground to make up to the ball at mid-wicket, and in fact the run is tolerably comfortable. They tell us that once Hanscom goes past 30 balls, he is likely to score really well, and he has now reached his 30 balls. So up to that point, he's usually a little bit vulnerable. I think most batsmen are, aren't they? In goes Hartley and bowls to Holland, who's forward straight away. I mean, some lucky few look perfectly secure from the very start, but Hanscom's method is to play very carefully the first 30 balls and go from there. Hartley bowls down the wicket. Oh, goes Holland. Don't think he got anything on it. It's not taken cleanly by Hurst. Not quite sure what happened there, and he quickly retreated back into his ground, but might just have got something on it. Let's have a... Are we going to have a time to have a quick look at the replay? No, he got a bottom edge on it, and that's what took it past Hurst. It wasn't a mis-stumping. Goes back to that one from Hartley, plays it firmly down into the ground, and it's stopped by Bohannon at extra cover. Nor was it a chance, I hasten to add. So both Holland and Hanscom have 9, 310 for 4. The lead already over 100, 104 lead.
Yes, pushing up towards the tea break, which means it's lemon drizzle time almost, and mystery cake time as well.
Yes, indeedy.
I can smell the mystery cake. I can't work out from the smell what it is, though.
I'd be hugely impressed if you got its primary ingredient, or the ingredient that's given it its flavour. Presumably the primary ingredient is sort of flour, isn't it? But the flavouring ingredient.
I'm looking forward to it. It's a much needed pick-me-up. 310 for 4. Anderson Phillip in and balls. Edged, gone. Keaton Jennings at second slip takes the catch. Good low catch to his right. And Anderson Phillip has had a tough all day, but gets a few pats on the back from his teammates, and he gets a wicket to his name as well. And it's the skipper who's gone. Edged behind to Jennings, off Phillip, and that is Leicestershire 5 down. 310 for 5. Healthy looking lead already, but yeah, some relief I think for Anderson Phillip.
Yeah, absolutely. Well bowled. stuck at it. I don't know whether Hanscom was almost trying to sort of dab it down. It's a shot he plays a bit between sort of second slip and the gully area. Just didn't quite get enough on it. So much for the 30 ball theory. He was on 31 when he got out. But fair play, good call by Harris and Lancashire to keep the second slip in. It would have been easy for them to go fully onto the defensive, so to speak. But they haven't. And they're getting a little bit of reward now. Ben Cox comes to the crease in difficult light, really. Still quite dark out there. The floodlights are having an effect. They've improved things, but it's a sort of slightly odd light.
Yeah.
As a consequence.
Well, they've got some means of being optimistic here, Lancashire, a little bit, having such a gruelling day for them, but then there's a second new ball due in 6 overs' time. Leicestershire's lead, obviously, is already looking pretty formidable. They're 100 in front, but for crumbs of comfort and something to try and cling on to, they've got rid of Ahmed and Hill, and now Hanscom's gone shortly after. New ball around the corner. See if they can try and have a better second half of the day. It's been a pretty tough first half for them.
Yeah, I mean 30 for 3, last 3 wickets. 280 for 2 to 310 for 5.
So Ben Cox, the new batter, just taking guard and getting himself set. He's got George Bell at first slip and Keaton Jennings at second. 3 on the third man point cover. There's a short mid wicket, there's a mid on, and then fine leg. Here comes Phillip for Lancashire in and bowls to Cox. Oh, for a fraction it was in the air, just for a moment. He just flicked it off his pads. It fell well short of Will Williams at short mid wicket, but just turned it off his pads to the leg side, and for a minute it got Lancashire excited because it was in the air, but then quickly dropped well short in the end. 310 for 5. Anderson loops back round at the top of his mark. Anderson Phillip, that is, not the other one. In and bowls to Cox down the leg side, taken by Hurst, skipping away to his left. Give Anderson Phillip a bit of a boost. Will that wicket, certainly.
Good afternoon to David Smith, who's been in touch by email. Hi Richard, you mentioned the great book sales once hosted in the meet. Do you know how many county grounds still have bespoke cricket libraries? Well, Oak Trafford certainly does, because I've been in the pavilion and there is a dedicated library, isn't there? A room, or there was.
I think there still is, yep. Phillip is in and bowls to Cox. He allows that one to go through. Just some Phillip peels away, his hands on his head as if he can't quite believe how that's just not flicked the top of off stump. Not sure how close it was. Phillip will tell us not far away, but left alone by Cox. 310 for 5.
I know the Oval does. Gorgeous library. I've been in that. I'm sure Lord's does. Do they count as county grounds? Lord's, the Oval and Old Trafford, they're all a bit more than county grounds. Otherwise...
310 for 5. And it's Phillip to Cox. Flashed away through mid-wicket. 4 runs. Timed beautifully. Lovely way to get off the mark. 314 for 5. And the lead now to 108.
Do you have a cricket book collection as such?
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, yeah. Got some wisdoms that I've collected since covering Lancashire. So that will date back. My first season was 2010. So I've had a wisdom collection covering that period of time, and then various cricket books. I've just finished my latest one, Blue Suede Shoes. Phillip is in and bowling. Forward goes Cox. It's pushed up towards mid-on, and there's no run. End of the over, 3:14 for 5. What's the lead? 108, I think it was. So a wicket from the first ball of the over from Anderson Phillip, and that lovely shot for 4 by Ben Cox to end it. 3:14 for 5.
Scott off to do his latest update. David's email continues. He sometimes feels his own collection of cricket literature is halfway to library status. That they keep on coming, don't they? Some better than others, got to say. Keep up the good work on comms. A pleasure listening to you as always. Kind regards, David, who finishes with a quote from Neville Cardus, which I will read out. In goes Hartley and bowls to Ian Holland, who defends on middle and off, out into the offside, because it's a lovely quote from his book Days in the Sun, one of the most enjoyable of cricket books, I think, written in 1929, as Hartley is in. Back goes Holland, forces it out into the offside. Bohannon runs to his left in front of Will Williams to make the stop, and then apologises to Williams politely. He's a long way in front of Williams. He's only sort of 4 strips away from the bat, in fact, as Hartley goes in, tosses it up. Holland pushes the ball back down the pitch to Tom Hartley, whose introduction into the attack has not only been successful in terms of 2 wickets having been taken, but also in terms of getting through his overs more quickly, and Lancashire ditto. A little bit short on that occasion. Holland can go back and force it away off the back foot wide of Williams out to the sweeper, who's Tom Bailey out there on the cover boundary. Holland takes 1, moves into double figures on to 10. Cox is taking guard. I'll wait until the end of the over before reading that Cardus quote, because it's not the sort of thing that should be hurried. Changes to the field for the new batsman Ben Cox. Short, fine leg has gone into position for the sort of, he's been out that way actually a couple of times. It's a good call as he gets forward to that one from Tom Hartley for the sort of mistimed sweep, or the sort of top-edged sweep. Ben Cox has had a very good season with the bat so far, as Hartley is in. Bowls to him, drops short. He can go back and push it wide of Bohannon, again out to Bailey on the cover boundary, and walk, almost a single. End of the over. So I'll just get that quote in for those of you on the edges of your seats, metaphorically or otherwise. Cardus in Days of the Sun. The plain homeliness of the Midlands is expressed by Leicestershire cricket. It has no airs and graces, no excessive refinements. See an innings by Cole, C-O-L-E, and you ought not be long guessing from the smack of rotund nature about it that he has passed the main portion of his days in the sun on a field with rustic benches running intimately round. There you go. As ever with Cardus, that's a sort of element of, well, I don't know. I hesitate to use the word pretentiousness, but he did get a little bit flowery at times, but some of it was beautiful. Phillip is in, bowls to Cox, who defends. Nice high left elbow back down the pitch on the on side. 316 for 5. It is wonderfully readable stuff, though. Most of Cardus's work. I enjoyed his autobiography, because obviously that touches on the amount of music criticism that he wrote as well. And his time as a school teacher and a cricket teacher, indeed, at Shrewsbury School. Phillip is in, bowls very full, looking to on drive is Cox, but doesn't quite get it as straight as he would have liked, and it goes more or less straight to Wells at mid-on. 110 the lead. Leicestershire, they'd like to get it up to, I would think, around about 200. Whether they'll do that today, whether they'll be bowled out, be bowling at Lancashire again tonight, remains to be seen. Cox raises his bat waits. It's swaying up and down as Philip is in to him. He's a bit late down on that one as he digs it out. It works around to deep backward square. He's very quick between the wickets though, Cox, and he makes one where for most batters, or many batters, I suspect that would have been only 1.5 runs, but he turns immediately and scurries back down the track. And it wasn't a bad throw coming in from Bailey, I think it was, coming in from deep square, got there ahead of Balderson, who's at long leg. And Hurst took the bails off, but Cox had made his ground. No, he says, Anderson, hang on, hang on. He had raised his hand before Philip started his run. He's seen something miles up the pitch. Walks up a good 2/3 of the pitch and picks it up and flicks it off. A bit of dirt from the studs or something like that. If it had hit that, it would have been the shortest bouncer that had been bowled today, that's for sure. But anyway, it was putting Cox off, and he made Philip stop. In fairness, as I say, he did raise his hand before Philip had started his run, but Philip kind of puts his head down when he starts his run and didn't see it. In he goes and bowls. Cox on drives again, foolish delivery, but doesn't time it again, and it runs out to Wells at mid-on. Yeah, but thank you for that email, David. Really enjoyable stuff. And Worcester had a few cricket... Well, I don't know if they had a library. In the Graham Hick Pavilion, everything sort of looks sort of newish in there. I wouldn't be surprised if there was. Leicestershire don't. They have a sort of collection of cricket books, or did have, I'm sure they still do, in the boardroom, in the old boardroom. I remember seeing that a few times. So that must be somewhere. In goes Philip, bowls very high bounce, and that'll be four wides, I beg your pardon. He banged it in, probably around about where that bit of dirt was that Cox flicked off a couple of deliveries ago, and there was no chance at all for Hurst. Absolute wasted effort indeed. It gives Leicestershire 4 wides. 3-2-3 for 5. I like this email thing rather than social media, because people can sort of express themselves at greater length. Philip runs in, but he abandons his run up as he gets to the crease. This won't be doing the over 8 too much good. 35 remaining after this, so 3 more until tea. So it will be around about 4 o'clock when we can attack those cakes. Lemon drizzle and AN other. David Bridge has also emailed. Let's see what David has to say in a moment. As Philip is in, bowls 2 Cox down the leg side, not taken cleanly by Hurst, and he has to go chasing after the ball away to his left, but he's in hot pursuit and he's only a foot or so behind it in the 10 yards or so it takes him to get there, so Leicestershire don't try and take a cheeky bite. David Bridge enjoying the day in the commentary up here in North Norfolk. Lovely North Norfolk. Used to take the kids to Hokum. Great days on the beach there. Been a good week, he says. He's got a new grandson. Lovely news. His wife had a successful gallbladder removal. In goes Philip and bowls straight. Cox defends and holds the pose for a few minutes. Spurs. Clearly, David, a Spurs fan. They won their first trophy in 17 years, and Lewis has now scored a lovely century. Happy days. Enjoy your cake. From David Bridge. We will. Thank you, David. Great email. Good few days for you. I'm glad things are going well, and I'm glad your missus is, I'm sure, feeling an awful lot better now. Cox and Holland consult in mid-pitch. Hartley will, of course, continue. He's bowling very nicely now. 13 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 47. Steps in, bowls, nice length, brings Holland forward in defence. Keaton Jennings likes that at first slip, as does Hurst. Hartley bowls. Waiting for it. He stepped forward, but he wasn't at the pitch of the ball there, Holland. It was nicely bowled by Hartley again, and came down a touch late on it, jammed it out towards that man at sort of deepish gully / backward point. Hartley bowls, tosses it right up. It's full and clipped by Holland, but only as far as Anderson Phillip at mid-wicket. Got a deep backward square now, so for Holland, not the man on the sort of 45 for the top-edged sweep. Hartley is in, drops a little bit short there. Holland can go back and work it out, but again he's picked out Phillip at mid-wicket. A bit cross, he didn't go that little bit squarer. No runs to be had there. Now that deep backward square comes in to that position on the 45 as Hartley goes in and bowls. Holland goes forward again on middle stump and indicates there was a fraction of turn. Not sure there was. Maybe it was bounce he was referring to with that little hand gesture. Hartley is in, Holland is forward defending again. Super over from Tom Hartley. Probing away, and Holland had to defend throughout. 14 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 47 now for Tom Hartley. 2 overs until tea. The lead 123 minus 6, 117 now. From a batting point of view, Leicestershire's strength really has been in the sort of middle and lower order this season, in that they've, if there has been a foundation, they've built on it. If there hasn't been a foundation, they've sort of kept them in the game. They've dragged the innings up to a competitive score. So, you know, a bit of work for Lancashire to do here.
As Phillip on the stroke of tea comes in and bowls. 2 overs till the break. Cox clips the ball down towards fine leg. Balderson picks it up. Cox wants 2. There's a little bit of a fumble on the boundary. Cox able to hurry back for 2 more. He moves on to 9. 325 for 5. So the second new ball will be due straight after the tea break for Lancashire.
Bailey and Balderson have a massage or something and
come hurtling in with the new ball. Here is Phillip to Cox. That's pushed away into the leg side, and there's no run. Hartley's at Williams at mid wicket. Wells at mid on. The 2 fielders there to converge on the ball. Yeah, Bailey and Balderson got the new ball a little bit last night, and I'm sure they'll get a chance with it pretty much straight after tea. I can't see a reason why it wouldn't be taken. Lancashire desperately needing some spark of energy and some life. I think, actually, to their credit, they've plugged away as best they could. Phillip in to Cox. Just hits the thigh pad and pops away into the onside. I mean, they managed to pick up 3 wickets with 3 for 30, something like that, in that little spell.
Yeah, 280 for 2 became 310 for 5. So, yeah, 3 for 30 runs.
They've plugged away. It's been a pretty dominant day for Leicestershire. How will the final session unfold? Can the new ball spark a little bit of life for Lancashire? Some much needed wickets, try and get the innings done and dusted. Pushed away by Cox up towards mid-on. There's no run. In saying that, quite at that stage just yet, I don't think, but almost a longer Leicestershire bat. The time taking away from the game, it wouldn't necessarily be a huge thing, but not at that point in the game yet. We're only approaching tea on day 2. There's loads of time left. You know, either way, they're going to have to bat very well second time round, facing a sizable deficit on their first innings. It's 119 at the minute, the difference between the 2 sides. Phillip in to Cox, short ball, leans back and gets out the way of that, through to Hurst. And there's no run. David Milnes at square leg is wandering up for a chat to Will Williams.
A couple of pigeons fly overhead, which, where I'm staying at the moment, where I am in Stamford at the moment, kites are actually now nesting in and around the town somewhere. And they're often mobbed. Gorgeous big red hawks, obviously. A kind of hawk.
Final ball of the over. Anderson in, driven by Cox to mid-on. That is the end of the over. The end of Anderson-Phillip for the session. Because we've got one over until the tea break. 3:25 for 5, leading by 119.
But they don't mind the odd pigeon. You often see them, you see them sort of being mobbed by crows. That other birds sort of try to drive them off, but they're just gorgeous things hovering there, and they sort of have a very high, chirpy call. They chirp to each other. It's very distinctive and very pleasant. Certainly compared to the raucous crows and other corvids. Hartley to continue, bowl the last over before tea, then from the pavilion end in he goes and bowls. Back goes Holland, forces it out into the offside, but good work by Baldy. George Balderson moving across to his left to make the stop, keeps Holland in his crease. Hartley is in, bowls. Oh, that bounces a bit, and Holland actually plays it rather well. It jumped on him and he managed to get his bat to it, steered it down sort of through the gully area. Bell moved across to his left to field, but that was a bit nasty from the batter's point of view. It rose on him nicely from Hartley, who's in again. That one doesn't rise, but Holland goes back and plays it out to mid-wicket fairly calmly. But just at the moment, this is a good battle. For a couple of overs, Hartley and Holland have been at it. And Hartley at the moment is keeping the batsman thinking all the time, and he's having to think there as he stretches forward on off stump. He's bowled 10 consecutive deliveries, dot deliveries to Ian Holland. Bowls, and again make that 11, because that's a straight delivery which Holland strokes out defensively towards mid-on.
It's a good spell this, isn't it, by Hartley?
Yeah, it's
very
nice.
Good effort.
It's nice.
2 for 28 in his 10th over of the spell.
In he goes, and Holland drives it back to him on the bounce, and that will be tea, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Lancashire did well in it. They fought back. Leicestershire dominated the first hour in the persons of Rehan Ahmed and Lewis Hill, both of whom went to 100 in a record-breaking partnership of 256, record-breaking in terms of the third wicket for Leicestershire against Lancashire in the county championship. Ahmed was eventually first to go. He was dismissed by Hartley, caught by Keaton Jennings at sort of fly-slip, really. Short third man, if you prefer. A sliced drive for 136 made from 197 balls. Lewis Hill followed, not so long after, caught by Matty Hurst, cutting at a delivery from Tom Hartley that rose on him, and then Peter Hanscom, Leicestershire's captain, was caught at second slip by Keaton Jennings off the bowling of Anderson-Phillip. But Ian Holland and Ben Cox have put together a partnership worth just 15 so far for the 6th wicket, as the Foxes look to extend their lead, which is now 119. He looks to his left to Scott Reed for confirmation, but Reed is already into the cakes, so no help there. We'll be back with you in around about 18 minutes' time.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
What a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard. from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard. shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard. Shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Lancashire fielders, somebody's cracked a good one in the little huddle that they have just before crossing the boundary to follow the two umpires, David Milnes and Hassan Adnan, out into the middle. And the face of it, on the scoreboard face of it, not too much to laugh about, with Leicestershire 325 for 5, a lead of 119. But Lancashire did fight back well towards the end of that afternoon session. They were really looking down the barrel at 280 for 2, with Rehan Ahmed and Lewis Hill flaying the ball to all parts, both going to a century in that afternoon session. However, Tom Hartley picked up both, Ahmed for 136 and Hill for 119, before Anderson Phillip returned to have Peter Hanscom, Leicestershire's captain, caught at second slip for just 9, wasn't it? I think it was. Yes, I hadn't make a note of
yes,
that.
9.
Caught Jennings' second slip, bowled Anderson Phillip, and hadn't written down his score. Made the score 310 for 5. Ian Holland and Ben Cox on 10 and 9 respectively, other not out batsmen. And Scott Reed of BBC Radio Manchester and myself, Richard Ray, BBC Radio Leicester, can honestly report that the pumpkin cake was cracking.
It was cracking. It was delicious. Pumpkin with a little bit of ginger, and that was lovely.
Bit of walnut as well.
Bit of
top,
walnut.
you think?
Yeah, very nice. And the lemon drizzle. Well, you can't go wrong with lemon drizzle. That was it's a solid choice from you, Richard. That I would say that you've excelled through the course of that afternoon session.
The friends of Grace Road, whoever baked those cakes, that deserve the plaudits.
They do, yes. You chose well. Don't take away from your...
I chose wise.
Yeah. Right, Will Williams, I presume he's got a new ball in his hand. He's in and bowling. That would potentially suggest he has, as that pops on Cox, who takes his bottom hand off the bat and tries to safely negotiate the ball away to the offside, and then instantly comes down to probe and press the pitch. Not seen much of that, so I should be hoping that there's a bit more of that to come after the tea break.
Yeah, it is a new ball. They focused on it quite closely, and you can see the manufacturer's gold.
As Williams in bowls, forward goes Cox in defence, and there's no run. Yeah, excellent work from the guys at the Friends of Grace Road. If you're coming to Grace Road tomorrow, get yourself a cake. There's a healthy selection to choose from.
Health is an interesting choice of word, but it is a wide selection, that is for sure.
It's a varied selection, yeah.
There's a delicious selection, we could say that.
Could work your way through a different cake every day, couldn't you?
Yeah.
And still have more cake to come. Williams in. It's worked away towards the backward square leg boundary for a single. So 326 for 5. Brings Holland on strike.
Welcome back to listeners to BBC Radio Leicester. And you heard the score read by Zoe there. Foxes looking to build on that, and they certainly won't be thinking in terms of a declaration tonight, if that is an option.
Williams is in bowling to Holland. That's glanced away down to fine leg. That'll race away down towards the boundary. It was a little glance, but as soon as it flicked away, it picked up pace across this hard outfield, and that firm, hard new ball in the end rattled its way to the rope for 4 runs. Holland moves to 14. Lancashire have taken the second new ball straight away after the tea break, so that's why we've got Williams and soon to be Bailey, I'm sure, in tandem. Lancashire hoping a new ball will bring them some new hope. 330 for 5 into Holland. Takes a single. Guided down towards Anderson at fine leg, and Holland moves on to 15 not out. Score 331 for 5. Brings Ben Cox on strike. 2 slips in place. Have been for large parts of the day, even when runs were flowing. Looking to try and take wickets. Certainly 2 slips down with a new ball off the back foot by Cox. That's punched away to cover. And there's no run. End of the first over of the evening session. 5 runs coming off it. That leg glance, and then the single just turned away to square leg. 331 for 5. Leicestershire leading by 125 runs.
And it will, of course, be Tom Bailey who will share the new ball with Will Williams. 2 young men who decided to try the Maurice Burrows Terrace have seen enough. I think it can be a bit chilly out there.
Yes.
If you're in the wind.
Yeah. I went for a little walk across the gantry at tea. I know it's not far, but just to get a bit of fresh air. It is quite breezy, but it's not a bitterly cold wind.
No, it's mild, isn't it? Bailey, 1 for 66 from 17 overs, bowled a bit better than that suggests. Goes in and bowls outside off stump, an outswinger that Holland lets go through to Matty Hurst. Briefly, when a few seasons ago, I sort of followed our colleague Alex Winter's example at Northampton, when he used to put a table out and run long cables to them, so he was always you were always right behind the bowler's arm, which is great as long as this is not cold, and my word, it could get, and as you know, it can get very cold at Northampton. Bailey is in, bowls to Holland, lovely delivery that swings past the outside edge and is too good for Holland and too good to take the edge of the bat. Through it goes to Hurst. So I thought, well, it's not a bad idea. So I tried it here. I think it was sort of late April day. Leicestershire were playing Surrey. Mark Church sort of glanced to my left and looked, and he'd gone blue basically. So at lunchtime I moved us back into the commentary box. Another beautiful outswinger from Bailey that again is far too good for Holland. Bailey expressionless, no sign of frustration at all, just philosophically turns and, having bowled 2 beauties in a row, just walks back towards the top of his mark.
There was quite a bit of that this morning, wasn't there, from Bailey and from Balderson. Lancashire, I'm sure we'll look back at this morning and think, with a wee bit of good fortune, it could have gone a very different way, and Lancashire could have been in amongst the wickets in that first hour.
Bailey bowls again to Holland, a little bit too short possibly, because Holland can go back and deal with the outswing on the back foot and just turn it off middle and off sort of area out into the on side. Hartley is the fielder at mid wicket. That's him clapping his hands. You can possibly hear there's a bit of hand clapping going on out there as Bailey turns. Shortish run, bowls, again a little bit short. Again Holland can go back and deal with it, dropping it out into the offside. Bohannon, his whites grubby at the knee, both knees in fact.
Yes, he's been busy in the field, hasn't he, Josh Bohannon? It's probably Lancashire's best fielder. He had some excellent fielders over the recent years. Lancashire, Stephen Croft's probably the best of the bunch. Bohannon is pretty exceptional in the field.
Bailey bowls. Oh, super delivery again. That looked straight enough to beat, well, maybe nip the outside of the off stump, but it actually bounced a bit too much and swing a bit too much, so not only beating Holland but also beating the stumps. But 3 times Holland beaten in that over, so Bailey making very good use of the new ball immediately. 18 overs, 1 for 66 for him. Holland survives the over. That's about the best that can be said about the way he got through that one. 331 for 5.
Yeah, he's had some
the score.
Lovely shape away there, hasn't he, Bailey? A couple of times. Angled in, just seeming away or swinging away. Good start by the Bailey. Williams looking to try and back it up from the top end. That's defended by Cox. Pushed up towards Wells at cover, no run.
I guess this is where Holland's experience as an opening batsman sort of comes into play, really. Cox, likewise, they're having to sort of start again against the new ball, albeit against bowlers that have got a lot of overs in their legs. So,
yes, he opened the batting for Hampshire, didn't he? For a decent amount of time.
Times, yeah.
Williams to Cox. That's defended back to Will Williams, and there's no run. 331 for 5. You're having to kind of start again. Just try and find another sizable partnership that will further reinforce what already is a pretty strong position and a lead of 125. Williams from the Bennett end, 2 slips waiting, bowls to Cox. Just turns it out through the leg side for a single. Moves on to 11. There's Balderson fields. Williams with 1 wicket so far in this match. It came yesterday. Dismissal of Saul Budinger, who just chipped one up towards Bailey. It was a bit off. Beats Holland through to Hurst. Yeah, 2 early wickets. Rishi Patel, Saul Budinger both out pretty cheaply, 12 and 4. And it was 24 for 2. But then the Riyad Ahmed and Lewis Hill partnership came together. They settled things down last night and then, well, absolutely hammered home the advantage that they managed to develop through the course of the morning, and then pretty emphatically through the early part of the afternoon. That big partnership pushed away by Holland to cover, and there's no run. 256 run partnership between Ahmed and Hill. It's been the story of the game. It's been the big dominant partnership that has pushed this game firmly in control for Leicestershire. They have control of the game with wickets in hand and a healthy lead. Looking to add to it here. Williams in again. Holland waiting on 15. Jabs the ball away, but thickish bottom edge of the bat, and it just bounces away into the offside. And there's no run. End of the over. 332 for 5. Lead of 126. We've got 29 overs left in the day's allocation. Still got the floodlights on, but it's pretty bright now.
So that'll take us to 112 overs for the innings, won't they? So Leicester pretty much have the rest of the day. I'm just working out sums, what their chances of picking up certainly another, definitely not obviously another 1 batting bonus point. They'll be hoping for 2. But 3 I think is, we never know, but it looks out of the question now. Bailey is into Ben Cox fullish, and Cox is able to get forward, play it carefully in defence out to Marcus Harris.
Yeah, I suppose it's that little balancing act, isn't it? Obviously they'll get certainly 1 more, probably 2 more. Should comfortably get 2 more batting bonus points, but maybe the slightly bigger pitch than going hunting for the extra one is just pushing this lead further forward.
Bailey is in nice shape to that one as well, but Cox equal to it again, solid in defence. He's got a very bright sort of pinky orange grip on his bat handle, Ben Cox. It is not hard to see even from this distance. Holland, a rather more muted sort of whitey grey grip on his bat handle. Long sleeved sweater for Ian Holland and short sleeved for Ben Cox. As in goes Bailey and bowls a lovely outswinger that fullish as well, and it drew the attempted drive from Ben Cox, and the ball went past the outside edge. 2 even younger cricket supporters come alongside us with Dad, and they've been playing all-stars cricket. Good on them. Despite the fact they've got footy kits on, Leicester City footy kits on, oh bless. They've been they've got nice warm sort of hoodies on, so hopefully they won't be too cold. In goes Bailey and bowls to Cox, who defends. And they're Lancashire. Is that Lancashire? There you go. It's a Lancashire cricket top.
Cricket.
But is that not a Leicester City kit he's got underneath? I think it's an away Leicester City kit, because they play in pink away from home.
But
so
with a lanky hoodie.
With a lanky, yeah, maybe he's an exiled Lancastrian Dad.
Split loyalties.
You may support Leicester City, son, but you will not support. you are a Lancastrian follower of cricket. Outside off stump, Cox, beautiful shot. Yeah, outside off stump, off the back foot, which pleases, and it shouldn't too much, the young man in a Lancashire top to our right here on top of the pavilion. But it was a super shot off the back foot, just steered away by Ben Cox, who, as I mentioned, has been in really good form this season with the bat. Lots of scores in the 40s and indeed 50s for Ben Cox. And he joins Holland on 15. 336 for 5. Wind stirs the leaves above the trees above the electronic scoreboard. as in goes Bailey. Bowls slightly short of a length, but Cox doesn't try and punch that one away and ends up defending it. Might just have stopped on him a touch. The way he played that suggests it possibly did. End of the over, 3-3-6. Not me. Silver Volvo? No.
Would you please return to your vehicle? There is a silver Volvo BK66.
So 84 overs have gone.
Please return to your vehicle. Thank you.
26 until the 110, then 28 until the close of play. 64 needed by Leicestershire to get that extra couple of batting bonus points.
It's gone through to Hurst as Williams continues from the Bennett end of the ground. On 30 in front. Holland on 15. Here comes Williams. To Holland. He's left it, just shapes back a little because Hurst just takes one little skip to his left as he takes the ball into his gloves. There's no addition to the score. One member of Lancashire's backroom staff, Stephen Croft, just I don't know, he's been on a lap around the ground, or whether he just went across to have a chat with Will Williams, who was fielding. And on the boundary where Croft was stood. Nice to see Stephen Croft here this week. Down the leg side by Williams. In fact, he's called that a wide.
It did sort of cut away, but
It's gone for 4 as well. The keeper couldn't stop it, Hurst. So 4 wides.
Hurst won't be displeased about the signal, having missed the weight. It was just too far away from him, but it did rather seam away, so it's a little tough on the bowler.
Feels it, doesn't it? Watching back on the... Just feel a bit harsh. 341 for 5. Williams in, bowls. And Holland tries to cut the ball. It's a thickish underedge. No run. Yeah, Stephen Croft, who has retired now from all cricket with Lancashire, well, professional cricket. He's still playing probably for his local club side a little bit, but called time on his pretty impressive career with Lancashire, spanning a couple of decades. At the end of last season, he played T20 cricket last season, didn't play any championship matches, but has hung up his boots. It's down to third man by Holland. 1, 2. Yeah, turns and comes back for the second. The throw comes in from Tom Hartley. And Holland moves on to 17 not out. There's now 343 for 5.
Yeah, Holland 244 runs this season along with his 28 wickets, so he's averaging 27. So a more than useful all-round contribution from Holland.
Who's waiting for Williams. It's cut for 4. Pretty emphatic from Ian Holland. Not great delivery from Will Williams in truth. Holland made the most of it. He moves to 21, 347 for 5.
Cox 330 runs before this innings at 36, nearly 37. So. And 250s, as I say, and a lot of scores in the 40s. They like the noise the grating makes, these youngsters.
Williams in to Holland again, left alone. Through to Hurst. It's the end of the over. 347 for 5. And another tidy partnership developing here. 37 runs added together between Ian Holland and Ben Cox, with they'll be hoping more to come as well. It's the end of the over. 141 runs in front, Leicestershire. Yeah, it's a good view from up here, isn't it? But I suppose, as you say, if you're sat in the seats away to our right, it could be quite chilly. Wind
You need a nice day. Cox on strike as Bailey comes in from the pavilion end and bowls to him, squares him up, finds the thick outside part of the bat, but Cox gets enough bat on it as he rehearses a graceful forward defensive, having stayed more or less on the back foot. Managed to squeeze it away out towards Wells, who's applauding at extra cover. Bailey into his 20th over now, bowls that one, just drifting a little bit too much on towards leg stump as he looks to swing it away from the batsman, just slightly misdirected, didn't swing enough, and Cox again off the back foot, able to push it just wide of Anderson Phillip at mid-on and take a single.
Elsewhere in Division 2, plenty of runs around in the Derbyshire-Kent match. Derbyshire making a big first innings score, declaring actually 587 for 5 declared, double century for Caleb Jewell and a century for Wayne Madsen, 50 for Lewis Rees.
In goes Bailey, defended this time by Holland, off middle and off, out into the onside.
In reply, Kent 99 for 1. They've lost Joe Denley, but Ben Compton and Daniel Bell Drummond have Kent at 99 for 1, replying to that declaration by Derbyshire. Middlesex in a spot of bother against Glamorgan.
Bailey bowls, Holland likewise a little bit squared up, but also able just about to get the bat, enough of the bat on the ball to squeeze it out to point.
So Glamorgan made 383 in their first innings, and Middlesex in reply 79 for 4, trailing by 304 runs, but they've lost Sam Robson, Max Hold'em, Ryan Higgins, he's out as well.
Bailey is in, bowls, almost plays on there, Holland. He went across and thick inside edge, it squirted, it's gonna, if that throw had hit, been interesting. Williams entitled to throw the ball at the stumps at the non-striker's end, and Holland, suddenly realising at the very last second he was going to do that, had to really put on the afterburners. The problem was that Tom Bailey wasn't watching and had bent down, and that throw missed his head by inches. I'm not kidding. And Bailey puts his hand to his head as though it almost parted the hair. It really was close. Harris backed up, but needs to be a Tom Bailey had just sort of, I don't know what he was doing, bending down there and maybe tying a shoelace or something, but my word, that could have been horrible. Bailey is in again, and Cox is solidly forward. Plays the ball back up the pitch to the relieved, I suspect, Tom Bailey.
Elsewhere, just down the road, Northamptonshire making 469 in their first innings. Safe Zabe with a century. Some runs for James Sales. He's not had a great year. He made 81 as well for Northants. Gloucestershire 72 for 2 in reply to that score of a total of 469. Division 1 games taking place. Change of bowling here. Will Williams coming out of the attack and George Balderson replacing him. So it's just 3 overs, wasn't it, from Will Williams? Balderson coming back in to replace him.
Wind is getting up a bit.
Yeah, the Leicestershire flag on the this Milligan Road end side of the ground, isn't it? Away to our left. He's getting battered in a pretty strong wind. Like Paul leaning back and forth. Here's Balderson to Holland. Takes a couple through mid-wicket. Brings up the 350, so it's another batting point secured. And another one well within reach, and potentially still the potentially still that 450 as well. Not so
I
sure.
think they'll keep playing the same way, and then if they need maybe 30 off 3 and they don't lose a wicket or something, they might have a bit of a bash, but not till then.
No. Balderson to Holland, again, nudged away to the leg side for a single. Division 1 games, the defending champions, Surrey, they made 279 in their first innings. Essex bowled out for 217. Essex batting second time round, 98 without loss, so they lead Surrey by 36 runs. Nottinghamshire, top of the pile, weren't they?
Boo.
Yes, I should have said that with a degree of acknowledgement that that wouldn't go down well in these parts. So Balderson into Cox to left. So Notts 118 for 2 in their second innings. They lead Yorkshire by 187 runs. So Notts in a strong position at Headingley. 118 for 2, second innings leading by 187. Yorkshire all out for 159. Warwickshire 40 for 1 in their second innings, lead Worcestershire by 86. It's off the back foot by Cox. He's punched that away, square of the wicket, and then Bohannon just rub more dirt into his trousers. He's on his knees in the. Some of the used pitches there to stop the ball, but he's done well. So Warwickshire 40 for 1, they lead Worcestershire by 86 runs. And if we're not done, Hampshire against Sussex and Durham against Somerset. There's Balderson to Cox. Forward defends, but ball deflecting off the inner half of the bat. It bounces out towards mid-wicket for a single. 3 for 5 here. Hampshire 33 without loss. In their second innings, they still trail Sussex by 110 runs. Hampshire making 154, and then Sussex 297. Balderson to Holland. No ball, says umpire Adnan. Finally, Durham against Somerset. Well, Durham making 277 in their first innings, then bowling Somerset out for 172. So a very sizable first innings score, which has been added to now. They are 9 down, 138 for 9 in their second innings, but the lead is 2-4-3. Balderson is in, and Holland trying to cut the ball. Under edge, bouncing beyond the off stump, end of the over. Lead of 149 here for Leicestershire. So Somerset have rattled through that Durham second innings. They got them 9 down inside 38 overs. A lead of 243, so that could be a decent finish. Potential run chase for a day and a half. Well, for almost 2 days actually for Somerset. Today with scores around the Rothesay County Championship. The Test match finished earlier today as well. England winning by an innings and 45 runs, beating Zimbabwe at Trent Bridge.
Bailey is in to Ben Cox. Bowls on off stump. Cox, having played a very solid forward defensive, holds the pose, head right over his bat.
In that second innings of 255 all out Zimbabwe, Shoaib Bashir picking up 6 wickets, 6 for 81 to help bowl Zimbabwe out for 255.
Bailey bowls, lovely delivery that is just short of a good length, but it brings Cox half forward and it bounces and swings past his outside edge. And not for the first time in recent overs, it's far too good a delivery for the batsman and too good to take the outside edge.
Bashir got 3 wickets in the first innings too, so it's 9 in the match for Bashir.
Bailey runs in, but I suspect got a fairly strong gust of an already strong wind there, and gave up on his run up pretty quickly in proceedings. Walks back to the top of his mark, which isn't far away, thankfully. Turns, runs in and bowls. Edged, caught, no, not caught. Looking to turn it into the leg side, came off a leading edge and floated over extra cover. Looked as though it was going straight to the man at cover, or the man at extra cover, but it went wide and down through wide-ish extra cover, and Harris had to run back from mid-off to field. It's Blatherwick who was out there at 12th man, who was out there at extra cover. Looked as though it was going straight to him, but appearances were deceptive. And again goes Bailey, looking for the Yorker, dug out by Cox. Fine delivery. Big puff of dust as bat and ball come together at just about the same moment, and he manages to get his feet just about out of the way as well. Scott off to do another update. His partnership for the 6th wicket becoming more than useful now as far as Leicester are concerned. Came together when the score was on 310, so 47 added by Ian Holland and Ben Cox. As Bailey is in and bowls, Cox punches it away off the back foot. A shot he plays very sweetly to the extra cover boundary for 4. Blatherwick reaching to his right, couldn't get there, and that is the 50 partnership. Cox continues his good form, moves on to 23 out of 361 now for 5. The lead then 155. Already substantial and becoming potentially decisive. Bailey's in, bowls, touch short, and Cox just turns it calmly into the leg side. Picked up there by Wells at straightish mid-wicket by the time he picks up the ball. End of the over. Bailey 21 overs now, 2 maidens, 1 for 78. So deserves rather better than that. And that's the way things have pretty much gone for Lancashire today. That little burst of 3 wickets in the space of 30 runs being the high point for the visitors. In goes Balderson, and it's pulled, this one, by Holland. Out down to deep square. There is a deep square, more or less on the boundary. So perfectly safe shot, and that he is a good 80 yards away from the bat down there. But the wind is blowing directly towards that deep square from when the bowling is from the Bennett end. So it travels pretty quickly as Balderson is in and bowls. Cox forcing off the back foot but doesn't get it past Wells, who's at extra cover. 362 remains the score. Scott, that was a quick one.
Yeah, it was, wasn't
perfectly
it?
timed.
Straight, just in and out. No, another one off the list.
Yes.
Oh, I've lost my list.
It's that yard-long piece of paper under the bottom. Yeah. In goes Balderson and bowls full and is driven. Full, but he was misdirected, and it was pretty much a half volley just outside off stump. Cox, who looks a very technically correct player, executes a very nice cover drive, gets a pat on the back from Ian Holland. Cox on to 27, partnership up to 56 now.
Yes, I was asked in the update, well, any chance of a declaration? No, absolutely no chance, no. Just keep batting. Plenty of time. Not even through the second day. Squeeze as many runs as you can. This pitch. And this lead already 160 now.
Balderson is in. Cox is driving again, hard down into the ground. Balderson sort of half feels in his follow through, 2 hands to his left. Ball burst through his hands, but it wasn't quite hit crisply enough by Ben Cox, and Marcus Harris completes the fielding. Dr. Ball. Yeah, 1 or 2 people sort of said to me during the actually lunch interval, as Balderson is in, Cox chops it away through the offside to the deep backward point boundary for 4 more. So Balderson is proving in his, I think, 4th spell of the innings to be a little bit expensive. 22 overs almost he's bowled now, none for 88.
Yes, he's shouldered the brunt of it, hasn't he, George Balderson? He's bowled more than any other bowler in the match.
Bailey's in is he 1 behind? He's into his 20s, I think. In goes Balderson, bowls, Cox defends, nice high left elbow. 370 for 5, partnership 60, Cox 31 has overtaken Holland.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Bailey's caught up, hasn't he? He's bowled 21 now.
So Balderson just ahead, but not much in it.
Spin. Time for some Tom Hartley left arm spin.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. I said that. I mentioned this before. He's offered. I mean, he's given Tom Hartley not the new ball straight away, but within 4 or 5 overs previously. Last week. I think it's a good idea. Get Hartley in. I don't think the new bowling with that harder ball would be a bad thing for him. His natural tall height allows him to generate a little extra bounce. There's not a huge amount of turn on the pitch for him, but the bounce could be a strength. And with a new ball, he might just be able to use that to his advantage. Right, let's get the left arm spinner and see what Tom Hartley can do. Still, Blatherwick's still out there, isn't he, as a 12th man? So let's try and work out who's, maybe Williams or Bailey, maybe. Actually, I can see Williams, so it's not him. Could be Bailey. Here is Hartley. Swatted down the ground by Holland. Awkward one for Anderson Phillip to stop, actually, at mid-off, because the ground is so bobbly, so firm and bobbly. It was bouncing towards Phillip at a pretty rapid pace, but he did well to get in behind it. Hartley, left arm round the wicket, balls forward. Goes Holland to defend. And there is no run. So this is over number 16 for Tom Hartley in the innings. In fact, in the day, isn't it? I don't think he bowled last night.
Yeah, 1.
Did 1, okay. Just dropped short there, and that's carved away by Holland up towards the point boundary where Balderson fields. Single for Holland takes him on to 27. 371 for 5. So a little sweep around the field, shall we? Keaton Jennings is at slip as Ben Cox takes guard. And then leg side fielders, or Jack Blatherwick at short fine leg. We've got Luke Wells at deep square leg, Will Williams at mid wicket, Anderson Phillip at mid on, Harris at mid off. Marked it to Cox. Oh, he's edged that, and that's gone through the fingers of Jennings and down towards the boundary for 4 runs pretty quickly. And I think Jennings got both hands to it. Flashed away off the edge of the bat. He kind of went through his fingers, really. 4 for Cox. He moves to 35. 375 for 5. Bell's gone after it to field it. Hands it back to Hartley. Tapped away into the offside, no run. So George Bell's at backward point. George Balderson's at deep point. Josh Bannon is lurking around at cover. As Hartley sweeps in and balls again to Cox, who's forward and edging again. Thickish edge down towards the 3rd man boundary. Again, Bell goes chasing after it, and Cox comes back for 2 to complete the over. He's on 37. It's 377 for 5. The lead is 171 runs, but a little bit of something happened there with Hartley. Found the edge twice. One went quickly through the fingers of Jennings. The other edge went well wide of slip and down to third man for 2.
Well, the new ball only 9 overs old when he started that over, so actually perfect really for him. The seam should be nicely prominent without any glaze on it now, and you would hope he'd get 1 or 2 to bite, and he definitely did in that over. Welcome to listeners to BBC Sports Extra, to Grace Road, where Leicestershire have had a pretty good day. The Division 2 leaders building a pretty substantial lead against Lancashire, all built on a huge partnership for the 3rd wicket between Rehan Ahmed and Lewis Hill, both of whom, I beg your pardon, went to a century in the early part of the afternoon, a partnership of 256 for the 3rd wicket. Anderson Phillip is in to Ian Holland, who pushes the delivery off his legs out to deep square and takes a single, 378 for 5. So the lead is now 172 for Leicestershire, with 5 first innings wickets still in hand. And although they did lose 3 wickets in the later part of the afternoon session, Ahmed for 136 and Hill for 119, as I mentioned, and then the skipper Peter Hanscom caught for just 9. Ian Holland and Ben Cox have repaired that damage, so to speak. In goes Anderson Phillip and bowled short, and it's clipped in the air by Ben Cox, but over mid-on. I don't know quite how he got it there with the shot he played. He was on the back foot trying to work it into the leg side and sort of chipped it off a bit of a leading edge over wide-ish mid-on. It wasn't far over mid-on, but it was far enough, and it, on this hard, bouncy Grace Road outfield, it ran on to within 10 yards of the boundary before being dragged back. And Cox picks up a couple, moves on to 39. He's been busy and effective, Ben Cox, which has been the case throughout the season for him with the bat, as Phillip is in, bowls to him outside off stump, and he tries to square cut it away. Absolutely windmill shot, but it stayed a bit low and went through on the bounce to Matty Hurst, and Hurst sort of formed the long barrier, but it kind of missed his gloves slightly because it didn't get up too much, and on the second bounce, and thumped into his tummy, and it hurt a bit, because he'd gone right down and formed that sort of long barrier. But that's why he did, in case something like that happened. Phillip down the slope, bowls outside off stump, short wide, chopped away, but he has cover on the offside boundary, and it'll be just 1 instead of 4. Ahmed flayed him away a couple of times through there in the early part of, well, the later part of the morning actually, with both feet off the ground, we reckoned, when he hit the ball, didn't we, with Ahmed?
Yeah, there's some pretty spectacular shots in that innings.
Flamboyant stuff.
Absolutely was, yeah.
And it was Rehan Ahmed's record first-class score, best first-class score. He did make 100 against Lancashire earlier this season, so they'll be sick of the sight of him. In goes Anderson Phillip and bowls outside off stump. Holland tries to steer it away off the back foot, doesn't really time it, bounces nicely for Josh Bohannon at point to make the stop.
He batted beautifully, didn't he? It was just a really well put together. And Hill, I mean, Ahmed probably gets more attention because obviously he played for England, but the pair of them were superb last night to get to settle things down. There were 24 for 2 Leicestershire, and that Lancashire were desperately trying to drag the day back yesterday, and those two calmed things down, got to the close of play, built again tonight, this morning rather, in pretty tricky conditions.
Anderson Phillip is in, bowls a delivery that bounces and swings away, and Holland trying to drive it, misses. Tried to put back to ball, didn't get anything on it. Taken by Hurst. Holland remains on 28 out of 381 for 5. 91 overs have been bowled in this Leicestershire first innings, so still got 19 overs to pick up batting bonus points. They've obviously got 6 already. They're only 19 away from a overall bonus points, so 3 batting bonus points already. They're 19 runs away from a 4th, and 69 away from a maximum fifth. It may be on.
Still on, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Still possible. Tom Hartley's left arm spin with Ben Cox on strike. Going back and working the ball through square leg for 1. 382 for 5. But yeah, that partnership, as Richard was saying, is just been the absolute difference in the game. There's been some good contributions elsewhere, and this is quite handy. This is 72-run partnership for this 6th wicket. But Riyad Ahmed and Lewis Hill transforming the game and pretty emphatically putting Leicestershire in charge.
Beating a record, a 3rd wicket record championship partnership.
As Hartley in, slogged away by Holland, didn't quite get a hold of it as he was hoping for, in truth, and picked up at mid-wicket, no run.
That dated back to 1929. Walter Bradshaw and Norman Armstrong, 163.
There's Hartley into Holland, driven. Hartley goes leaping away to his right, across the non-striker. Ben Cox trying to stop the ball, but beyond his quite considerable reach. He's a tall lad, but no run added because Anderson Phillip was there at mid-on to field. 382 for 5. Hartley into Holland, carves that one away through the offside. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary. Williams gets there. 1 more run taken.
But that wasn't the record first class 3rd wicket partnership for Leicestershire against Lancashire. That dated back just to 2020, the Bob Willis Trophy. Ben Slater and Colin Ackerman putting on 165.
Lead now 177 here. There's the wind, as you can probably gather, just picks up a notch or two. 2nd slip in place. Gone for 2 slips now. Ben Cox on 41. There's Hartley into Cox, right forward in defence. Back to Hartley. And there is no run. 383 for 5.
It does look a bit grubby over there where the weather's coming from in the game. It's filled in rather ominously.
Yeah, we're playing under floodlights. I've done for a few hours now. Pushed away by Cox to cover. End of the over. Leading by 177. Leicestershire, 20 overs remaining in what has been another superb day for the Division 2 leaders, and it could have unravelled. I mean, it is potentially still, I mean, they're almost 200 behind Lancashire, but they're stuck at it, I think, as best they could. They didn't seem to lose much discipline, I don't think, this afternoon. They plugged away, but the truth is that those two just couldn't find a way to get them out. They got through a tricky 45 minutes this morning when the ball was doing a bit with favourable conditions. It was very difficult to bat, and they survived. They applied themselves with great skill and managed to get through that, and then they cashed in later in the day, and then some. It's put them firmly on the front foot.
Anderson Phillip, 16 overs, 1 for 79. Charges in from the Bennett end, bowls full on, driven by Holland, but with insufficient velocity to beat mid-on, who gets across to his left to make the stop. Although it is, I say, dark over to the southwest, where the wind is coming from and where the weather comes from here. It is sunny at the moment, actually, so we're fine for the time being, that's for sure. Perfect light, perfect conditions, and Leicestershire trying very hard to take full advantage. Phillip, probably enjoying coming down the slope, comes in and bowls to Holland, who looks to drive. It's a bit too straight, and he has to check the shot slightly, steer it out towards, I was going to say his old teammate, but he wasn't a teammate. He wasn't at Leicestershire when Marcus Harris was at Leicestershire, so Harris then went to Gloucestershire had a couple of seasons down in Bristol, so they were in the same neck of the woods. Well, not really. It's a long way, isn't it, from down to Hampshire.
It's in the South Group.
Ish, yeah, down there somewhere. In goes Anderson Phillip. Bowls a horrible bouncer that is miles over the head of both batsman and indeed wicket keeper. Banged in almost at his feet, really, and that was without question 4 wides and is so signalled by umpire Adnan. Nothing that Matty Hurst could do about that at all. And that takes extras on to 38. When Philip gets his bouncer wrong, he really does get it wrong. And he's bowled a couple of those today. 388 for 5, the lead 182. In he comes, bowls again to Holland, onto the legs of Holland, neatly clipped away towards mid-wicket. There is a sweeper out there. It's Will Williams in front of the manual scoreboard. Sits on the Milligan Road side of the Uptonsteel County ground. So just a single to Holland, who has played circumspectly in going to 30 off 70. Cox has been very positive in going to 41 off 58. He just checks his guard with umpire Adnan. Wind gets up again as Philip is in. Bowls to Ben. Cox goes past the edge. No, hits the pad and it's leg before wicket. It is leg before wicket. It flicked, it sort of hit the pad and went out into the offside and came back in. Ben Cox was only half forward. Umpire Adnan didn't take long to raise his finger, and Anderson Phillips' efforts are rewarded for a second time this afternoon. He now has 2 for 85, and Ben Cox once again gets into the 40s but is unable to go on. Despondent as he leaves. He's been really good. He's got so many 40s and a couple of 50s this season. But Philip strikes, and Lancashire have their second bowling bonus point. Leicestershire 389 for 6 now. Game moves on. But the Leicestershire middle order of genuine all-rounders is a long one. There is real depth to the batting, one of the reasons they are top of the table, and it's Logan van Beek who should come clattering down the steps. Here he comes, who has batted really well, made 87 I think it was in his first innings for Leicestershire, and has made a number of useful contributions since. So they will keep on coming. 6 down. Lancashire still have plenty of work to do. Cox's 41 came in good time, so moved the score on, and a really useful partnership with Ian Holland. They came together when the score was on 310, so 76 partnership for the 6th wicket. Between Ben Cox and Ian Holland. Holland still there, has a word with Logan van Beek, who bowled really nicely yesterday. Picked up 3 wickets, probably deserved, well, did deserve a 4 or 5 for really. After his opening burst wasn't great, but came back very, very strongly and made a real difference. Changed the game. Picked up the wickets of, well, Luke Wells was an important breakthrough. First ball after lunch yesterday. Had him caught behind for 36, and that really did open the door as far as Leicestershire were concerned. Philip, though, is into Van Beek, looking for the Yorker. Van Beek digs it out. Good delivery, well played. Other 2 wickets. Tom Bailey was bowled leaving. Didn't just clip off stump, hit full on. Knocked the off stump right out of the ground. At the very start of the innings, Keaton Jennings leg before wicket. Philip is in, bowls. Van Beek steers him over the top of gully to the 3rd man boundary for 4. Looked from this distance to be a perfectly deliberate shot from Van Beek. It was short and wide from Philip, and Van Beek used his wrist nicely, reached out, clipped it over the top of the slips, and picks up 4. Nice way to get off the mark. 393 for 6. Leicestershire after 93 overs. And Scott Reed back alongside, having updated BBC Radio Manchester. Did you get that wicket live on?
No, they were playing Bob Marley.
Yeah. Decent compensation, in a way. Could have been worse.
Well, he's got a bit of reward, hasn't he, Anderson Phillip? I don't think he's not had a great game, in truth. But like lots of these Lancashire bowlers, he's toiled away. He's picked up a second wicket. Here's Hartley, on off the back foot into the offside, where Bailey fields rather. So 309 for 6. That wind's picked up, and that door's quite lethal, isn't it? When you
yeah, you got to hang on to it. You can
almost went flying. Hartley into Holland, forward and defending, and there's no run. And then when it shuts, because of the draft, it's a bit like Arkwright's till. Yeah. It just slams shut. Yeah, almost takes your fingers off. In open all hours, you know, when the till shuts. It's Hartley into Holland, going back and cutting the ball away. That might be 4. Yeah, it's timed that beautifully in Holland. That late cut, slicing the ball out towards deep backward point. Will Williams went scampering after it, but unable to catch up with the ball. But ferocious looking late cut shot by Holland takes him to 34. 397 for 6. Lead is pushing 200. Goodness. Hartley into Holland forward and defends, and there is no run. Lancashire reminder all out for 206, and Leicestershire are almost 200 in front now. 191. It's driven by Holland on the bounce beyond the reach of Hartley. He tries to dance his way across to the left hand side to cut the ball off. Picked up in the end by Marcus Harris, the Lancashire captain. Hartley back with ball in hand when this extremely strong breeze blowing into his right hand side is into Holland, who brings the bat down in defence. And there is no run. End of the over. 397 for 6. Well, the Foxes, Holland on 34 and Van Beek on 4. Lead of 191 runs, 18 overs remaining today.
Hartley's been the most economical of the bowlers, which kind of suggests he, as we've been sort of gently making the point, that perhaps he should have bowled a little bit more. 18 overs, 2 for 60. So he's only just gone out for over 3s, where the seamers have been going for over 4s, really. And
yeah, he's done a really solid job, not just in this game but this season for Lancashire. He's bowled more than anybody else, and he's barely going at 3 runs and over, and a lot of the time he's bowling in the first innings on pretty flat pitches at Old Trafford in particular. He's
a class act.
Done a good job.
Yeah, absolutely. Phillip charges in down the slope from the Bennett end and bowls to Logan Van Beek, but even the exuberant and very fit Phillip, it looks like he's beginning to run out of steam a little bit. Van Beek had an awful lot of time there to lean forward and block that out towards mid-off.
There's a little bit of rain around, I think, isn't there? Just a little bit of rain.
Just, yeah, that dark light, just spotting the side window, so it's on the wind, so to speak, but no signs of glances upwards from the umpires at the moment. As Phillip is in and bowls to Van Beek down the leg side. Is he caught behind? No. And Van Beek gestures at Matty Hurst, and he's not short of a word, Logan Van Beek, and Hurst gestures back the wicket-keeper. He's entitled to ask Logan if he thought it was out. What they indicate, like Van Beek clearly felt it was clearly off the hip or something like that, but wicketkeeper's allowed to inquire. Van Beek isn't slow to appeal. In goes Phillip and bowls outside of stump and left by Logan Van Beek.
Yeah, I don't quite know what that was about, because he's going to be right to go dive into his left, take the catch, ask the question, you know. But
can't always tell from behind the stumps. I once hit the cover off it and nobody appealed from behind. The bowler was, obviously knew it was out. You could hear it. It was echoing around the ground. But nobody heard it behind. It was absolutely strange. I walked in the end. It was so embarrassing. I can't stay for that. My ears were still ringing. It goes Phillip and bowls, and Van Beek goes back looking to pull. It didn't really get up on him, and he sort of paddle pulled it around carefully towards mid-wicket. Luke Wells, the fielder. That was in a final as well.
Oof. High stakes.
Yeah. In as much as the North Yorkshire and Derwent Evening League sort of.
Oh, that is competitive, is that?
Well, we were playing on a proper ground where we played the final at Pickering, I remember. Pickering are a decent side. In goes Phillip and bowls. I hasten to add, Van Beek strokes it out to mid-off. We weren't playing Pickering, it was a sort of village competition. Broadby against, I can't remember who we were playing.
But you remember the moment.
I remember, yeah, I can still hear it. And it was just the amazement that nobody from behind had heard it. It was just me and the bowler. And he looked at me and I looked at him.
It was a standoff.
No.
Hostile standoff.
And he knew and I knew, and I smiled and I said, yeah, we'll call it a day. In goes Phillip and bowls. Short, good bouncer, and Van Beek jerks his head out of the way. Decent over that from Anderson Phillip. After the first one, which was looked a bit weary, he managed to work up a little bit of pace again and troubled Van Beek once or twice. 397 for 6 off 95. So, well, actually, that maximum batting bonus point very much in touch, isn't it? Sort of 53 off 15.
Yep.
Should be actually fairly straightforward. If they don't keep losing wickets.
Yes, it is that balance, isn't it? I mean, they've got a fantastic first innings lead already, but they don't want it to kind of crumble away in pursuit of an extra point. I wouldn't have thought. As Holland going back to this delivery from Hartley, playing the ball out towards the leg side. There's no run. 397 for 6. Holland on 34. Hartley's had a pretty decent effort here. He's picked up a couple. Looking for a third as Holland playing late again. Looking to cut the ball.
Off the stumps.
Yeah. Bottom edge bounces up. Keeping Hartley interested. 397 for 6. It's Hartley in to Holland. Swatted away towards the leg side. Out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary, and umpire David Milnes is signalling a 4, and that 4 brings up the 400, and it secures another batting bonus point. 7 bonus points in total for Leicestershire. 2 have been acquired by Lancashire. 401 for 6, and the lead now 195 runs. Holland moves on to 38. Hartley to Holland, he goes again. Even better this time, straighter certainly, and all the way for 6. Over the long on boundary, and a pretty emphatic way to get the lead beyond 200. 201 in front, and Holland to 44. 407 for 6. As Hartley bowls and Holland drives and picks out Marcus Harris, who is at mid-off, and there's no run.
Lead over 200 now.
Yes, pretty impressive way to get there. Lofted drive over long on for 6. A wristy shot this time by Holland, just tucking the ball out towards the leg side, and there's no run. 201 in front are Leicestershire at 407 for 6. Holland 44. Van Beek on 4. 10 coming off that overs, just in 2 shots, the 4 and then the 6 in successive deliveries for Ian Holland. An hour of cricket left today, 16 overs to go, 407 for 6.
could get it as well. Some of the dark cloud as it drifts overhead has started to sort of break a little bit, and the few drops of rain that were on the wind, that's all we've had. That has stopped now, so there is a chance that this season will go on proving wonderfully dry as far as cricket is concerned. Less so as far as the farmers are concerned. 4 young folks come up alongside us on the Morris Burrows Terrace to watch Anderson Phillip come in from the Bennett end and bowl outside off stump to Logan van Beek, who leaves and walks away towards short leg. So just 43 now needed for that maximum batting bonus point return. I wonder if they get there and then they'll say, well, let's have 5 overs or something at...
it's not a bad idea, is it?
At Lancashire. I'd be a bit surprised if that happens. Peter Hanscom, like a lot of Aussies, likes to sort of really grind a side
Fair
down,
enough.
you know, and build as big a lead as possible, take it into tomorrow. In goes Phillip and bowls nice and straight, and Van Beek is down on it in a sort of way. It wasn't sort of a definite. You'll have to move the bat inside, you know, just keep it out.
You could certainly make the case for both, couldn't you? Really, the idea of getting Lancashire in a little bit tonight, and you can equally make a pretty justified decision just to carry on batting and carry on building and pushing the lead further up. Conditions are a bit brutal at the minute, aren't they?
It is, and a couple of the youngsters have already retreated out of the gale.
Surprised.
Anderson Phillip is in, bowls another bouncer. This time it isn't going to sail over the head of Matty Hurst, taken above his head. Williams has gone in at leg slip.
He's called it a wide.
Did he call it a
He
wide
did.
in the end?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
He looked to David Milnes, and Milnes at square leg indicated as much, so 408 for 6. Extras up to 39. Phillip drawing in on an unwanted century. 90 he's conceded from 18.2 overs. In he charges, bowls, and driven hard by Logan van Beek from just outside off stump, but not sufficiently hard to beat Marcus Harris, falling to his right at mid-off, who makes the stop. Holland has a couple of 50s this season, 74 against Derbyshire, 52 at Bristol against the Gloucesters. He's on 44 at the moment, so again emphasising his all-round value to the side. Phillip is in and bowls again straight, and again Van Beek is driving but carefully, and Phillip himself feels in his follow through. Yeah, when you look at Holland's sort of returns, those 28 wickets at 16, and then, you know, if he goes past 53 50s as well as the best part of 300 runs, it's been a spectacularly successful season for the USA international. As Phillip is in, bowls to him, edged wide of second slip, down to third man for 4. So Phillip slumps at the shoulders. Another good delivery, the sort of delivery that actually saw the end of Peter Hanscom, and nearly saw the end of Logan van Beek. Van Beek, however, got away with it, picks up 4, moves on to 8, 412 for 6. Hey, played Dutchy. Sounded a bit like it. I wonder if they're family members or something like that. Often see Leicestershire players' families at games as Phillip is in and bowls. Van Beek drives. Harris gets down. Good stop to his right. Isn't always... He never looks the most athletic in the field, Marcus Harris, but if he has to stop it, and he does nearly always, and not much gets past him, and it didn't then. He has a sort of slightly splay-footed walk, doesn't he? Sort of slightly penguin-like, which makes you think he isn't that athletic. Not when he's batting, incidentally. He's very correct when he's batting, but in the field, but he is very effective.
Yeah, and they're going to need him to bat at his best again, second time round, Lancashire. Whenever that comes. And then Ian Holland took a fancy to Tom Hartley in the last over. Ball's a flattish delivery to him first up as he works away to the leg side for no run. Hit him for a 4 and a 6 in successive deliveries. Leicestershire might well be eyeing up, I'm sure they are, this 450 and the extra batting point that's carved away. That'll help out towards the offside. Just for a single. Holland moves on to 45, 413 for 6.
It's actually been a while since they passed 400. Started the season with a series of high scores.
Past 400 with some to add, potentially. Driven over the ground, back over his head by Van Beek this time for 4 more. Runs having been quite hard to come by off Tom Hartley. Starting to flow a little quicker now.
Just a few more spots of rain on the wind. Goes up.
That's fine. That's fine. Anderson Phillip, who was at mid-on, drops back to the long on boundary. Flatter again by Hartley to Van Beek. It's defended, and there is no run. Lead of 211. Hartley to Van Beek. The inner half of the bat, the ball deflects through square leg, and Matty Hurst is scampering after it. Van Beek gently jogging through for 1. Takes him to 13. 418 for 6. Lead of 212 brings Holland back on strike. 45 not out. Tom Hartley into Holland. Flat and quick again. Carved out through the offside for another single. It's Williams on the point boundary for Lancashire. Throw comes in towards the keeper's end of the over. 419 for 6. Holland on 46. Van Beek on 13. Josh Bohannon's leaving the field momentarily. Jack Blatherwick enters the windy conditions of Grace Road. 14 overs remaining in the day's play.
Yes, you don't get wind like this at Lord's.
This is proper wind.
You don't actually. You never seem to. Well, not that you can really tell being behind the glass. Without the facility to properly open a window, I don't know.
It needs a fancy mechanical bit of engineering, doesn't it?
Yeah, ropes and things. Bailey's back from the Bennett end. Bowls to Holland immediately on the money. Holland digs it out, back up the pitch to Tom Bailey, hangs on to it. So a few drops of rain in the wind again, but umpires with their smart Panama style hats not too concerned as Bailey is in again to Holland. Again it's straight, but this time Holland works it out towards mid-wicket. There isn't a mid-wicket, just the man deep, Luke Wells, out there. And as a consequence, a comfortable single taken by Ian Holland. He moves on to 47 out of 420 now for 6. I can actually see the rain in the trees now, and it is getting a little bit dark. The umpires might start to get a bit angsty before too long. Bailey turns. I don't think Lancashire would mind coming off bowls slightly short, and Van Beek just takes his right hand off the bat and just flinches a little bit as that one rises up towards him.
Just looking at that, the Derbyshire score. They declared, didn't they? They got a big first innings score, 587 for 5. I was looking at the bowling figures. Matt Parkinson, 46 overs, 1 for 204.
Bless. Calvin Harrison did something like that early, didn't they? In an early game for. Well, wasn't it your place? In goes. Oh, lovely delivery from Bailey. Goes straight through Van Beek on the back foot. But again, Bailey just doesn't seem to change expression in any way. When he's, however good the ball he's bowled, he just turns and marches off back to the top of his mark. Pretty sure Harrison bowled 40 odd overs at Old Trafford for, or maybe even more, but he picked up a load of wickets as well.
He bowled 57 overs, 7 for 119.
Okay, that's rather different to 40 odd overs.
Poor Park, he's gone for 200.
Yeah. Okay. Bless. Lovely lad. And Bailey bowls, and Van Beek looks to work him off his legs. He doesn't. It comes off the pad, but it comes off the pad sufficiently far for him to take a leg by. It runs out towards deep square. Matty Hurst has to run around. There's no close fielders on the leg side, with the exception of Balderson at mid-on, wide-ish mid-on. He's actually warming up a bit now.
Yes.
George Balderson. I think Hartley's had enough damage. In goes Bailey and bowls, and nicely steered down to third man by Ian Holland. Quite stylishly steered, in fact, just leant back and angled the bat down to third man. Picks up a single, moves on to 48 for 2 off 99 overs. And umpires again, umpire Adnan in particular, looking at the floodlights and looking at the dark cloud over there. It's just not quite heavy enough to take them off at the moment.
No, you say it's probably being blown around, isn't it, a little bit, the rain. It's not tipping it down or anything like that. It's not great. It's not particularly friendly conditions, is it?
Just adds more misery to Lancashire's day, really, if you're out there.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm getting wet now. Brilliant.
Yeah, it does. George Balderson is, as Richard predicted, replacing Tom Hartley. Took a little bit of tap in the last couple of overs.
I think we better close the window a little bit more. The electronics getting a bit damp.
422 for 6. George Balderson. Actually, now with a little bit of watery sunshine trying to burn through into Holland. That's a nice delivery that nips away past Holland. It spins him round into the gloves of Matthew Hurst. Yeah, not particularly pleasant. I've been spoiled by having just the most ridiculously good start to the season weather-wise. So as soon as a little bit of cloud cover and a little bit of light, very light drizzle and rain, and all of a sudden
whinging out.
Yeah, we're whinging, yeah. Balderson to Holland. It's turned out towards square leg. He's gone through the first. You might want 2. He turns and comes back for the second, and he gets 50 with that. Reaches a half century. Ian Holland, 50 from 90 deliveries. Nicely battered by Holland. Partnership with 35, and he's helped to push the lead beyond 200 as well in this little innings.
As I say, his third of the season to go with 28 wickets.
424 for 6. Balderson to Holland. Oh, he's bowled him.
Oh.
And he gets one that manages to break and breach his defences, and the ball rattles into the top of off stump. And some relief for Lancashire. Holland departs for 50. Leicestershire lose their 7th wicket.
Oh, super delivery.
Yeah, nice bowl. Nice bit of bowling from Balderson. Angled in, straightened. And as Holland played forward, the ball slid past the edge of the bat and onto the top of off stump. 50 and out for Ian Holland. 424 for 7.
And reward for Balderson at long last, and he thoroughly deserves it. 22.3 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 90. But Ian Holland, another very good job for his side, is in the end faced 91 balls, but his 50 came off 90 balls, included 6 fours and a 6.
The batsman is Ben Green.
And Ben Green, I keep saying it, has been in really good form with the bat as well. Quite a nice position to come in at 424 for 7.
Not bad, is it?
Yeah, it's a long way from being over for Lancashire here. Green, a very competent batsman. Could easily bat much higher up in the order. To come after him, Tom Scriven, another very good all-rounder. Josh Holt is improving with the bat, but probably can't be accorded all-rounder status quite yet. Although he can be an adhesive number 11. He gets in line, and he's been picking up a few runs himself of late. But in the meantime, Van Beek and Green, the partnership.
It's Balderson to Green, plays forward and defends, and there's no run. 207 runs this season.
Not bad.
Yep.
Plus 20 odd wickets.
Yep, absolutely. Top scorer 39, averaging 25 to go with those wickets as well. To go with an outstanding all-round team performance so far through the first 7 games of the season. Balderson to Green, going for the Yorker there. It's driven to mid-off. There's no run.
I don't imagine I'll be spoiling anybody's day in terms of, unless you're planning, if you're planning to watch a replay or something of the Championship playoff, close your ears. But judging by our fellow commentators, particularly one Emerson,
Is he happy?
he's a happy boy.
Okay. 424 for 7. Flicked away by Green off his pads out through the leg side for his first run.
As he puts it, Sunderland have won the race for the first parachute payment, which is fair comment probably.
.425 for 7 at the end of the over, leading by 219 runs.
And the sort of little bit of rain seems to have stopped, which is good.
Yeah, I don't guess anything too sinister to take the players off, was it? But it did whip up a little bit. Not great conditions, especially when you find yourselves 200 runs behind in the match. The opposition still have 3 wickets remaining.
Tom Bailey in from the Bennett end, bowls outside off stump, and Green leaves. Leicestershire probably won't mind a little bit of rain on the pitch. If there is if the umpires are prepared to allow it, might just spice things up a bit as and when they come to bowl, which is looking increasingly likely to be tomorrow. I really don't think Hanscom will be remotely inclined to call it a day tonight. Good forecast for tomorrow. Not a great one for Monday, but plenty of time left in the game. Bailey is in, bowls a super delivery that beats Green, rises past his outside edge, and I've said that a few times today. Tom Bailey has had no luck at all. Good luck, that is. Had plenty of the not so good variety. .219 the lead, 11 overs to go after this one. 4 balls left in it. Bailey bowls, Green defends on the back foot. It runs out towards backward point where Josh Bohannon is the fielder. Darkish. Now at the Uptonsteel with that sort of dark cloud. It's not exactly dissipated over the ground, it's thinned out a little bit, but it is a bit gloomy as Bailey is in, bowls forward. Goes Ben Green very solidly back up the pitch to Tom Bailey. Last match that Ben Green will play for Leicestershire. Hopefully, he underlines that 3 times, not this season, but it's the end of the official loan period at the end of this game. He then returns to his home county of Somerset to play, he hopes, white ball cricket. Whether any sort of agreement can be reached for him to play any more championship cricket. Bailey bowls short, pulled by Green. Was that a no ball signal from umpire Adnan? No. His right arm went out. It was a no ball signal, and then he retreated away from the stumps, but then he repeats the signal to the scorers, and he awaits the scorers' response. It has come now, confirmation of the no ball. Green onto 2, extras onto 40. The score onto 4-2-6, the lead. 220, it should be 2-2-2, I think now. In goes Bailey and bowls a delivery that Van Beek struggles with a little bit. It rises on him and he takes his bottom hand off the handle of the bat. Yeah, it's gone up to 4-2-8 now, so the no ball has been added. Extras onto 42.
1 to go.
I'm impressed. 14 down, 1 to go. Updates, that is, for S. Reed throughout. That is just in the afternoon. As I say, it's more than some of us do the entirety of the season. In goes Bailey, bowls a big bouncer, and it loops over the head of Van Beek. End of the over, 4-2-8, 101 overs, so 22 needed of 9. Should be straightforward in terms of the batting bonus points, about which I suspect Lancashire care not the slightest jot. It is irrelevant to them, but might matter for Leicestershire.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, if Leicestershire, we're only day 2, but let's assume like Leicestershire aren't going to lose. Certainly, it would appear quite unlikely. But a win this week, a big high-scoring win this week with bonus points. I mean, that's not far off being done.
Yorkshire went up last season with 5 wins, and this will be a 5th win of the season for Leicestershire out of the first 7 games. If,
yes,
as you say, it happens.
Balderson in, slapped away by Green down towards 3rd man, and comes back for 2, 4:30 for 7 now. Green moves to 4. I mean, it's not done, but it's almost done by the end of May if Leicestershire win this fixture. What were the points last season for the 2 teams that went?
Well, Sussex won it, didn't they? With 237 points. Yorkshire finished 2nd with 5 wins and 217 points. Middlesex 3rd with 5 wins and 196 points.
Balderson to Green. It's edged down to 3rd man for a single.
Nobody else got more than 2 wins in the 2nd division. Northants 2, Leicestershire 1, Glamorgan 2, Gloucestershire 2, Derbyshire 1.
How many points have Leicestershire got at the minute? Well, coming into this game?
It was 115, I think.
Okay.
So, getting ahead of ourselves a little bit, but it looks like they're probably going to, if it's a draw, 16 points.
Balderson to Van Beek. It's dropped into the onside. Jogs through for 1. 4:32 for 7. Brings Green back on strike. It's got gloomy again now.
It has. It has.
Lead is 2-2-6. Green on 5. 432 for 7. Balderson is in again. It's at least a single. Yeah, just the one. As he works it to the right of mid-on. 433 for 7.
Stephen Roberts. Hi Richard, yes, you mentioned Rita Green was joining you and Scott in the commentary box She was supposed to be, and then we had an email overnight. Sorry for the late notice. Rita's going somewhere else, but she is supposed to be coming tomorrow. Did she take the wrong turn?
Balderson into Van Beek. It just drops it into the offside, and there is a single there for Van Beek. He moves on to 15, 434 for 7.
Yes, sorry about that, Steve. So you've had to put up with the same sort of two voices again all day. In fact, I was on two promises. We had Rita promise and we had Rishi Patel promise, but Rishi didn't show either. I shall look resentfully at him when he emerges from the pavilion.
Balderson to complete the over. Green plays forward and defence. There's no run.
There's hope as Scott heads off for the last update of the day. Huzzah! That we get a little bit more variation tomorrow in the voices that we inflict upon you poor folks out there. 102 overs, 10 to go tonight, 8 of which count to it is really gloomy out there. Leicestershire won't want to come off, obviously, and well, umpire Milne seems happy enough as he walks across towards square leg. Umpire Adnan, like, they are peering up at the sky a little bit. As in goes Bailey and bowls, goes back inside. Van Beek's attempted defensive shot and sort of half appeal from wicketkeeper Matty Hurst, but Bailey continues to beat the bat and Bailey continues to enjoy no fortune at all in terms of taking the edge. Match delayed by rain at, well, between Warwickshire and Worcestershire. Is that at Warwickshire or Worcester? That's at Worcester, so that is where the weather is coming from. Edged and caught behind. This time Van Beek does edge, and the persevering and wholly admirable Tom Bailey does finally get some reward. .434 for 8. Bailey has 2 for and deserves rather more than that. It was quite a good battle between him and Van Beek, and Van Beek was beaten several times. He made 15 though, Logan Van Beek.
Logan Van Beek was caught by Matty Hurst, bowled Tom Bailey for 15.
Is the end coming? Could we yet? I'd be surprised if the Leicestershire innings ended, whether the umpires would let them have a few overs at the Lancashire openers. Tom Scriven, though, comes to the crease. No sign of a declaration. That is most unlikely, as I say. 434 for 8. The lead is 2-2-8. Yes, as I say, there was a delay at Worcester. Are they back on? And they are now delayed by bad light, not by rain, at Worcester. And that is sort of where the weather's coming from. But we continue here. We are made of hardier stuff, apparently. Scott's 15 out of 15. Hey. Good effort.
That was Tom Bailey's 400th first-class wicket for Lancashire.
Well bowled, sir.
Yes.
He didn't really celebrate.
No.
He looks a tired man out there. 23.2 overs.
He does.
2 for 83. But yeah, there's your interview at the end of the yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be dead keen.
In he goes and bowls to Scriven outside the off stump. He might be in an ice bath for a while.
Exactly.
It's 400 first-class wickets for Lancashire. So it's a fair proportion, a very fair proportion of first division wickets as well amongst that lot.
Yeah, that's true.
Not that they're necessarily worth more, but they kind of are in people's perception, I think, a bit.
This is Lancashire's, since they won the title, it's in the title of 2011. This is Lancashire's 4th time in Division 2, so he's had 4 seasons in Division 2.
In he goes, bowls. Scriven is forward. He's going to pick up his first run as the ball. Ooh, Bohannon. Is he all right? He just seemed to trip or just hold something there. Flexes his left knee and he sort of limped for a few paces, but hopefully he's all right. Will Williams runs across to perhaps check, or no, he's moving to an extra cover fielding position, but that is the last thing Lancashire want an injury to Bohannon. He seems fine, he's not called for the physio or anything, so hopefully all is well in that respect. 15 needed by Leicestershire for that maximum return. In goes Bailey and bowls outside off stump, and the rain is coming back.
It's kind of blowing in and blowing away, isn't it?
It is, and yet it's probably a bit lighter. But when I put the window across, pull the window across, it does look gloomy, doesn't it? But good on the umpires.
Yep. Like, keep on
Crack on,
going.
lads, crack on. Finish the over. Tom Bailey is in, bowls to Ben Green, a slower ball, and Green is in position well in advance of the ball arriving, just drops it out into the offside, but well bowled. Tom Bailey, 24 overs now, 2 for 84. Deserved, if a belated reward for the tall seamer.
Yes, he's a softly spoken fella, Tom Bailey. He's not the chatty type. He's a cracking lad, but I'm not so sure he'll take maybe he will take a bit of personal pride. He should do of taking his 400th wicket, but he might not feel particularly chipper about it tonight.
So plays going on everywhere. Umpires are now consulting. I'm not entirely surprised.
No, me neither.
They are off, as I say, at Worcester for bad light, and the light is gloomy here. And again, the rain is on the wind, but we continue. After the consultation, I was pretty sure they'd come off.
I was, yeah.
Fair play, umpire Milnes. He's well wrapped up, as is umpire Adnan. And Leicestershire won't mind.
Balderson to Scriven, trying to see if he can find a route through the leg side, but he picks out Will Williams at mid-wicket. And there is no run. 435 for 8, lead of 229. Well, in theory, we've got about half an hour to go, haven't we? 8 overs left. If we can get them in. Let's run down to third man for a single by Scriven. Takes him to 2. Score to 436. Bringing Green on strike. Lancashire pushing Bohannon back to the boundary, pushing Williams back to the boundary. So there's a third man, fine leg, deep square, deep point. Bailey's at where's he going? Cover point, I think. Anderson's jogging back to long on as well.
Well, he's going back to get the ball, unfortunately. It was overthrown to Balderson. I wasn't very impressed.
So he was jogging to go and get the ball. Oh dear.
It's be damp now.
436 for 8. Balderson to Green. Just nips back in and rolls up the thigh pad and drops back down the pitch, where Balderson scoops it up off his own bowling. Marcus Harris is at mid-off. Anderson now at Phillip at mid-on. Couple of slips. Bell and Jennings. And lots of weary-looking Lancashire bodies. A long day in the field. Not a hot day, not under blazing sunshine, but tiring nonetheless for these Lancashire lads. Balderson to Green. Pitches and swings away.
Yeah, he's walking down, isn't he, Green? And Hurst ready to roll the ball at the stumps.
436 for 8.
14 needed from, 6.2 overs. Bonus points wise. 6 o'clock.
Yep, right on the dot. Lead 230. Here comes Balderson. Forward goes Green, defends. Up comes Harris trotting up from mid-off to field the ball. There's a pitch that's covered with some green matting. Maybe something prepared for the T20 perhaps.
Indeed.
And Harris fielding the ball on that green matting.
Which starts next Friday, isn't it? Something like that.
Balderson to Green. Worked through mid-wicket for a single. 4:37 for 8. Lancashire underway on Thursday, actually. They start against Worcestershire on Thursday at Old Trafford. And then these two sides meet again, don't they? In Manchester. It's another fixture between these two sides pretty quickly. End of the over, that. 4:37 for 8. Lead of 231. Green on 7. Scriven 2.
8 to go tonight. Bailey down the slope from the Bennett end. Bowls to Ben. Green bounces and seams back in. Green just flinches slightly as it thumps into the thigh pad. Could have been a lot more painful than that. It wasn't. But again, a little bit of bounce, a little bit of movement for Tom Bailey, which will not entirely displease the Leicestershire seamers. They'll think, well, there's still a little bit of something there. And at the moment they have a lead of 231 as Bailey turns, runs in and bowls on off stump. Green defends, looking to stay on the back foot. A little bit of juggling with the ball with his feet by Tom Bailey. Tries to sort of flick it up, doesn't quite manage to do so. Harris picks it up conventionally, i.e. with his hands. Gives it a little bit of a polish, hands it back to Bailey.
It's amazing how even the flattest of pitches can look a lot different when the team's got a big score on the board and the batting side's under pressure and the bowling side's got loads of runs to play with.
Bowls. Green is beaten on the outside edge. Has he taken the edge? No, says umpire Adnan. And Bailey and Green just sort of walks away to short leg. There looked to be, there was clearly movement away, but umpire Adnan didn't think it was from the bat. Green looked a bit guilty, I'm not sure. No, he didn't. It was swing really, but
Yeah.
well, put it this way, bat didn't hit pad and was a long and bat was a long way from pad, so in goes Bailey. Bowls again like he meant it there, very straight, but Green defends it out towards mid on. No run. Bailey and umpire Adnan. Perhaps umpire Adnan explaining why he didn't give it.
Well, he followed it, didn't he, Green? He went with it.
It looked.
Just missing the edge of the bat, apparently.
Bailey is in, pushed by Green into the gap in the covers. Harris is in pursuit, but then gives up the pursuit because the sweeper out there always going to be first to the ball, and indeed Williams was. So a single to Green, moves on to 8. 4:38 for 8.
Yes, it's been a long old day in the field for the Lancashire players. Not done yet. Might still be going tomorrow morning as well. So she might just keep on going.
Bailey bowls 2. Scriven works it into the leg side. I was going to say maybe 2 because the fielder has a long way, Luke Wells, to come in from the boundary, but does so reasonably quickly. And Scriven had immediately settled for the single, and he keeps the strike. Moves on to 3. 4:39 for 8. The lead 2-3-3, and on we go. 7 to go tonight.
Yeah, every time it looks like it's closing in and it gets a little gloomier and there's a little bit of rain around, and you start to think, oh well, that could be it. We could be heading off any time soon, and it kind of perks up a little bit. I mean, it's not gloriously sunny, but it's all right. It's clearly bright enough, and it's not really raining. There's been some very light drizzle, but we're all good. Just run away off the back foot. Nice shot by Scriven. Bring him a couple. Moves on to 5. 441 for 8. So within 9 runs now of securing maximum batting bonus points. Having collected maximum bowling bonus points. Looking for a healthy return from the game. Nudged away by Scriven. Off his hip down to fine leg. For a single takes him to 6. 442 for 8. Brings Ben Green back on strike. Marcus Harris polishing the ball on his right thigh, loops the ball back into the hands of Balderson. Over number 26 for Lancashire's leading wicket taker.
Oh.
It's a nice delivery that goes past Green, and they reckon they've got him. They have. Green just straying out of his crease. The ball went through to Hurst. You sensed that Hurst had been waiting for that moment for a while, and then he underarmed the ball towards the stumps. Really clever work by Matty Hurst, and Green couldn't get his back foot over the line, and the square leg umpire raised the finger, but Green coming down the pitch, the ball beat him through to Hurst, and then underarm throw. I never know if that's a stumping or a run out.
Run out.
Run out from Matty Hurst. 9 down, but sharp work from the Lancashire wicketkeeper, and he sensed that coming. He had that in his mind's eye for a while.
He's had a few wind-ups, as though he's been eyeing it up, but that's dopey from Green. It's great work from Hurst, but it is dopey from Green, especially with 8 needed for the final batting bonus point. So Green hasn't not his shining moment really for Ben Green.
Ben Green was stumped by...
Oh, it's run out. I'm certain it's that is run out, is it? No, I'm certain that's a run out.
It could be. I always get confused with them.
I'm sure Pete's got that wrong.
Josh Hall's the new batter coming out.
Oh.
Run out or stumped? What's the verdict? Well, on the scoreboard it does say stumped, doesn't it, as well? Green 8, stumped Hurst, bowled Balderson.
Let me message the scorer to check that.
Hall has got a little job to do here, because I mean, in the giant scheme of things, it might not matter one bit, this additional batting bonus point, either in the match or in the season, but they're 8 runs away from it. Balderson to Hull, fires in the Yorker, brings the bat down. It's worked out to the leg side where Bailey fields. And curiously, of course, Lancashire obviously want to get the innings wrapped up, but would face the pretty horrible prospect of having to go out there and bat for a few overs tonight. Should a wicket fall pretty quickly here. 442 for 9.
Oh, that's true as well.
Yeah, I'm sure that's a great idea. Balderson in, and Hall defends, and there's no run. I suppose they're going to start the second innings at some point, but they'd probably rather do it tomorrow morning when the sun's shining again. But anyway, 6 overs remain. Of course, you would lose 2 plus the 1 you're in. So there's not a lot of batting required to do it, even at this stage, by Lancashire tonight, but there is a prospect they might just have to come out and face a few deliveries. 8 more required for the batting bonus point. It's a no ball.
Take that.
Yeah, that gets them a little bit nearer. Nudged out towards mid-wicket. But Balderson just overstepping. So within 6 of 450 and securing maximum bonus points from the match. Change of line here from Balderson. He's going to go around the wicket to Hull. 3 slips are in place. Here is Balderson into Hull, and that's defender back to the bowler. And there's no run. End of the over. 6 remaining tonight. 444 for 9. Leading by 238 runs.
thinking of the Johnny Bairstow dismissal. Did that not go down as run out? Do you know that?
Yeah, I know which one you
the
mean.
Ashes,
Yeah, I know which one you
we
mean.
were exactly like that.
It was,
except
yeah.
that he popped his toe down in his crease, didn't he, and then walked out. Well, Bailey's ready to go, but Scriven isn't ready to receive. He was a little bit premature then, I think, Tom Bailey. That rain has dried up again, hasn't it? I'm going to open the window again. No reply from Leicestershire scorer Paul Rogers yet. Gentle inquiry as to whether that was not run out. In goes Bailey and bowls. Scriven defends on the back foot. 6 needed from 4 or 3.5 overs. 3.5 overs. Been a tough old day for Lancashire, but as you've said, Scott, they're stuck at their task, haven't they? It would have been easy for shoulders to really slump and for the. I mean, they have chased a lot of leather, but they have chased it. You know, they at no stage have they given up. In the ghost, in goes Bailey, edge just short of third slip, I think. Williams diving in front of Jennings at second slip to his left, but pretty sure that was short. No great sort of reaction from the fielders. Let's have a look. See, yeah, it was. Tried to scoop it up on the half volley.
Yeah, I think they have. I think they have stuck at it, haven't they? I mean, you could sense that almost an hour into the game, into the day's play, you're thinking this could actually be quite a brutal day, this.
Bowls and Bailey, it comes off a thick outside edge of Scriven's bat. It was looking for the Yorker, and it sort of did swing in a little bit. Grunt of effort from Bailey. And umpire Milnes hands a sweater actually to Tom Hartley. A sleeveless sweater to go on top of his long sleeves. Is it getting cold out there? Must be.
I think we said at the time, didn't we, that first hour this morning, getting through that first hour by Ahmed and by Hill.
Indeed, Bailey bowls, driven and, well, half stopped by Harris, diving away to his left. He's slowed it up. They'll get 3 instead of 4. Scriven is going to have to put on the afterburners. He does. Good throw from Harris, but it is 3 safely made by Tom Scriven. So 3 needed for the final batting bonus point, but it'll be Josh Hull on strike for 2 balls to Tom Bailey. They could have done with that going for 4, getting the extra run and keeping Scriven on strike. But as you've seen already, Hull gets in line. And just at the end of the day, he's got a little bit of a job to do. It sounds ridiculous when the lead is 241, but, well, promotions and championships indeed have been won and lost for a point, haven't they? So, need to just get this one secured if they possibly can. In goes Bailey, and Hull leaves outside off stump as it's pushed across him. Five overs after this one left in the day's play. It is distinctly gloomy out there. It feels like it's doing their job. Short leg has gone in. 3 slips as Bailey is in to finish his over. Bowls to Hull, a bouncer, and Hull. Oh, it's a no ball. It's a no ball. So, well, did Leicestershire want that? Because that should have been that for the over, and Scriven should have been on strike. They'll take the 2 runs. Goes to 449, but 1 more needed for that final batting bonus point. Go on.
I found that scorecard where Bairstow was. Where Bairstow was dismissed in the Ashes.
And it says, as in goes Bailey and bowls to Hull, who keeps it out, pushes it out into the offside, does his job.
It says stumped. Yeah, stumped.
Fair enough.
Stumped Carey, bowled Green.
That's the one then. Stumped it is. Stumped Hurst batting out of his ground. My mistake. I thought it sort of been settled that was a run out, but there you go. Had it been first slip who'd thrown the stumps down, it would have been a run out. But if it's the wicketkeeper, it's a stumping then.
Yeah, it must be. Yeah, had it been quite right. Had it gone to belt, something like that.
Yeah.
Odd that, isn't it?
So one needed for the batting bonus point. Lancashire do not change the field. They do not care. And who can blame them?
Balderson to Scriven. That's deflected away to square leg. Williams fields. And there's no run. 4-4-9 for 9, leading by 243. I think would I be right in thinking that if there's not a wicket in this over, then Lancashire wouldn't have to bat again tonight? I think. Balderson in. Worked off the hip. There it is. That's down to fine leg for a single. That gets Leicestershire to their maximum bonus points from the match, both with bat and with ball. 8 from the game for Leicestershire and 3 from the match for Lancashire. Obviously the 3 bowling points, didn't manage to acquire any batting points. 450 for 9, lead of 244. Josh Hull on strike. Balderson around the wicket, driven away by Hull for his first runs. Square drive for a single. 451 for 9. Actually, I think they would have to face 1 over. You lose the over you're in, +2, don't you, for the change of innings. So I suspect if they lose a wicket either in this over or the next, I guess you might have to face 1 over at the end of the day. Balderson to Scriven. It's forced up towards mid-off where Harris fields, and there's in addition to the score, the ground staff are all lurking. They're all primed and ready by the tractor to drag on the covers. Either should it get a little heavier, or of course, in a few hours' time when it will be the close of play. Primed and waiting, but not required at the minute. Here comes Balderson to Scriven down the leg side, taken by Hurst.
See, John Traynor is my way of thinking on Blue Sky. He says he thinks it was a stumping because the batter wasn't attempting a run, but neither was Bairstow. And that went down as a stumping, John. No attempted run doesn't seem to be a factor. Seems to be down to it going to the keeper.
4-5-1 for 9. Final ball of the over. Driven away by Scriven, but off the inner half of the bat. Gathered by Anderson Phillip at mid on end of the over. 4-5-1 for 9.
Just to clear up something, Richard Jones, he's told me this before. Roaster, R-O-C-E-S-T-R, as in toaster. That's how you like toaster, the place, isn't it? T-O-W-C-E-S-T-R.
Yes, it is.
That is toaster.
Yeah.
Well, although roaster is spelled R-O-C-E-S-T-E-R, it's also pronounced roaster, as in toaster. There we go. Thank you, Richard.
Perfectly clear.
To anybody with an intellect slightly greater than mine, which is not great. In comes Tom Bailey, bowls to Josh Hull, and Hull pokes it rather out towards mid-off, and there is no run. 2 pretty much, not perfect, of course not perfect, but days that Leicestershire would most definitely have taken, I think, if offered them at the start of the game, coming to a close here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. A lead of 245, and the bowlers can put their, have a good rest overnight, as in goes Bailey and bowls another no ball, thick inside edge. That take extras to close to 50, takes them to 48, and Hull squeezes it down towards deep backward square for 1. He moves on to 2. 454 for 9, so 3 off the ball. Extras up to 48. could yet become the 4th half-centurion plus of the match.
48 extras.
As Bailey is in to Scriven, a very high bouncer, and that'll be signalled wide. 49 to extras. Been too many of those.
Yes. Well, feared from a Lancashire point of view that after about an hour of play that this could have a feeling of being a particularly brutal day for them, and it's turned into that.
Bailey bowls, slightly slower ball perhaps, and certainly there's a little bit of movement judging by Scriven's hand gestures, having blocked it out towards mid-on.
Oh, it's windy tonight, isn't it? Goodness. Be windy in Market Harbour tonight. I'll have to go steady this evening. I'm going to have a walk up to the wharf. There's a wharf in Market Harbour. I'm going to have a look up there tonight, I think.
Bailey bowls. Scriven is working it down towards backward point. Holly's going to have to hurry. Hits the stumps, but he was well in there, well past the stumps running. Good work at backward point inevitably by Bahan, and he's finally hit the stumps. He's thrown at them a few times today, and this time didn't really matter. Holt had long since made his ground.
He'll be chomping at the bit to have a ball, won't he? I mean, these are perfect conditions.
Hull?
Yeah.
Yeah, not.
I mean, I know it's not going to matter tonight, but
yeah.
you just.
Oh, tomorrow, yeah.
I think it's sunny tomorrow.
Is it?
I think so. Well, at least the last time I looked, it was.
A quick look as in goes Bailey, and Hull defends back down the pitch on the onside. It's supposed to. It says 100% light rain at the moment.
Oh, does it?
Yeah. I suppose maybe couldn't be lighter, but there are a few drops around.
Lovely sunshine when I looked last.
That's heavier. I thought that was bright sunshine for the next year and a half.
No, it's sunny tomorrow. Looks lovely tomorrow. Monday looks a bit dodgy. Tomorrow looks all right.
Windy. I've got wind as sorry. Bailey bowls
Take some tablets for that, Richard.
Outside off stump. Hull lets it go through. No, my weather forecast is just
wind.
Yeah,
lots of it.
So it doesn't say sunny and windy. It just says wind. So it's going to be blowy again apparently, but dry. You say?
Looking at this, it does. Yeah.
So if the wind is from the same direction, it will help Hull's outswinger to the left hand as well.
From the west tomorrow, the wind.
In goes Bailey and bowls. What was a ball that slipped out of his hand? I think it was an attempted slower ball, and it looped gently towards Josh Hull. Happily didn't get up, wasn't too high, and Hull, surprise, sort of pushed it off a thick inside edge down towards long leg and backward square, and takes a single actually. So. That's it. I mean, at least the Lancashire openers are safe now.
Yes,
because if a wicket falls now, we are done. Because it's the end of the over, there will be only 2 to go, and they take those 2 off, and they don't count the over in which the wicket falls.
I mean, Leicestershire are so much in control of the game again. It's entirely their prerogative as to how they want to go about trying to win it. I am a little surprised that they may not have been tempted to have a dart at Lancashire tonight.
Do you mind if I leave these couple of overs to you, as I have to crash out a quick report?
They've decided against it. Playing a miss from Hull through to Hurst. I mean, there's still 2 days left. Lots and lots of time, but I just wondered at the back end of the day. I mean, it's been such a horrible day, really, for Lancs. I'm tempted just to put Lancashire in and see if you can take a couple of wickets tonight. Anyway, so they've earned the right to play it as they see fit. Again, that's beating Hull, just groping away outside the off stump. 4, 5, 7 for 9. Need of 251. Couple of wickets for Balderson. mid-on. Anderson, Phillip, Fields. And there's no addition to the score. Yeah, picked up 3 wickets in the first innings, did Josh Hull. The work was spread around the Leicestershire bowlers, 1 for Holland, 3 for Van Beek, 3 for Hull. Defends that to Harris. And there's no all-round, 1 for Green and a couple for Scriven. So good all-round performance with the ball. First time round. And then well, some very good contributions all the way through with the bat as well. I mean, the double century partnership is the backbone of this position of dominance. Asking for an LBW, and he's given it. And that is that for the day, with Leicestershire all out for 457. A 3rd wicket for George Balderson. He can take some credit. As indeed, to be fair, Lancashire, for their efforts to keep on chipping away and plugging away and toiling away. But the day emphatically belongs to Leicestershire, who have a first innings lead of 251.
It does, and well done to the umpires for keeping them out there throughout a fairly gloomy final session. And Lancashire kept fighting. Keaton Jennings congratulates his bowlers who, as Scott said, stuck at their task. But the day's play really dictated by that mammoth sort of 3rd wicket, as it turned out, but overnight opening partnership, if you like, between Rehan Ahmed and Lewis Hill, both of whom scored a century, half-century also from Ian Holland later in the day, and a lively 41 from Ben Cox. Tom Scriven left 11 not out at the end of play, but Leicestershire achieve maximum batting bonus points to go with their maximum bowling bonus point return, and they will start tomorrow with a lead of 251. What promises to be a bright 11 o'clock. Fingers crossed is if windy, and we'll see Lancashire on their second innings at Leicestershire very firmly on top. As I won't be just Scott myself tomorrow, it'll be and Reed and maybe 1 or 2 others as well. We shall see. But thank you for your company today. You're always fun to read out and have been a huge contribution. It's interesting for us both. Hopefully we'll hear more from you tomorrow. But for now, gloomy Uptonsteel County Ground. Gloomy in weather-wise, but otherwise fairly bully. So here at the ground, got themselves in a good position in the game. But for now, from Scott and Ray, it's very good night to you all.